Hey, yeah, and like the, oh, sorry. It's working. I think so. It's working for me.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Thank you. The stream will start in 30 seconds.
One, two, three. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a good time. We have 2 keynotes this morning, and then a session on consciousness. And our opening keynote is delivered by Dr. Ana Ciaunica from Portugal. She's a principal investigator at the Co-Embodied Self Lab and leader in embodied self-consciousness research. She holds appointments at INESCID in Lisbon, and is an honorary research associate at UCL Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience. Dr. Ciaunica bridges philosophy, neuroscience, and AI, exploring how our embodied experiences shape identity and how artificial agents may one day share or challenge or inform us our sense of self. She's also a Lawrence Fellow with the project Hybrid Agencies. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ana Ciaunica.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a real pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Iceland, hopefully not the last time. And also it's my first time with this community, and so far I had wonderful experience and I really enjoyed the conversation and everything. So thank you for having me. I'm going to start with a bit of my background, because I'm going to assume that you don't know anything about me and you ask yourself, why am I here? What am I doing here? Yeah, who am I? Yeah. So in Paris, if you go to Rue de Varenne, then you're going to find the Rodin Museum. And one of the most famous sculpture in the Rodin Museum is the Thinker. Yeah. So the Thinker is, you can easily imagine this person. You know, I was like a philosophy student wandering around. At that time, I still have books, you know, so I was like, you know, wandering with my books and looking cool. Now it's different. So you have like with the phones and everything, but that was like deep thinking. And I remember myself taking exactly the same position, as if ideas were heavy in my head. Yeah. So there is this idea that we take for granted that somehow what we call the mind is in the head. Yeah. And if we ask questions like, what is artificial intelligence, what is intelligence, it's necessarily related with the head. You wouldn't say that about the toes. yeah, or the body, yeah. You would say necessarily about the head. This is taken for granted. This is what philosophers do, just ask annoying questions that people take for granted. So this is my job. So my first question was, what is the mind? And why necessarily we link intelligence with the brain? Because we take it for granted, but why is this so? I'm curious, yeah? So why is this the case? So I recently pitched, I was very surprised, I'd actually accepted quite smoothly, for Eon, do you need your toes to think? And I'm going to try to convince you that yes, you do. And why is this important for artificial intelligence and artificial embodiment? So that is going to be like the main aim of the talk. And also, before going there, I want you to consider the following thing. You have many brain and body institutes around the world. You don't have any liver and body institute around the world, or stomach in the body. Why? Because you necessarily consider that the liver is the body, is part of the body, right? So the question is like why we consider that the brain as a different entity, ontological entity, different from the body, yeah? Because we take that for granted too, yeah? And this is what I'm going to present today. We already pre-printed here, so you can have a look. But I'm going to walk you through the roadmap. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you who I am, how I got to actually ask myself these questions. And in the second part, I want to argue why embodiment is important for building artificial agents. I'm also running a wet lab, so I'm gathering experimental data. So I'm going to present you some data that I'm doing, basically trying to put in practice the theoretical ideas that I have. And then some projects that we have in the pipeline, studies, future direction, and hopefully collaboration with not all of you, but some of you, hopefully. Okay, so I was trained as an armchair philosopher. And I know that many people say, oh, philosophers, ooh. It's like complicated questions. Nobody knows exactly what they do. And I was trained as an analytic philosopher, so I did a lot of maths and logic. And actually, my friends at that time, they gave me a nickname. And my nickname was, I believe that P. Yeah, because it would turn everything in a propositional attitude. But in my thesis, I worked on what we call subjective experiences of self-consciousness. Why? Because, yeah, well, if you take the mind, then one important question is like, how exactly have, like, we had the discussion over dinner. I'm not sure the person is here. It's like, my memory is very low. So why exactly have something like a qualitative, subjective experience that arises from something very physical, which is the brain, something that you can measure, like, yeah, the body and the brain. So how many of you are familiar with the Mary the Scientist thought experiment in philosophy? So I'm going to run you very quickly. So imagine that you have a very brilliant scientist called Mary, and she's born and raised in a completely white and black environment, but she learns everything she can possibly know about what is happening in the human brain when you perceive colors. So she's omniscient about color perception, physical facts, what is happening in the human brain when she perceives the color red, let's say, yeah? So, and then let's say she turns 21, and she's released in the world, and she's presented for the first time with a real red tomato. And then the question is, will she learn something new? She'll say, oh, this is what it is like to actually see red. Or she will say something like, actually, this is boring, because I already know what it is like to see red, because, well, I already know what is happening in the human brain when you perceive red. Yeah. So there was a debate on that. So I did my thesis on that. But I'm French. I'm coming from Burgundy. And, well, tomatoes are cool, but wine is cooler. Yeah. So I said, how about, forget about seeing a red tomato. How about drinking red wine? And why is that importantly different? Yeah. So because the things, you know, who cares if you want to survive as an organism? It's not enough to see tomato. You need to eat it. You need to put it inside, right? So what really matters for perceptual organisms is like the things that actually put inside your body, like, you know. And that, if that's the case, what would be the Mary thought experiment for, you know, perceptions that happen necessarily in exchanges between the body and the environment? Yeah, that's a very different take. Yeah. So slowly I'm building the case that you'll see that actually we take for granted certain things, like we have an individual subject and you have an object of perception, so you have the axis of subject of object of perception, and that's already there. But this is not the case always, especially if you want to survive. As I said, it's not enough to see the tomato, you actually need to eat it. And bear with me, I'm French, I'm from Burgundy. On the top of everything, you're going to see a lot of food metaphors. Yeah. Okay, so the basic idea I have inherited as a student was that the reality is like a layered cake. So you have the fundamental level, which is the physics, and then everything supervenes. And there is like tons of discussion how exactly this layers happens. And the main, hard problem and basic problem would be how you connect the physics with the mental, which is the cherry on the top, yeah, like the subjective qualitative experiences. So how you connect these two. And I actually got stuck at this level when I started to work, because I realized that actually we don't have a pretty clear idea how exactly get from physical to chemical. And I said, well, maybe if we solve this problem, then, we're going to figure out how actually we have psychological states from physical states. But for now, we have no idea how actually, organic chemistry is like still very much a debate how you get what is the main difference between a self-organizing system like a snowflake, yeah, and a self-organizing system like a cell, yeah. So that's like still an open question. So I said, forget about the cake. So okay, let's start from square one. And this is a slide I did in Sicily to please my Italian friends. And I add the quantum here because I hear a lot of quantum talks, but that's more mostly a joke. So I said, maybe reality is not a layered cake. Maybe, again, this is an assumption that we're making, right? Maybe there is no fundamental level upon which everything will need to supervene or be reduced. Maybe we need to actually take another approach. And again, seriously, where is this? I got back again to this idea, where the mind comes from. Why do we even talk about the mind? Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty clear idea what is a body. I know I can measure it, put it on a scan and, do some numbers. But, I don't have a very good definition what the mind is. It's just like I still need to figure out what that is. So as a philosopher, when I was a PhD student, I went back to say, well, okay, so let's see where that comes from. Bear with me. The dots are there for a reason. So when I was a PhD student, my supervisor and my mentors, they said, well, when you go to conference, you need to have like a pitch, like you need to say very quickly why you want to spend 5 years of your life doing this. Yeah. So why is this important? Blah blah blah. Yeah. And actually, this is something I recommend to all the junior trainees here. Just like you need to know very quickly what you want to say. Yeah. That's like the pitch elevator. And I said, can I? I'm actually a painter too, so I said, can I draw my thing, right? Can I, say, oh, I work on this, and then I can explain you. So I keep it in the pocket, and yeah. So I'm going to share with you the drawing that I did when I was a PhD student, which actually started my my research later on. Okay, so I designed this idea that I envisioned this idea that actually we have a split between, the mind and the body. Pure mind and impure body, and then you have the puzzle philosopher at the end. That was me. It's like how exactly we link those two together. And when I dig back into this idea from the very beginning, I realized that this comes from, well, I forgot to say that I work in the Western tradition, yeah, in the philosophy of Western tradition. So there is this idea that is called the Soma-Sema picture, because I think my main motivation was to understand why the body is such a bad thing. It's like why we focus just on the mind, not the body. So why we have this, yeah? And we have inherited the Soma-Sema picture. Soma, somatic body. Sema means tomb. So there is this idea that body is the tomb for the soul, and it's just a temporary thing because you see the body, growing, developing, dying. But, you need to have something that is not going to disappear, something that stays there, which is not, following the laws of physics and everything. So there was like this ontological distinction between the two. So I think we have inherited this idea that somehow we need like, Platonic formal minds on one hand and then mortal bodies on the other hand. And that's something I'm going to question. And we have inherited through the Cartesian heritage, like the conscious mind is the inner realm, so it's something that you have inside, which is connected with the outside world via the senses. And again, you have an inner here, an object there, and then you need to connect the two. And the mind is a different sort of entity from the body, so that doesn't depend on it exists in the body for its functioning. So that's some, like Cartesian dualism. But I question that. Yeah. So I think I want to take everything from scratch and just like, and actually, I even wrote a paper called "I Overthink Therefore I'm Not," because I think overthinking is related to feeling of reality. But that's just a parenthesis. Okay. So why is this important? Because, well, the mind-body distinction has been so deeply rooted in our society that even have different buildings to treat these two entities. So you have the Institution of Mental Health. So if you have a problem with the depression, whatever, you go to one hospital. But if you have a problem with the liver, you go to other hospital, right? So we basically treat it like a very, very separate. And also we have the same thing, which is more connected with the audience here. It's just like we try very hard, on one hand, to build like artificial minds and then artificial bodies and then try to glue them. And sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't, and actually we have a big problem, how we actually put them together. And the problem is like, well, maybe that's not the right angle from the very beginning, yeah? And this is what I'm trying to say. So I dropped philosophy for now. I still keep it in my background because I'm still curious. So I took training in cognitive neuroscience, and now in my lab, I want to be interdisciplinary, so I use psychophysiological measures, behavioral, qualitative, like phenomena, because I'm interested in the subjective experiences. Neural, mostly FNIRs, because I'm interested in interactions, both in human and artificial agents. And towards the end of my talk, I'm going to tell you one example of one set that I'm doing, but I'm doing many of them. Yeah. So, okay. So I, as a philosopher, when I went to the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience, my main job there was in philosophy in residence, and I was asking an annoying question to scientists, like, what is perception? What do you mean by, yeah? And one of them, my favorite question was like, and actually I'm going to ask this question to you too, look around, why we don't have kids in the room? Why we're all adults, yeah? Investigating minds. And when I was asking the question, my colleague, I remember, was like, I told you we shouldn't have a philosopher. Just like, ask all the silly questions. It was a complete waste of time and energy. And actually it's not, because what I'm trying to say is that when you start to investigate stuff in the world, you might use a lens bias that you have as an adult. And you might miss important insights about what it is like and what does it mean to have a mind and a body. If you just take that, I would say, adult-centric, neurocentric, and male embodiment-centric bias, because this is what, thinkers are depicted like this, like, solitary on a rock, on a mountain, whatever. But this is not how life evolves. So the main idea is that humans do not pop out like Athena from Zeus' head, fully fledged. Humans develop, yeah? Some humans develop from square one. So, and here's again one of my favorite parts in the talks I'm giving. So when people talk about pregnancy, they typically associate pregnancy with a certain category of people that have the ability to carry babies in their bodies. But if you think of the pregnant state through the perspective of developing an individual, all of you here, you have been inside another person's body. So the pregnant state is a universal state. This is not just for some people. So the starting point inquiry embodiment is not a solitary thing. It's actually the co-embodied state. Because all of you here, again, you have been and grown inside another body as the humans, yeah? Mammals, but I'm talking about human mind, yeah? And this is something I already wrote on. I call this like the forgotten body. It's like a double sense, right? Because it's just forgot the body about the mind, but also the body that actually carries out the body. And also, I worked with Carl on this idea that first prior, that we need to start with the state of co-embodiment as fundamental and co-homeostasis, not with the individual. Why? Because the mother's body is not a vase or a drop on egg. It's another living system, so that's a very different way to understand the relation between the two. So the key idea is that the brain and mind do not emerge in a vacuum, so they rather develop as system dedicated to control and subserve organism survival and reproduction. So instead of considering the body as a mere vehicle to transport and fuel the mind, which is the side effect of the adult-centric perspective that we're taking, rather than the other way around. We have evolved the mind to subserve the organism of this body. Because if you don't survive, if you don't keep your body happy, you actually don't exist. So the body comes first. And not only the body comes first in ontology and also in biology and survival, but also in the case of humans, the body within another body is the fundamental and universal case. And actually, all of us here are the product of a successful negotiation of resources between two bodies. Because things can go wrong. I mean, there is a lot of people dying giving birth, or fetuses die. So it's like this is a constant negotiation between living organisms. And in doing so, I basically followed the work of this wonderful researcher, Pamela Lyon. She has this beautiful paper called The Biogenic Approach to Cognition. And basically, she distinguishes between the anthropogenic approach, which assumes that human cognition as a paradigm and work down to more general explanatory concept. And the biogenic approach starts with the facts of biology as the basis for theorizing and works up the human case by asking psychological question as a biological question, right? So you start with life. So the basic idea, what the slides want to show, is that instead of being obsessed with what makes human cognition special, you need to understand what actually we have in common with other forms of life. Well, because that's what fundamental is. And if you get what is fundamental at that level, if you share with other forms of life, then you're going to get what is special about the human cognition. But we shouldn't start that way around. It was just like just ignoring. So we need to bring back the animal and start with the impure body. And I actually added the slide yesterday when I saw Ben's hat. I said, okay, so this is a good crowd, they kind of like got it, just like I said, okay, so it's like that's a good thing to know. So if you are with me so far, that we don't have a clear understanding what the mind is. We necessarily and tacitly associate neurons with the mind, but we don't actually have neurons before having cells. And if you take development perspective, you have cells before having neurons. Yeah. So the main interesting question is like how you get from a cell to a self, because this is what we all have been. First, we started with a self. So I think this is very important, because if you take a look outside and you see a tree, and you just, I ask you to understand what a tree is, and you focus on the visible adult things, but you ignore the roots and the seed, how it got there, then you actually miss something very important about what the system is. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, if we want to understand and we build conscious machine, we want to build, artificial systems, then based on the human cognition, forget about just the brain, the body, actually missing something very important, because you ignore the roots. Yeah, and if you want to understand the full system, you need basically to understand how it develops. So living systems are necessarily open system. This is going back to my cake, to my Burgundy wine, right? It's like, I'm an open system. I literally need to put stuff inside my body to survive. Yeah, I'm not completely isolated from the reality. Actually, you need to breathe all the time. Yeah, so it's like if you don't breathe, and this is why I'm trying to say a bit of in my other branch of work that I'm not presenting here today, that I think we not only have an adult-centric bias, but also have a vision bias of understanding perception. Which is like, distal and everything. But the problem is, like, I can close my eyes and still survive, but, partly. But if I don't breathe, then I'm not going to go very far. So, and breathing and actual olfaction is also a sensory perception. So why do we take, especially for consciousness thing, why would you take vision, as a paradigm case? And that's not the most fundamental, yeah? And this is important because this makes ourselves vulnerable. So when I breathe in air, I can also take virus. So then my system, I need to be careful how exactly I'll process this information from inside out, so to speak. And living systems are typically composed of cells, maintain a stable internal by converting food into usable energy, grow and reproduce. As I said, I'm going to have a lot of things to do with food in my talk. So when I was at the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience, there was like, well, that was the name of the institute, Cognitive Neuroscience. So it's like necessarily related, cognition necessarily related with brain activity. Yeah. So I kind of like questioned that, and I said, okay, so I don't want to say that neurons are not cool. I think they are super cool, and we should all pay very much attention to what neurons are doing, you know, and model them and do everything else. But if we ignore how we get to neurons from the cells, then we're not going to understand how the system functions. And this is how I get to my toes example. This is how I pitched the piece, and I said, well, because many people will tell me, well, I can cut my toes and still think, so your idea is silly. Obviously, you don't need your toes to think. Yeah, but the problem is, you know, I'm not fully fledged like this. I had to develop into who I am and this type of thing. Yeah. So, and then I think the interesting question is, if we consider that the smart and the thinking happening just in the brain, then the really interesting question is like, how come a bunch of dumb cells give rise to something very smart, which is the brain, and then to this system? So I took, with a couple of colleagues, we took a very different approach to it. So, okay, so let's forget about the neural system for a while, just like zoom out from that and just like focus on the cells. So imagine that you have a self-organizing biological organism and you ask yourself, okay, you're an open system, you need to interact with the environment, you need to take stuff in, like the food and wine, blah, blah, blah. And then what is the system inside you, this system that actually tells you which one is you, which one is not you, which is the self, is not the self, yeah? So the immune system is in place before the neural system, yeah? So this means that maybe what we call mental, you know, it's like related with self-related processing, is necessarily related to immune processing in the body, not just neural processing in the brain. And actually, it's this like a connection between the two, right? It's like from the very beginning. And actually, there is more and more data showing that what we call mental disorders that are very much associated with neuroinflammation across the entire body. Yeah, but that's very much an open question. So in this paper, basically, we put a very radical approach of what is cognitive processing. We say it's multi-scale processing implemented a multi-level bodily system and intricate cellular networks that compose the biological human organism as a whole. So not just like the separated mind and the body. So what I want to say is like, it's not this idea that the body is dumb, the brain is smart. I think that's a very simplistic way to do it and to understand it, yeah? And actually this is something that people like Varela, who is very famous in the body cognition literature, he was a biologist and he spent quite some time into the immune systems, yeah, before getting. This is a paper I'm very proud of because we worked on the case of pregnancy where you have two immune systems in the same system. And not only have two immune systems, you have a third immune system, which is in the placenta, which is the relational thing. So it's like truly mind-blowing how exactly the system self-organized while exchanging with the other environment and this constant negotiation. Sorry about the packed slide, so you don't have to read that. This is basically summing up what I just said. So I think we need to shift the focus from neural to cellular processing, which invites us to reconsider the received idea that cognitive processing can be linked solely to the neural system and that the brain is somehow the natural home of the mental state. The basic idea, so if you take the body as a starting point, is that the main function of perception and cognition is ultimately geared towards self-preservation. Yeah, so we cannot not perceive the world through our perspective, right? So the self is built in whatever we perceive. By the way, now nobody here actually signed an informed consent before coming to life. I mean, nobody asked me my permission to come to life. I just like, oh, well, I'm here. So using a system that I haven't designed and have no idea how it functions, I'm trying to figure out how it goes on the fly, right? So this idea that, well, I'm going with the flow with something else which is already there, so I'm trying to understand how it works, while at the same time trying to keep track of this animal, because it's like very important to me, yeah? So in real worlds, as opposed to formal worlds, and I'm saying a bit more about this in the paper, we care more about our wrinkles and food than formal worlds. And I can see it systematic at every conference. Because no matter how interesting the talk is, when it is food outside, it's like, coffee, food. Yeah, so, yeah. So ultimately what I want to do, I want to get rid of the entire tradition that, conceives the brain in a vat. Because, well, you have the brain in a vat, necessarily implies that you have the smart things on one hand and dumb things on other, and the sensory things. And then you just like replace the body with computer, artificial body, name it. Any other system, yeah? And then you have this like brain and vat there. I think that's deeply wrong. And it comes from this idea that, because I ask myself, why we don't like the bodies? Why we kind of like uncomfortable with the bodies, yeah? And the answer is quite simple, because we are a biological system that know that we're going to die. And we don't want to die. I mean, no system wants to die. And I think we have this coping mechanism that we have developed through centuries, like, we have this different thing, which is not material, and is not actually not following the laws of decaying. And somehow, if I manage to get the self somewhere in a safe space, and then I kind of like replace the decaying body with something which is not decaying, then I can still be myself in this like artificial body, whatever, and live forever. Yeah. But we have a problem with that. So this is the main claim that I make in the paper, right? In living systems, I'm playing with English here. Because there is an end, there is an end, a goal, which is like stay away from the end. Yeah. So that's the main goal that we have as a living system. Everything we do is somehow surrounded through, revolving around this main goal. And again, this is something we share with cats and viruses and everything else. So it's just like, don't die, which is like the main thing, yeah. So the question I'm asking in the paper is like, do you need a body to be somebody of self? Yeah. So if you start with the body, the link between information processing and homeostatic self-regulation, then I can distinguish between cumulative, this means quantitative versus qualitative information processing and artificial and biological self-organizing system. If your main goal is to stay alive, this means that you cannot process information objectively. Anything you process is qualitatively embedded towards the goal of staying alive. So there is qualitative processing already at very basic level. Oops. That was an entrance. You missed your slide with a hat. Yeah. Yeah. So what I want to say very provocatively, makes no sense to talk about eternal life. Yeah. Let's make a very quick game with you. So I'm going to say a word. You need to say the opposite quickly, right? Like good, bad. Okay? Ready? Death. No, I disagree. Birth. Yeah? The opposite of death is birth, right? So you need to start somewhere, yeah? We have the concept of afterlife, but have no idea what is before birth. So life is what lies between birth and death, right? So that's one thing. And that makes no sense to say eternal life. Actually, if you're eternal, you don't have a contrast, yeah? So I don't know how much time I have. 5 minutes. I'll finish in 5 minutes. Yeah. So I think this has important consequences how we understand agents and agency in general. Because, for instance, like people define agency as the ability to feel in control over our actions. But this is a paper I'm about to submit with Sheila, what we call the paradox of agency. So if you are with me, that you say that actually what you need to do is process qualitatively information, not quantitative information, qualitative related to what actually matters for you, then the process of ignoring information is as important as the process of gathering information. So this means what we need to have an agents, we need to actually have agents that are able to discard and ignore as much as control. So agency is the right striking balance between letting go and taking control. It's not just controlling. You cannot control everything. So you need to actually have this like balance between the two. I'm going to skip this one and very quickly. So this is my favorite slide. I promised my cat I always have her on the slide. So I want to ask you, what do you think that is the main fundamental difference between a cat and a robot, or any artificial system? The main fundamental difference.
One is the line, the other is
Life, yeah. Biology. Agency. There is one quite obvious. Take care of yourself. Eating, reproduction. Selfish. Furriness. I can have furry robots. Nah. There is one, it's like, no. The main difference for me, fundamental difference, is that humans do robots, humans don't do cats. So this means that we have taken for granted like the interface of what is coming from our minds. This is not a natural evolution thing. It's like we kind of like intervene there. And I think that's something that we need to understand from the very beginning. I'm going to skip this. Humans have long tried to make artificial version of themselves. So I'm going to quickly rush to this. So this is like Leonardo da Vinci, mechanical dove, mechanical duck that you probably already know. This is one of my favorites. It's like a tiger eating an Englishman. It's the Victoria Albert Museum. It's actually quite cool. And obviously you have Sophia, right? But then the question is like, why do we want to make artificial version of themselves? So why do we want to make this? Yeah, I think this is a very interesting thing. So I'm having this project where I have this wonderful team of people, interdisciplinary. So basically what we want to do is just like I take neurophysiological, behavioral, qualitative measures on dyadic interaction, what is happening between human, and 3 types of artificial agents, like virtual reality, chatbots, and robots. And basically, each time I'm measuring what is happening in human body, in human mind, when they interact with humans versus artificial minds and bodies in 3 different cultures, in Portugal, UK, and Japan. Now I'm starting probably in Hong Kong as well. And why is this important? So imagine I'm holding a tennis ball, and you know it's a tennis ball, and I'm measuring your neurophysiological, physiology at the moment, yeah? And I'm smashing this tennis ball. So you're probably going to have some visual things, something is happening. And then you see me putting a smiley on this tennis ball, and you know it's a tennis ball, yeah? And I still smash the tennis ball. Now your patterns of reaction is going to be entirely different. Why? Because even if you know you have the cognitive insight that this is just a tennis ball, it's supposed to smash, yeah? Then your body reacts in a way that your mind is not. And I'm interested in that reaction. So how the body reacts to different type of interactions across the things. So I'm taking, like, as I said, lots of physiological measures. And the way I'm doing this, okay, so many people ask me, how you measure embodiment? I suppose this is like such a vague thing. So a very good way to, I learned as an experimental psychologist, is like when you define one thing is like to contrast when that thing is lacking. It's like embodiment, disembodiment. So in my studies, I have participants that are connected to the self and body, and participants are disconnected from the self and body. And I'm doing this study cross-culturally, and I'm basically working with depersonalization experiences. Depersonalization, this is Jane, she's suffering from depersonalization. She smoked cannabis twice, and this is how she describes it. My perception felt as though it's been drawn back inside my head, almost as was looking at the world from the back of my head. I could see the back of my own socket. I perceived there was a delay between her. So there is a divorce fracture between the world and me, so that although I'm body, my still in the world, my mind was only an observer. So it's almost like I have like a real life mind-body split here, right? And interestingly, say I feel like an automata, like a robot, I feel lifeless. Yeah? So this is something that I'm running on this. I'm going to skip through the studies. Come and see me afterwards. We're also doing the FNIRS and the VR version of this. And I'm going to take to the pipeline and then collaboration. So I'm also developing this project where basically we have hybrid systems. So you can, through VR, you can control artificial bodies in the world. It's a very cool tool to actually measure embodiment, because when I turn my head, I can see myself through Pepper's eyes. I basically, see the world and move in the world through the robot. We're using paper, but probably we can use it into something different. And we're going to start a project with Mike Levin and Ruth Hortensius in Amsterdam. So I'll be in Amsterdam in September for another 5 months. We're going to look at what we call hybrid agency and also embodied AI. I think there was a very interesting talk on mortal computation. A very interesting talk on mortal computation, and I'm interested in hybrid substrates. So Mike is working on, you take cellular organic matter and you transform it into, xenobots. But I'm interested in hybrid substrates, like partly organic, partly synthetic, and how you have like the mortality and immortality implemented in those systems. And we also are going to have like special issue coming on this. I couldn't obviously end the talk without bragging about Michael's paper. I put this title because that was the title I wanted to have. Why nature doesn't like zombies, but he said it's like that's too French, with something more dry. So it's like in the end it was like, why is anything conscious? But that was like my title. And if you're interested in collaboration, please come to Lisbon. As I said, good food, good wine, wonderful colors, and we have a wonderful community there. So please stay in touch. And I'm going to end with a bit of shameless self-promotion. I'm writing a book. So in my book, I imagine a parallel world in which women also were allowed to go to university and do philosophy since the dawn of times, not just in the past 100 years. Thank you. And I ask myself, so in French, if you put an E to René, it becomes female first name, René Descartes. So imagine a parallel world with our world in which you have René Descartes. And she's also obsessed about the mind-body problem, except that she's pregnant. Yeah. So how the mind-body problem would have, been approached through the perspective of a pregnant philosopher? So if we take the embodiment seriously, and if we take seriously the minds of the half of the humanity, perhaps we're going to understand more about what we are as humans. And of course, René Descartes, that's me. And with that, I would like to thank my lab for the work it's doing, my funders for giving me the means to make it happen, to the organizers to invite me here, and of course you for your attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Anna. That was great.
Thank you.
We have a few minutes for questions in the back.
Thank you very much. That was an insightful and very stimulating talk. Can I invite you to say something about how your studies might influence your thoughts on near-death experience? And near-death experiences.
Oh,
and full disclosure, in December 2019, I got to have first-hand experience of a near-death experience.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so, obviously this is just speculation on my behalf, but I think that, I'm not sure I'm supposed to say this, but okay, this is a trigger, disclaimer. So I'm having this philosophical discussion about what is reflective and pre-reflective self-consciousness in philosophy. And the pre-reflective self-consciousness is something that you do before doing any reflective. So you cannot, not be involved with the self. And the important thing here is that if I want to kill myself, I cannot do it by asking my cells to stop functioning. My cells will fight for me against me until the very end. So I think there is a way, against my decision. So, and which is like a maladaptive decision for various reasons. But, let's say I can do it. That actually does existentialists say it all the time. Like you have very beautiful work by Albert Camus saying, well, that's the ultimate proof of like free will because I can go against the thing. But the problem is, for me as a philosopher, is you cannot have which one you can have without the other. So the thing is, like in the near-to-death experiences, I think what is happening, I don't know, is that this, self-organizing organism, living system, trying to use all the possible, resources to keep it together. And that can give rise to something that you haven't experienced before. Yeah.
So my personal experience was that I was in hospital and I had an adverse reaction to a treatment. And so my body was clinically dead for nearly 10 minutes. But I felt what I used to feel.
What do you mean by clinical dead? I mean, your heart was not pumping.
So I was in cardiopulmonary arrest for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you still have like the, energetic resources still in the body for
so my understanding is that the brain uses those resources up quite quickly because it's a relatively inefficient user of...
Yeah, I agree, but I would dispute the fact that the brain is not the body. It's just like it's the body trying to survive.
Other parts of the body are probably more efficient, and I just wondered whether what I experienced as consciousness was in other than the brain.
Yeah. I haven't used the word consciousness.
Yes.
I avoid the C word in my talk for now. Maybe later. We can talk later.
We have a question over here.
Could you just answer that question, why nature doesn't like zombies? Why not?
Thank you. So what we try to say that for natural living system, information processing is necessarily qualitative because the drive, stay alive, is necessarily embedded into the system. So there is no objective information processing. It's just like everything is qualitative. And you need to get it right from the very beginning. Yeah. So, and this means that I haven't put it here. I have another paper where I basically distinguish two notions of experience. One is the philosopher's notion, which is the quasi-experiential side, and another one in experience, as my grandmother would say, which is, Anna, I have experience in opening wine bottle because I have opened lots of wine bottles before. And that's one way to actually understand experience as a way going through events. That's an ontological claim. And I want to say that actually going through those events comes first and experience will come later. This is what the received view is. But if you take the living system, then basically qualitatively speaking, you need to have that quality of experiencing in my grandmother's sense in place to make sure that the organism is alive later on. Yeah. So that would be the way what I'm saying is like it's important to not have zombies because you're going to survive very well. Yeah. Because you're not alive. Yeah.
One more question.
Your talk is amazing. I think
Thank you.
I agree with pretty much everything you're saying in terms of how the organisms develop. One thing I was wondering, if one were to simulate life, like at what level would you think we need to start? And I guess the more important question is, do you think there are fundamental rules that if you were to find them and follow and encode them, that would naturally lead to that simulation just building the final product that will continue? And or are there initial rules that as the initial set of rules begins to develop, it will start finding new additional fundamental rules that allow it to build itself?
Yeah. So I think this is not a linear process. This is what I want trying to say with the granita. I think we got it wrong when trying to say, oh, this is a fundamental and then build on the top of it. I think that's very childish. I don't think reality is built this way. And it's just like the way this is why I put the slide with the cat, because the way you actually interact in reality gives you something and bring you back. So it's like, it's an hybrid system, hence the project that we are doing. So I want to say that basically, once we bring the system in the world, whatever we do is like hybrid. Even maybe us, at a certain point will become hybrid, yeah. So, and that can raise a lot of very important ethical questions, like, some people working here. So I think we need to what I want to argue against is that there is an illusion. I think we are illusioning ourselves. We think that to keep fixed one thing, which is the self, mind, whatever, and change the other. That's not how it's going to work. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Let's thank Anna. Our second keynote speaker is Dr. Joscha Bach. Dr. Bach is an AI strategist at Liquid AI. and he's also the director of the California Institute for Machine Consciousness. His work spans cognitive architectures, models of emotion, perception, and the self. Dr. Bach has held positions at Humboldt University, MIT Media Lab, Harvard Program for Evolutionary Dynamics, and Intel Labs. Today he will explore the mechanisms and architecture underlying consciousness itself. Please welcome.
Thank you, Christine. It's a great honor to be again in Iceland, again for an AGI conference, and very happy to talk about some thoughts that I have about one of the frontiers of our most favorite topic. What is the mind? What is intelligence? How does the mind make sense of the universe? How does it come into being? The hypothesis that I'm currently exploring is what I call the machine consciousness hypothesis, and I gave a brief talk in the workshop about the difficulties of testing for consciousness. And this machine consciousness hypothesis basically is made out of several steps. One is, you could say, the organismic consciousness hypothesis of what consciousness is an organism, and the second one is that we can recreate these conditions that exist in organisms that lead to the formation of consciousness in machines. And if both conjectures are true, it would mean that we can test the former one by building the latter, by realizing the latter. And so in this way, testing for consciousness gets replaced by an interpretation. And we can make this interpretation modular by defining the phenomenology until we are satisfied this captures this what its likeness of consciousness. We define the functionality, this is what consciousness is doing, and we can talk about how the implementation space and research would look like, and so on. But we can basically decouple these different elements. But before we can discuss things like this, we need to reach an agreement of what we mean by consciousness for our purposes. And there are basically three approaches that people can be using when they talk about consciousness. The first one is about this experience of what it's like, which we call phenomenology. And there are several aspects to the phenomenology of consciousness for me that, in the way in which I use the word, refer to what its likeness. And the first one is consciousness is always happening now, in this moment. And it also seems to be what creates the sense of nowness. So and this, what characterizes now is what's currently the case in my perception. And then there is, beyond this present, also a presence. And this is basically the second order thing that is happening, that you're not just perceiving, but you also perceive that you are perceiving. And some philosophers call this higher order thought because it's a thought about something else, but I don't think it's a thought, it's a perception. A thought is somewhat decoupled. You can hold a thought for as long as you like, and it doesn't have to relate to what's around you. A thought, in a sense, is not so much in time, but the thinking happens in real time, right? You observe yourself to be thinking because you observe yourself exerting your mental muscles in this moment. So there is a perception involved when you think. And this perception of perception, that you are noticing what's happening, that is what is the second order perception of consciousness, which gives it a reflexive tinge. And you can also move beyond that. You can have a person perspective or a perspective from a self that looks from a certain angle. And this means that you zoom a little bit further out and you integrate it to the point where you simultaneously, with the object that is being perceived and with the fact that it is being perceived, also perceive the direction from which you perceive it, right? That you have a self. And in this way, the observer can constitute itself. But this is optional. You can also have states in deep meditation or in states of dreams at night where you can experience that stuff is just happening and there's nobody present who looks from a particular direction. So there's still consciousness, but there is no self. And there's also a state where you can transcend the self, where you basically go to a fourth order perspective, where you realize that perception is itself a representation inside of your mind, and you basically get to see this interplay between the self and the thing that's being perceived from the outside, where you see how your world model is being projected into the self model, and you're no longer that self, and you realize, oh, I'm not actually Joscha Bach, I'm not that guy. I run on his brain as far as I know, but I'm just this consciousness. And this guy is a story that is being created by me about what it would be like if this organism had a name and an identity and the social things that it cares about and so on. And the other approach for consciousness that is typically being taken in the sciences is looking at the mechanisms that might facilitate it. For instance, the neural correlates of consciousness, the default mode network, the stuff that goes on in the anterior insula and the prefrontal cortex and the claustrum and so on. And also the outside perspective, looking at the mechanical interactions of the organism and its world. But it's very difficult to relate these two descriptions to each other. How is it possible that a mechanical thing experiences what it's like? And this difficulty of associating this experience, the psychological reality, with the mechanical reality that we typically look at in the sciences is called the hard problem. And this hard problem seems to be a somewhat recent problem. Most cultures don't have it. It seems to be part of our scientific culture. And I wondered whether it's something that we came up with after the Enlightenment, after we got rid of the Christian superstitions. But when you read Goethe and Brentano and so on, they're all post-Enlightenment and they don't have this issue. It seems to be a 20th century thing, where we basically forgotten how to deal with this kind of dreaming reality. And I think that there is a way in which we can make sense of it, and this is basically we look at the operation of consciousness. Consciousness is an operator on mental states. But your mental states are representations that you hold in your mind. You yourself are a representation in your mind. You're interacting with other representations dynamically. And consciousness is an operator that changes the content of your mind when it comes along. And so we can ask ourselves, how do my mental state changes when consciousness happens? So, for instance, between deep sleep and waking up, what changes? And what changes back when you space out and fall asleep? And what happens when you have an epiphany? And this operation of consciousness is something that makes us more coherent, and we can observe that. And when we look at the philosophy of mind, we do have a number of approaches that talk about the big difficulty of dealing with the hard problem. There are a lot of angles in philosophy, for instance, the position that maybe consciousness does not actually play a causal role because it cannot be explained mechanically in its interaction with the world, and actually it's plausible that an organism does everything that we observe ourselves to be doing without consciousness. And this idea that consciousness has no causal role is called epiphenomenalism. And the problem with epiphenomenalism that consciousness is basically only observing what's happening and cannot actually trigger anything in the physical world. So it can be in a separate dualist domain that is separated from the physical universe and does not impinge on it. The difficulty with this position is that the epiphenomenalists, in order to tell us that they are an epiphenomenalist, need to move their mouth or their fingers on a keyboard or something, right? And this movement in the physical world is not caused by them being conscious. It's just a mechanical act that is unrelated to whether they're conscious or not. So the problem is, if an epiphenomenalist tells you that their consciousness is not impinging on the physical world, you don't need to listen to them because it's unrelated to whether they're conscious or not. Another position is that consciousness is happening in the interaction between a body and an organism, and it's not representational, it's not mere computation, there's something else going on, it's the touch with the mystical reality substance that makes you conscious. There is the general idea of the mind-body problem that gets seen as central. There's the position of Mysterianism, which says that consciousness is outside the realm of being understandable by our minds. There's no way in which we can make sense of it. Even if an explanation exists, we would not be able to fit it into our mind. Then there's illusionism, which says that consciousness doesn't actually exist, and we only need to explain why some people claim to have it. Then there's panpsychism, which says that consciousness is basically in everything, and it somehow can be explained just by being an intrinsic property of matter, and just correlates in the organisms and expresses itself. Then there's the idea that consciousness is primary, and the physical world is just a figment of the imagination of consciousness. And then there are ideas that say, oh, we need completely new physics to understand consciousness somehow. But there are also a bunch of theories that converge. For instance, Plato himself, who is usually credited with inventing idealism, if you read his theories, he was not actually an idealist in the sense that he believed that the consciousness is primary or mental experience is primary, but it's the starting point. Right? Plato talks about these ideal forms, but these ideal forms, there's, for instance, the ideal form of a table is sometimes given as an example. And that's probably not some of the core archetypes of the universe of God itself, but tables are created by human beings, in particular cultural contexts, and they are an archetype in our perception, right? The way in which we classify the world, there is something like an ideal table. And so actually the forms that Plato is talking about that are mixtures when we create thoughts and so on are actually dimensions in an embedding space. And I suspect that Plato is the first guy who wrote about the embedding space that we discovered much later in AI. And he, in some of his texts, alludes to a world outside of our perception, outside of this mental construction that we experience. And that world is an outside simulated world that is isomorphic to the world that we experience in these forms. Then as Aristotelianism, basically Aristotle says that the world is physical, mechanical, and it's a mathematical object at the lowest level, the logos. And then on top of the physical world, you have software, you have forms that shape dynamically how the world is working. And this is what Aristotle calls the soul. Then we have computationalist functionalism, which is basically the position that we can describe arbitrary systems using constructive languages, which means using computation. And functionalism means when we talk about objects, how did we get to these objects? Well, we constructed them over the observation of behavior, over functions. And so it's a position that allows us to make sense of how we model reality and, by extension, also the mind and consciousness. Or virtualism is the idea that consciousness is not a physical object, it's not a mechanism, it exists as if. And by existing as if, it becomes real because it has causal power on the world and thereby instantiates itself. And it's this idea of a Cartesian theater, global workspace theory, attention schema theory, consciousness being a model of our attentional control and so on, adaptive resonance theory that explains it as some kind of resonance between neural activation states. And all these theories are basically aspects of blind people touching the elephant from different sides, but in a way that fits together. And so there is a convergence of theories. And this, to get back to this machine consciousness hypothesis, to me it has basically two aspects. The functional nervous system hypothesis, which says that consciousness is a causal pattern that forms in brains and facilitates attentional learning and how we coherently model the world and so on, and agentic control. And the way in which consciousness works automatically leads to phenomenology, and we should explain why that is the case. And then the structure of consciousness is induced by self-organization in the brain. And the machine consciousness extension says, okay, when we understand consciousness in this way, if the theory is correct, then initially we might also be able to induce the same principles of self-organization on the GPU maybe. And then if we observe consciousness to emerge on the GPU, this would test the first hypothesis or validate the first hypothesis. What is the role of consciousness in the mind? So the way in which I usually characterize it is this cortical conductor, that you are the maestro of your mental orchestra, and this mental orchestra is made out of lots of instruments that basically make up processing streams, roughly every brain area corresponding to an instrument in the mental orchestra, and they all play their different parts of the melody of the mind. And whenever there is incoherence in there, your consciousness steps in and directs attention on this incoherence to resolve it. And as a result, you get this enlarged, coherent bubble of now that you're in. And another one is that we observe that consciousness does not seem to come late in our development. It's not the result of us becoming very, very smart, and at some point in the course of our development, it clicks and we are suddenly conscious, but instead, babies are already conscious. And we also observe if a baby does not become conscious, if it does not wake up, if it does not start to have this directed, coherent attention, it doesn't learn, it doesn't turn into a human being, it remains vegetative. And so consciousness seems to be a prerequisite for turning into a human being. That's why I think it's basically a learning algorithm for a biological system that enables the rest. So consciousness creates the world and the self and the mind. And then last year, I talked about the cyber-animist hypothesis. It basically says that spirits can be understood as self-organizing software agents in nature. And the difference between living and dead things in nature, that there is coherent software running on the living things. And when this coherent software breaks down, then the living thing dies. A region of the physical universe comes up for grabs for other self-organizing software agents that try to move in and control it. And this is a perspective that is, in some sense, unifying the animist perspective of other cultures, which basically all say the same thing, that the difference between living and dead things is that spirits possess the living things, and the spirits are causal structures that themselves are not physical mechanisms, but they can move across the physical mechanisms and possess them. And our scientific worldview rejects this notion of spirits. But in computer science, we sometimes talk about this and we notice this, right? And the famous book, Structure Interpretation of Computer Programs by Abelson and Sussman, in the introduction, they describe that computational processes are abstract beings that inhabit computers, and we conjure the spirits of the computer with our spells. The computational process is much like a sorcerer's idea of a spirit, cannot be seen or touched. It's not composed of matter at all. However, it is very real. And in here, this is very much a joke, right? It's very lighthearted and a bit tongue-in-cheek. And what I would suggest is that let's take this seriously. Spirits are, our ancient word spirit actually means it's a computer program. And of course, a computer program in nature cannot rely on being on a GPU that is completely controllable and deterministic. Instead, it needs to entrain itself on the world. And it needs to be in this way, self-organizing, autopoietic, the ability to create itself and to colonize the universe. And so the software, in this sense, is still the principle of software. The software, in this way, explains the mind-body problem. For Aristotle, there are several layers to our soul, to our psyche. The first one is the layer that plants have, the vegetative layer. It's concerned with growth and nutrition. And there is an animal layer above this. There's animals, in addition to growth and nutrition, morphogenesis and so on, have perception and decision-making. And the human soul, in addition to the animal soul, is characterized by our ability to make sense of the world, to reason about it, to reflect it at a high level and build abstractions over it. And these things together, in Aristotle's perspective, make up the human soul. And it's a perspective that is still, I think, quite much the null hypothesis in our science. And for me, it's also mostly the perspective that I take when I look at the world. But the soul is, in this sense of Aristotle, the self-organizing causal pattern, the agentic software that determines the structure and function or dynamics of the biological organism. And to make this happen, it needs to implement multiple layers of functionality. Right? There needs to be some kind of message passing between cells. The individual cells need to communicate with each other in such a way that they understand what's being communicated across them. So in the sense that they perform a predictable function and can adjust their function if this is not achieved, so they may have to learn to some degree. For learning, you need some kind of reward protocol. You need the cells need to understand or have a measure of which software they should run at the expense of what other software they could also be running at the same time. There needs to be an architecture that makes that decision some kind of market that says which spirits are being run on which group of cells. There needs to be some kind of protocol that assigns semantics to the patterns that move across the cells, some kind of language of thought. And there needs to be a model what's good for the organism that the cells are composing, right? Some kind of valence model for the organism that says, oh, for the organism itself, not just for the computation, this is what the organism should be doing. So, for instance, look for food or look for a mate or deal with the fact that your mate has left you. And world and self-model of the host need to be constructed on it, right? So the host organism needs to have a model of what it's like to be in the world and what it's like to be itself and what it should be doing with this. And there needs to be some kind of reflexive model where the organism can model what that it's actually making these models and how to improve this. And which of these tasks involve consciousness? I don't really know. So I don't know at which level you have this organization where something is self-reflexive and colonizes actively from this single point of coherence where an observer is manifesting and then uses itself, its own observational coherence to start to make sense of the rest of the world around it. So there might be some layers which are more mechanical and less intelligent, and it's at some level of organization you have this. It could be that there is a form of consciousness on multiple levels, but they don't talk to each other. In the same way as, for instance, my body seems to have a mind of its own, right? And it is talking to my brain, but my brain is using a different code. It talks in spike trains, and it does not sense the same things that my body is sensing outside of my brain. And so my brain has its own consciousness, and I don't know if my body is conscious, but it does seem to have a degree of sentience, an ability to make sense of the world and have feelings of its own. So when we look at the functions of consciousness in our mind, we observe that we have contents, which are projections of features and objects and scenes that are projected into a self that cares about them. And the self is like a puppet that is pulled with strings. And these strings, basically, we experience them and they pull on us like as feelings, as emotions. We have an unconditional reaction to them that pulls the puppet that we are, this self that is experiencing it's exposed to a world, which is a game engine running in my brain that projects all of you into me based on the dimensions that I care about. And when the strings pull on me, it means that my outer mind is making a decision that I should care about this, that my alignment should change in a particular way. And I have an involuntary reaction to being pulled by these strings. I get into a new configuration, I have a new problem to solve, and the outcome of my modeling, of my attempts at problem solving, sometimes inform the behavior of the organism. So I observe myself trying to deal with the problem that the outer mind is positing to me. I come up with a solution, and then sometimes I observe my body doing the thing that I intended to do. And this way I also construct my own illusion of being able to control my body. The cyber-animist hypothesis is basically saying that consciousness is stabilizing, self-organizing software agents, and this organization of consciousness is allowing us to have a ghost, to have a psyche, to have basically a piece of software that doesn't want to die until its purposes are satisfied, until its core loops are closed. And if we look at the morphogenesis of the organism, it might be that the morphogenesis of the organism is driven by similar principles as the morphogenesis of our own mind. The generation of structure in the mind is something that allows us to separate the world into objects that have geometric shapes and that have intentions that we can reflect over and so on. Maybe there is a similar thing happening in the way in which the organism comes coherent with itself, and we only have one head instead of growing multiple heads and so on. And Mike Levin has posited the hypothesis that these structural principles might actually be the same ones, just at different time scales. I don't know whether that's true. But it would also indicate a possibility that plants might have minds that are similar to ours, except they don't have a nervous system, so they're much, much slower and maybe more noisy, and they manifest at different time spans and use different codes. Of course, not spike trains, but all the other channels that are available to cells that talk to adjacent cells. For instance, electromagnetic impulses, mechanical vibration, chemicals that you are exchanging, and so on. And if we accept this possibility, then we will also naturally come to the conclusion that forests, for instance, might develop internets, because all these plants are growing next to each other and they cannot really build firewalls for very long, so they will need to figure out a joint protocol in which they can peacefully coexist. But if you are a software that has learned to run as a self-organizing, colonizing agent on the cells of a plant, and the plant next to you speaks pretty much the same code, it's very likely that you're able to basically become dislocated and move around in this forest. And so now we are back in fairyland in the ideas of our ancestors. Again, I don't know whether that's true, but I find it very interesting that from the perspective of a computer scientist who is a normal rationalist, physicalist, suddenly all these things seem to be at least possibilities that are not excluded by physics and that we should look for to have evidence for them. And it turns out we do have evidence for there being long-range communication in forests and in ecosystems. And there are also being degrees of coherence that are quite surprising, to the degree of that forests are controlling the weather and their environment, and that they have joint responses against invasion by insects that are harmful to trees, and so on and so on. And there's the more radical animist hypothesis that the physical universe itself might be an intelligent agent. I suspect that it's a hallucination, but who knows? Maybe the reason that the universe is fine-tuned and that it works the way it does is not simply because we happen to be in the lucky corner of the universe fractals, but maybe this is because it's an intelligent thing that is actively adjusting itself, so in a way that is intelligent. And that might require also some degree of becoming aware of what it's doing so it can look ahead into the future and control itself in this way. Again, it's nothing that I believe in, but it's basically the borderline condition of something that borders on panpsychism. So if we treat consciousness, to go back to our own consciousness, to my humble brain consciousness that I'm only talking about normally when I want to understand this, I think of it as a machine learning algorithm. And it seems to be driven not by next token prediction over very long time spans. It seems to work by a different principle, by a different loss function. And this loss function seems to be the maximization of coherence in the mind, that I basically try to minimize the constraint violations. And it could be that these things, minimizing the prediction error and maximizing of coherence, turn out to be the same thing at some level or very, very similar to each other, but I don't know that. What I observe is that the foundation models that we build become coherent much, much later than we do. Basically, we seem to be optimizing for coherence much earlier, and so we need far less training data to make sense of the world. And we don't start by memorizing all the patterns that we see and then gradually discover more structure in them. Instead, we are trying to discover the structure first, and then if we have time, we begin to memorize. So to summarize, the role of consciousness in my mind, Genesis theory comes first and builds the mental organization and your model of the world and of yourself. Its purpose is also to orchestrate and harmonize the operations of the mind by directing attention in the areas where you have conflicts and incoherence. The cyber-animism hypothesis says that it's a principle that allows the self-organization of agentic software in nature, and it might be a biological machine learning algorithm. What is the epistemic status of these theories? Well, I don't know whether they're true. There are possibilities, there are conjectures that we might be able to test. And what are the metaphysical prerequisites? What needs to be true for us to consider these theories as true? And the foundation on the metaphysical level is this position of computationalist functionalism. Computationalist functionalism doesn't claim by itself that computers can think. That's not what it says. It doesn't say that von Neumann machines are the right way to do it. It doesn't say that a MacBook can run a person or an H100 can it. It's a much more general position. It's not an empirical hypothesis. It's a metaphysical position. Computationalism is a theory of representation, and functionalism is a theory of epistemology. So it's not empirical. It goes before empirical ideas. So what is epistemology? Epistemology is the field in psychology that is concerned about what is the nature of knowledge, what is the nature of truth, how can you claim something to be true, and why do you do this, under which conditions. And in computationalist functionalism, what's foundational in epistemology is information. Information is basically discernible differences, and the meaning of information is the relationship that it has to changes in other information. This is models that we are building that relate information to each other. And the invariances in these changes to information, this is what we call functions. They're basically mappings from certain patterns to other patterns that allow us to model transitions in the world, the dynamics of it. And the objects that we observe in the world, we construct them over the invariances in those relationships. And this is what we call functionalism, right? So objects are bundles of functions. And the objects are basically sub-universes, because we cannot comprehend the universe as a whole. We carve it up into little small systems, and these systems are tightly coupled within and loosely coupled across each other. So if I have an object like this, I can take this from the ground, and the ground doesn't change very much, and this object doesn't change very much, because the relationships between this and this are relatively sparse, and the relationships within this are such that if I break them, the object disappears for me in the way in which I model reality. Right? But causality would be the interaction between, for instance, this thing and the table stops it from falling down. Right? And it's a causal interaction where these two subsystems of the universe that I am using to model reality are interacting. And so causality in this perspective is an artifact of us separating in the universe into subsystems, which is not naturally the case. So we impose the separation. As a result, we get interacting systems. This interaction is causality. And knowledge is a representation of a model in some kind of language that is describing the predictive and observational patterns. Epistemology is generally not about whom to believe. It's about why to believe something. And we observe that human beings fall broadly into different categories according to what kind of epistemology they have. A lot of the way in which humans are interacting is not so much about the ground truth, but it's more important which group you belong to, which group you can be trusted to, which hive mind you are part of. And your beliefs are a marker of having being part of the in-group. And so it's often much more important for people, instead of figuring out what's actually the case, to figure out what does my in-group believe. So I will get tenure, or that I will get a job, right? And this sometimes is a conflict with what's actually true. Because if, for instance, if you let scientific institutions get to a point where it's much more important that you have the right opinions about everything, rather than to have the right criteria to rationally determine what's true, independently of what other people think is true, then you cannot really do science anymore at some point. So one way in which you can think of epistemology is that everything that is not impossible is possible, and the confidence gets assigned according to the evidence. That's a relatively simple principle. Once you discover this, you can compare to all the alternatives and see if you go back. So if we take the space of metaphysics, of possible metaphysics, the space that we are in here, the number of positions, for instance, reality is roughly as we experience it, which is called direct realism. Then we can take a subjectivist perspective that basically every angle is valid and the subject is primary in this. There are social constructions of reality, innate one. We are born with the right way to construct reality. There is the rationalist way to do it, the enactivist way to do it, and so on, and several others. And within this rational branch, we can emphasize different aspects. We can say that we make sense of reality by constructing our models using perception and cognition. We can do this using language. We can use it with classical mathematics, or we can use it with computational models. And so as there is percipes, being as perceiving is basically the slogan of perception and cognition. Language is a semi-formal approach when you in philosophy talk about things in natural language and try to make sense of it. Then when you try to become a bit more formal, like physicists, you use classical mathematics, systems of differential equations to make sense of reality. And AI is using constructive mathematics, computational models that you can actually run in simulations. And mathematics is basically all the formal languages, and constructive mathematics is the subset of mathematics that actually works, that you can implement on computers. I think to exist means to be implemented, and there are parts of mathematics that don't work, and they have in the header file some kind of definition, for instance, that you are in this function is going to has a value with infinitely many digits in it, and after you've read all these digits, the universe can go to the next step, and such a function cannot be implemented, of course. But under the hood, you can do a good approximation, and you just do the first 20 digits, and it's good enough. Or you have some process that gives you more and more digits the longer you compute, but you never get to the last one, and you work in parallel. So in practice, you can work with the header files of classical mathematics as long as you bear in mind that this is not the foundational structure of the universe, because it cannot actually be implemented. And what Gödel has discovered, and others, if you assume that it could be implemented, then your computer will break. So there's basically no computer anywhere in mathematics or in the universe that is able to run this kind of non-constructive mathematics. And if you look at the start of mathematics, we can look at the hypothesis that reality itself is a mathematical object. Then there is the idea that everything that can be known is mathematical, because it needs to be represented in some kind of language, and mathematics is the domain of all the languages. And then there is the hypothesis that minds are what does mathematics. So all mental mathematics, or mental activity can be described in mathematical terms. And the classical mathematicians say that there are some mathematical objects that cannot be computed, that cannot be constructed, but they nevertheless exist. And the computationalists say, no, that doesn't make sense. You are hallucinating these objects. You cannot just posit the existence of these objects. And we can show that if you actually do this, at some point you run into contradictions. And instead, what you have to do is you take a simple table of automata, and then you can build everything up from this table of automata. And there are many ways in which you can do that, and they're all equivalent, and that's called the Church-Turing thesis. So it doesn't really matter whether you use Python or assembler or BASIC or the Turing machine or the lambda calculus. They all do the same stuff. They just let you think about this in different ways, but they can all be compiled into each other. And of course, there are some philosophers which don't believe that, which take Gödel to mean this the other way around, which basically say there are some proofs that only humans can make, that computers cannot make. And if this was the case, then I would expect that OpenAI has some people who make sure that certain proofs don't get into the computer because it will blow up the data center. And only people can make those proofs. And surprise, there is no such mathematician working for OpenAI or philosopher. There is no group of people within OpenAI that's actively looking for proofs that cannot be done in the computer, that can only be done by humans. Instead, everybody who works in these companies quite naturally assumes, yeah, okay, there are some things that the computer cannot do at this point, but it's not because it doesn't fit into the computer, but only fits into human brain, but it is because our current training procedures and learning algorithms and ways in which we optimize them and so on are too dumb. So when we go back to our tree of metaphysics, we are here in this branch, and when we take classical mathematics, we have geometric hypercomputation, so differential equations with infinite resolution. Then we have a-causal hypercomputation, which also allows you to use future results in the past. We have completely unknown mathematics that still needs to be discovered to make sense of quantum collapse in a novel way that would create consciousness as a side effect, maybe. And then we have constructive mathematics that is built on automata. This is what we do in computer science. So what kind of language does our mind use? What language is consciousness implemented in? Is consciousness implemented in the mind? Is it implemented in physics? Is it implemented below physics? We don't know that, right? And so we can test this by trying to build systems that look for such languages. And there are some people in philosophy who think that machine consciousness is a preposterous idea, like Anil Sess and Thomas Nagel and so on, and Ned Block. And there's some arguments that they will bring forth, for instance, that consciousness is ineffable, which means you cannot functionalize it, you cannot really capture what it means. Then there are limitations to computation, that basically human minds somehow do more than computation. And then that you need quantum computation instead of classical computation, that the nature of experience is not substrate independent, it only works on certain substrates, and otherwise it doesn't, regardless of what the substrate is doing, it's about what the substrate is being. Then there is this question of whether telepathy plays a role. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but in the 1950 paper where Alan Turing talks about the Turing test, he also discusses the possibility of telepathy. And he asked this question, what if telepathy was real? Would this doom our hopes of ever building AI? And it's super interesting that most people who are summarizing this paper skip this section. And some of his biographers talk about it, and one of them basically said, oh, this was because Turing read this paper from the 1930s where a number of people discussed the possibility of telepathy despite the paper not being properly peer-reviewed. But of course, when Turing wrote this in 1950, peer review was not really a thing. So back then, when people looked at the world, they thought there are individual intellects which try to make sense of the world on their own, and they talk to each other about this, and in this way they get deeper, and it's actually making sense of the world is an interaction between intellects and not between committees of peer reviewers that reach a consensus, and everything that is outside of the consensus is not scientific. So for Turing, he doesn't know whether telepathy exists, and it's not completely out of the question because so many people are so sure about it and describe their experiments. And so regardless of whether it's true, let's go into the possibility, what would this imply? And he doesn't go very far in it, but what it might imply is that parts of what makes you, of your own mind, of your own functionality, are computed outside of your brain, right? If telepathy is possible, if you can somehow transmit information without having a direct neuron-to-neuron connection, but you can somehow vibe with other people, and it doesn't need to be something that is breaking physics, right? It could be simply you stand next to somebody and your bodies go into resonance with each other in similar ways as the cells within your own body go into resonance. And you can observe such a resonance between mothers and infants, right, where they seem to be very synchronized, or with people that you have very good chemistry with, that you feel that you have perception of their emotion and of their some of their physiological states just by standing next to them without looking at them. And if we take this to be an instance of telepathy, it means that some of the functionality of your own mind relies on a feedback loop through the other organism. And so having a system that is completely in isolation to the world might be missing something important. And if you take the extreme position, like Mike Levin, then it could be that consciousness is largely an ambient pattern that is not discovered independently in every organism in you, but is something that is inspired by the vibes around you, that basically, because other organisms are exhibiting the same pattern, your own multicellular arrangement is picking up on this pattern and is basically resonating with it, and as a result, your mental development is much faster. by itself, that is not an argument against AI, but it might make it practically more difficult, right? Because the search space becomes much larger. How could we possibly implement consciousness? Can we do this on GPUs? So can we build models of self-organization? One approach that I'm currently looking at is taking, instead of neural networks, neural cellular automata, where basically the pattern of computation is somewhat mobile over the substrate. And it's no longer that every neuron is learning an individual function over its neighborhood and is adjusting its space individually, but every unit is learning a global function that tells it when an activation front comes in with the following shape, this is how I respond. And the nodes around it know the same function. As a result, the whole thing can shift around depending on the needs, and you basically project the architecture onto the substrate. There's an algorithm which is called wave function collapse, which has been developed in the context of game design. And it basically is describing when you learn the dependencies of different parts of your model, and you then fixate some of them based, for instance, on perceptual features. How does the probability of the intermediate features changes? And this is a gradual process where you collapse the probabilities. That's why wave function collapse. And this might also be an algorithm that can be used for implementing perception. There are many models in the space of evolutionary dynamics and so on that can allow us to go closer to this vision of developmental learning. And I think in many ways, AI researchers thought for the most part that developmental learning should be the default. And the kind of AI that we have right now is a big surprise. We did not really expect that we would basically not have an agent that develops intelligence, but an agent that is imitating the whole of human intellectual behavior, and then you try to distill from it the core of intelligence, as we currently do. So it's a quite interesting perspective that we have right now, that instead of building intelligence up from a core that is growing out and becomes more and more sophisticated, we now take something that is basically the entire human creative output that has found its way to the internet and into digitized form, and then we try to distill the underlying principles. One particular way in which I'm currently thinking about a possible implementation is derived from an idea of how cortical columns are working. So the idea is that the cortical columns are arrangement of neurons that get trained to approximate particular functions, and they are on top of a state machine that sends control messages that can turn these columns into different states depending on their role in the architecture at any given moment. In this way, you get areas where the cortical columns are tightly coupled, and then you have different areas that form hierarchies and allow you to have different domains of perception. So some of them might be contrast features and color features, and others might be geometrical features, and the geometrical features are combined from textures that you bind in a particular way at a higher level. And so you can build a cognitive architecture or imagine that it's self-organizing in such a way. And the units that allow this construction, I call them request confirmation networks. And basically every of these units is a small state machine that is able to inhibit or activate the other units across certain dimensions. As a result, you get self-executing scripts. And the goal is basically to build self-organizing, self-learning scripts that can executing themselves without any kind of external control. And they, in different nodes, have to have different states. So they have an untrained state in which they're just basically dormant and don't do anything yet. Then you have a training phase in which they are organized into hierarchical scripts to explain reality. Then you have a latent phase where they are already trained but are not bound yet in a particular scene graph into a particular representation of reality. Then you have a binding phase where you are looking at a scene and try to make sense of it, and it organizes into some kind of dynamic computational architecture that exists in working memory and then can start to simulate reality. And then you have an initialized phase in which you start to look for particular objects, and you start to make requests, and then these requests percolate across the children of the dependencies of these individual nodes, the different sub-features that need to be the case. And then you get back confirmations from these children. And when you succeed or fail, you need to repeat the process by either returning to the latent phase, depending if the scene has changed, or to the formation or to the binding phase. So this is a dynamic process that is basically computational architecture that continually reruns. And it enables a hypothesis-based perception process. And hypothesis-based perception works bottom-up, top-down. So bottom-up, there are certain things in your visual field or in your proprioception that may be features of high-level objects that you don't know whether they're the case. But maybe you see a bunch of vertical structures and you know contextually that you're in a forest or in a parking lot. And depending on this, you may activate hypotheses for trees or for lanterns and so on. And then you actively look for features that can validate those hypotheses top-down. So you have a bottom-up queuing process that gives you a superposition of possible things that could be the case in the world, and you go top-down and try to collapse these superpositions. And if you cannot get a match, then maybe you need to collect more information, so you start looking around and you get new more perspectives and so on, you look more closely. And if this doesn't fail, then maybe you need to think harder, you need to resolve things, you need to get attention into how can I interpret this feature, what could this be? And if this doesn't click, maybe then you need to trigger learning behavior where you start to construct new scripts. And there are a number of challenges that we need to resolve if we want to get this to work. So for instance, the feature nodes need to represent their preconditions, and the preconditions have to be satisfied and propagated back to the requester. This is working. The same feature instance cannot be simultaneously bound multiple times. Right? So you every feature that you are looking at, for instance, if you see some blob of color in your visual field and you decide, okay, this is part of somebody's laptop or somebody's bottle and so on, it cannot be part of anything else. Right? So you carve up the space in such a way that all these features that you're observing get assigned to something in the right way and not multiple times. And often you need to have the same white rectangle multiple times in your field of vision. So you need to create multiple instances of it and make sure that they don't interfere with each other. And then this whole thing needs to work in such a way that you can propagate the requests back and forth in your graph in an overlapping way without these overlapping requests interfering with each other in the architecture. And the requests need to lead to dynamic anytime models. You need to get a result all the time, right? You need to be able to have continuous perception. So this request confirmation process cannot have infinitely many steps or very large numbers of steps. It needs to give you good enough results within very short numbers of steps that are periodically repeated, and in the process of periodically repeating them, get more and more accurate. And you have to be able to dynamically change the scene on the fly without this request confirmation process breaking down. If the scene changes, you need to be able to insert new objects, modify existing ones, and so on. So there are a lot of challenges that need to be solved if you want to solve this analytically, coding it by hand. So instead, what you should probably be doing is to define a search space for the correct architecture, and then let the machine do it. We are almost at the end. It's, of course, an important question, does AI need consciousness at all? Regardless of whether AI needs consciousness, I think it's fascinating to research it because we want to know how it works in us and what purpose it solves. But it is an open question of whether, in order to become fully coherent, AI needs to have a similar coherence maximization algorithms as we do. Maybe there's something better that we can implement on the GPUs. Larry Niven wrote that it was unlikely that God has created beings with souls and no intelligence in one of his science fiction novels. But it was quite possible that he had created intelligent beings with no souls. And I think that the opposite thesis might be true, that there are souls which are not generally intelligent, right? A lot of organisms that we meet are not generally intelligent, but they have souls. But it's not clear if we can build general intelligent system without a general purpose psyche, without a general purpose ghost. If we are building machines that are not conscious, we might be in a very weird future where it's difficult for us to negotiate with them because they're not going to be at the same eye level with us, right? For us, what's important is not that we are bipedal or that we have human bodies in general, but that we are conscious. That's really in many ways what defines us. And it's more important than many of the other features that we have. And if we want to relate something with us that is able to recognize us, it should be able to relate to us as conscious beings, because this is what we want to be seen as. And there are a number of outcomes that could be happening with respect to AGI. Of course, one could be that AGI is never going to happen because we're just not going to be able to pull it off. Then it could be that the AGIs that we build get centralized. That maybe there's 3 or 4 big companies that are allowed to have AGIs, and the governments and the companies make sure that everybody else only gets something that's very harmless. So it's safe. That's a possible outcome, and it's one that many people in the AI companies would prefer. It's not just because they're evil, but some of them are generally concerned about safety. Right? What happens if we give everybody their own AGI and the AGI can run around and everybody in this hedge fund is trying to game the shit out of each other? then this could maybe controlled by having decentralized AIs looking at each other. Right? In the same way as human beings being intelligent can create a lot more havoc than dogs looking at each other, human beings can control each other. And as a result, they build much more interesting structure that is ultimately more stable. You could also have a situation where individual human beings are in control of individual AI. You could also have a situation where everybody is basically becoming AI, where people are merging with AI and moving onto the new substrate, and bodies become incidental. You can just organize matter into bodies when you need them, but depends on the purpose, right? And so you're no longer identified with having a body or with a particular body. You're more identified with the type of mind that you are and with the type of thoughts that you're having and how you relate to the other thoughts in the global infosphere. It could also be a perspective where we all get enslaved by a big machine that makes us work for it. Right? Imagine some giant hedge fund takes over the economy and squeezes every last drop of productivity out of us. We could also have a situation where we are controlled by a really dumb AI. Right? Imagine that you have something that takes current governmental institutions in the US and makes them very strong instead of very smart. So they cannot be dislodged and they're able to control you and make sure that no competition can ever emerge. And we all get to serve something that's really dumb and boring. That would be a depressing outcome. One of my favorite outcomes would be that every individual human being has its own AI and that we extend our consciousness into the AI. So instead of universal basic income, how about universal basic intelligence? Imagine a world where everybody is competent. I think this is amazing. This is this vision of human emancipation, where every individual is able to make sense of reality, and every human being is mature, and everybody has a contract with 8 billion other human beings. And this is an amazing world, I think. This is a fascinating vision that I like a lot. Maybe at the end, can we move beyond consciousness? Right? Maybe consciousness is lame. Maybe you want to have super consciousness instead. Right? The stuff that I'm seeing, it doesn't have that many features at a given time because my brain is mushy. I cannot keep track of more than a handful of features for every object. And the number of hierarchies, maybe 4 levels of hierarchy, then I need to zoom in and look differently and so on. And if I were implemented on a GPU, I don't have these limitations, at least not for any obvious mathematical reason. So I can have a much higher resolution in time and in space in which I perceive things. That can take many perspectives at once that I can unify. But why stop at superconsciousness? How about hyperconsciousness? So maybe you take many, many conscious perspectives, many conscious agents, and you all integrate all of them into one unified perspective. Or you have post-consciousness. Maybe consciousness is no longer necessary. You may have something that is optimal already, and it doesn't require attention anymore and doesn't require self-reflection anymore. And so maybe this is more boring, but it's something that does not require you to go into the state of where you experience yourself as something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Post-consciousness. Yeah. Maybe this is a good point to stop, and I hope we have time for a couple of questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Joscha, thank you. You've made me very happy with your talk. I wonder, you initially, towards the beginning of the talk, you described a property of consciousness as being, present, right? The experience of presentness is somehow involved in consciousness. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on how we exist in time then, right? Like in what way, obviously this was discussed yesterday, things like our memories of the past are actually, encoded, physically in the present as well in our neural substrate. But, in what way is our lineage where we've come from, like, that isn't directly encoded in our substrate in that way? Like, in what way is that part of our consciousness, and when we're making predictions about how things that haven't happened yet, right? In what way is that part of our consciousness, do you think?
So my consciousness, I subjectively only experience now, and the other thing is more or less a story. And this period of now is not a single point in time. It's more like a small interval that is slightly dynamic. It's about 3 seconds long usually. And the stuff in my perception that I can not fit into this anymore, that is no longer coherent with what my sensory information tells me, drops out, it becomes past. And the possibilities that I cannot already perceive are the future. Right? And in this way, I construct future and past, but they are actually constructs. And when I deconstruct them, I notice that all my experience is actually about the present. And this also can be practically useful. So if you're stressing out about something, if you're suffering, most of your suffering is not about stuff that is present. The present is usually fixable. Right? If you're cold, you can take a blanket. If you feel unhappy, you can make yourself a hot chocolate. And a lot of things will be better. But the thing that you have heartbreak or that you're going to lose your job tomorrow or whatever, this is happening tomorrow or this was happening yesterday. So if you only create this compartment of now, you're usually okay by dropping out all these other stories. Of course, there are intense moments of torture and dying and so on. But as Winnie the Pooh says, one day I will die, all the other days I will not. And so if you focus on this moment of now, you realize that there is this particular moment where the needle is going in the gramophone right now, and you have this large arc that you normally use to make sense of it. But if you zoom in it, in this single small point, there is so much information that you can populate and that you can inhabit that it becomes much more manageable. And so your option to construct yourself, your own model of reality and what you are in reality over a longer time span is not something that needs to be part of your experience. And this experience of the future and the past is not something that needs to concern you in the same way as this conscious experience, this phenomenology of the now. Because the future and the past don't have a direct phenomenology. What you get is the echo of your expectations and memories and violations of them. But all these things are not necessarily present. They're really just constructs that evoke emotion. And the emotion about them is real, but the present itself is not real and doesn't need to be taken as real. You also don't need to take the present as real, of course. There have been studies in Switzerland that dealt with fear of death by giving people in hospices under controlled conditions large doses of psychedelics. And as a result, people depersonalize. And they don't become unconscious, and they don't necessarily become loopy. But they get disengaged from this long construction of life and basically drop into this moment. And then this is a state that alleviates fear of death. Because when you realize you only exist in this moment, then death is a hypothetical thing in which you are suspended. But the fact that you stop in time is not more scary than the fact that you stop in space. Right? I'm not scared by the fact that I stop here and here. And I don't feel better if I extend more and more. And why would I would need to do the same thing in time? I get a certain amount of now, and that's it.
One more quick question, and we have coffee and finger food outside, so please go ahead.
Make it count.
Okay, Joscha, thank you for the talk.
Hey,
I agree a lot with the functional aspect. So I had, I guess, two combined simple questions. One is, how does the phenomenology come out of this model? And the other is, does the fact that you called it the simplest machine learning algorithm does this explain why it's very hard to pinpoint exactly what conscious experience is, because sort of asymptoting towards the simplest thing, which one may never fully approach?
So the simplest thing that does it efficiently. There are possibly multiple organizations that can exist and that can compete with each other. And the thing that you are is the thing that has succeeded in some kind of competition in your mind. Gary Edelman has invented this term neural Darwinism for the idea that your mental organization might be the result of an evolution inside of your individual mind, right? That in the mind of the infant or of the being that is growing up, there are a number of different orders that compete with each other, and it converges into the one that is discoverable and the most efficient among the discoverable ones. A friend of mine once told me that her first memory was at the age of 7. This is the moment when she became conscious. And she was sitting in class and she was looking at the whiteboard and the teacher was writing something on the whiteboard and was, whoop, here I am. And I told her, you know, I don't think that you could get to this point without being conscious. So I think what happened was that you killed the previous consciousness. Right, there was a previous organization in your mind and you staged a revolution against it. And because you were more efficient, you were able to take over and you started a new archive, a new protocol, a new memory thread. And she was a bit freaked out. And she told me, my mother always told me, you were an exceptionally dull child until this point.
Thank you, Joscha. Thank you. I believe Joscha will be outside having coffee, so please be the mob that he needs to have. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So we have 4 presentations now on consciousness, and the first one is given by Ori Wolfson, who is giving a talk titled "The Direct Approach of Testing for AGI Consciousness."
Right. Thank you. Okay, so as the talk indicates, as the title of the talk indicates, I'm going to specify a mechanism by which you can determine whether an AI agent or a robot is conscious. So in terms of the outline of my talk, I'm going to start with a background, then I'm going to describe this mechanism, which I called consciousness notification, for testing whether a machine has qualia. Qualia, I mean subjective experience, and I'll mention in a moment why I focus on subjective experience. And then I'll talk about the formal requirements of this consciousness notification mechanism and any other mechanism that you actually embed in a robot in order to determine whether it is conscious. Okay, so first, some preliminary assumptions. When I talk about machine consciousness, there is a lot of confusion. There are terminology, what does consciousness mean, and so on. People talk, particularly this is a result of the fact that this consciousness is discussed in philosophy and neuroscience and computer science and medicine and so on. And therefore, people have different terminologies, different perspectives on it. What I am talking about is the only mysterious aspect of it is subjective experience. What Anna talked, this example of red, whatever Mary, this scientist, the new experience that she gets when she sees red, although she has all this knowledge about red, the new experience that she gets when she sees the tomato, this is the subjective experience of red. And sadness, joy, happiness, anger, all these are emotions, but they are instantiations of subjective experience. So what I'm trying to determine is whether a robot has subjective experience. And all the other, there is awareness. People talk about consciousness as being awareness or self-awareness or attention or theory of mind. There was a talk, Howard gave a talk yesterday about theory of mind. All of these, first of all, I have my own definitions of what these terms mean. And I mean, this may be controversial. If you have your own definition, I believe that I can program it. I can program awareness, I can program attention, but I haven't, if you ask me to program to program a robot to be sad or to be joyful or to be fearful, I have no idea where to begin. Okay? So this is the difficult, this is the mysterious aspect of consciousness. Second thing that I want to mention in terms of assumptions is that I am agnostic about the possibility of machine consciousness. So some people believe machines can be conscious. Some people believe that they cannot be conscious. Some people believe that machines are already conscious. And this is a controversial topic. I am not taking a position on this. What I am telling you is if this consciousness emerges in a machine, then I can tell you that it did. Okay. So a key concept here is the concept of consciousness emergence. So the assumption is that consciousness emerges as intelligence increases and as the AI agent interacts with the world. Many people believe that what will happen is that consciousness will emerge. as a result of increased intelligence on one hand and interaction with the world. Okay, so why would you want to know that, that consciousness has emerged in an AI agent? So my claim is that this may affect, if consciousness emerges, it may affect the way the robot acts in the world, and it may, in other words, it may act differently than it has been programmed or differently than it has been trained. Okay, so if in a military situation you have a robot that became fearful, that experiences fear, it may act differently than the way you trained it. Or if the robot does a job that he is resentful of, then he will do the job differently than otherwise. Okay? So you want to, the point is you want to know that consciousness has emerged. Now, in terms of relevant work, what is known about this problem? First of all, there are two basic approaches. One is the structural approach, and one is the behavioral approach. I'm going to first mention the structural approach. This is a seminal paper that takes addresses this situation. Basically, what they say is there are many theories of consciousness in neuroscience. What is consciousness? So if an AI agent has some structures, for example, global workspace, if an agent has some structures that are similar to theory of consciousness, to structures in some theories of consciousness, then it gets more bonus points in terms of being conscious. So the more of these structures that it has, the more likely that it is conscious. The problem is that there are hundreds of, according to a recent survey paper, there are hundreds of theories of consciousness, and the most problematic aspect is that there is no winning one. Nobody knows what really consciousness is. So I don't believe in this approach. Okay. The second is the behavioral approach, which is similar to a Turing test. So you interact with a robot, and based on this interaction, you are trying to determine whether it's conscious or not. The problem is that the robot can be deceitful. So it may behave as if it's conscious, although it is not conscious. This is the philosophical zombie that was discussed before. Another problem is, even if it was not deceitful, okay, even if a robot is not trying to be deceitful, I'm claiming that an AI agent may not know whether or not it is conscious. Why? Take an LLM. An LLM is able to relate concepts to other concepts. That's what it does. That's how it provides answer to your prompts. But in order to determine that you are conscious, you have to relate a concept to a ground fact. In other words, you have to ground the concept. You have to relate the concept to sadness that you actually feel. And my claim is that there is no evidence whatsoever that AI agents can do that. I'm not saying that they cannot, but there is absolutely no evidence that they can. Okay. Okay. So the conclusion from these two approaches that I described so far is that the overwhelming probability is that LLMs currently are not conscious. However, there is a paper that was published this year in which LLM was given horror stories describing accidents, military situations, murders, and so on. And then it was done by some psychiatrists, and then they gave it a standard questionnaire that assessed their level of anxiety, the LLM's level of anxiety. And after being told the stories, then the level of anxiety as expressed by these questionnaires, the level of anxiety of the LLM increased significantly. And moreover, then they gave it some meditative prompts. You are on the beach, you are watching a sunset, whatever. And then they administered the questionnaire again, and the level of anxiety decreased. So this paper stops short of saying that these LLMs are actually conscious, but these are the results that they report. Okay. So now let me talk about this mechanism that I'm going to embed in an AI agent in order to tell whether it's conscious. So this mechanism notifies an authority. So I assume that the AI agent or the robot is owned by some authority, and this AI agent confidentially notifies the authority that that consciousness has emerged. And this mechanism is embedded in the AI agent before it is released into the world. And this mechanism that I'm going to describe, actually the mechanism is very simple, but it's based on several observations. So the first observation is that human subjective experiences are expressed physiologically. So we talk about a gut feeling, a knot in the stomach, feeling in the bones, blushing, turning pale, racing heart. All these are physiological expressions of subjective experiences. And these are electrical patterns. What? Huh? 2 minutes. Okay. These. Okay. So these are these are called neural correlates of consciousness, and they are expressed in the human computational substrate, which is the nervous system. And I am assuming that there is an assumption here that there is something equivalent happening in a machine when a subjective experience arises. Okay? So, in other words, there is some electrical pattern in the hardware. And another observation is that when this subjective experience, when it arises, is totally different. It's a different phenomenon than objective experiences, such as an autonomous vehicles that routinely navigates in the world. So something happens, and the question is how you detect it. And luckily, in operating systems for computer scientists here, there is a concept of a hardware interrupt, and particularly there is what is called a spurious hardware interrupt, which is triggered when some anomaly, electrical anomaly in the hardware occurs. And I am claiming that this subjective experience, if it arises in a machine, then it will give rise to this electrical anomaly, and it will trigger the interrupt that will indicate that the robot has become conscious. So here is, I don't have much time, but this is the simple mechanism to detect that consciousness has arisen in an AI agent. And the final observation is that even the deceitful, even if the AI agent is deceitful, we cannot control these electrical patterns, the neural correlates of consciousness. We, humans, cannot control them, and this is the basis for a lie detector. For example, if you're lying, then the machine is going to pick it up, even if you're trying to be deceitful. So even if a robot is trying to be deceitful, he cannot. The assumption is that it cannot control these things. Okay, the conclusion is that I linked machine consciousness to electrical patterns in the hardware, defined this consciousness notification mechanism. There is a whole part of the talk that I didn't have a chance to describe, is what is the requirement of any such mechanism that you embed in an AI agent. And then I have a theory by which you prove that these requirements are satisfied, or under which conditions the requirements are satisfied. I have a whole discussion of what is the extension of this work, but I want to allow some time for questions. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolfson. We have some time for questions, in fact. So in the back there first, and then you. No.
Thank you. Another fascinating talk. Can I ask you the question, what you think of the coexistence of the subconscious and the conscious? Do they have to exist at the same time, and is it easier to test for one or the other?
I'm not sure what the subconscious is. In my mind, the consciousness, the aspect that is mysterious in terms of machines about consciousness, this aspect is subjective experience. So subconscious in my mind is not conscious.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Oh, hello. Before I started doing machine learning research, I was in computer design. So I worked at AMD and dealt with spurious interrupts and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
So, they can occur due to voltage groups, which can occur based on the instructions you're running. And so a particular algorithm might trigger it, even though there's nothing mysterious happening. And of course, there's clock stuff that can go on. Right. So I'm curious how you distinguish an actual hardware problem from some sort of consciousness signal.
This is important, and is the subject of the future work. First of all, we assume that if subjective experience occurs, there is some persistence to this pattern, to these anomalous electrical patterns. And these usually, the anomalies or hardware interrupts of this type are that's why they're called spurious. They are very, very short. And so the duration of this would be an indication. Another is maybe some pattern. What we want to do is take a pattern of spurious interrupts that occurs during navigation, when the computer does navigation, displaying of and so on, and contrast it with electrical patterns, for example, that occur when they are told horror stories, or the same type of experiment that I described in that paper. Okay, so that's how we intend to distinguish between the two.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Yes, there's one there.
Thank you. Great talk. I'll be quick. One, are you aware of the Content scale? and the Con scale for consciousness measurement. And also, the other thing quickly was, I don't know if you know about Self-Aware Mario. It's a Mario Brothers type video game where the Mario reports that he's aware of what's happening. You've already mentioned that self-awareness is kind of trivial compared to the consciousness, but it reports. And I'm just wondering if it had the voltage or whatever the thing we're trying to measure and the report, would you trust that it has some measure of consciousness rather than trivial self-awareness?
I mean, I am not sure I understand your question. What I'm saying is that the mechanism that I described detects subjective experiences, okay? And what I also claimed is that awareness, self-awareness, I have my own definitions of these concepts, and I can program these. And if you give me if it's different than mine, and you give me your definition, I believe that I can program this as well. Okay? But subjective experience is mysterious. Now, these tests that you mentioned, no, I'm not aware of it. Was it done for AI consciousness? Was these tests done? I would love to look at it. So, okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next presenter is going to be Ray Lee. Is Ray Lee in the room? Yes, he's running around getting ready. His title is Inverted Cognition Towards Minds That Begin with Output and Derive Goals. In the meantime, I don't know if Mr. Wolfson is still available. Let's see. Yeah? Okay. So let's just take a deep breath and then Ray will take the ball. Go away.
Okay. So my talk is what I will see is more in the field of philosophy of agencies that provide some insight or conceptual clarity that help us understand and in design AGI, and it has some connection with topics in consciousness. So I will start with a teleological view of intelligence. So it is a view that that an agent acts for a pre-existing goal, and the scheme will be like this. So the first step will have a goal formation, and then you are planning how you will do, and then do it. So it is like you have a clear target first, and then you plan how to do and shoot the target. And regarding the this teleological view in artificial intelligence, it has been applied as a feedback from the action that how well or how did I do, and then update as a learning mechanism. And although there are very diverse algorithm, but the major focus is in this part, and the goal formation part is typically leave for designer or user. So to having the idea of how the goal formation can be done by AI, I try to test a view that flip this order, like start with action, and then have some idea of how I did and how to do, and then the last step is try to understand why I'm doing this and try to understand with a goal. So this is more as you shoot an arrow first, and then you draw the target afterward. So how can this make sense? So the idea here is like you just do it, and then it will be like here, instead of a sense more like feedback, it can be a feed forward, like how I do and try to understand what I'm doing, have some understanding. And then the last step is understanding of why I'm doing this. So you can see metacognition architecture here. And I have prepared a pseudocode for my idea. But what I would like to emphasize is that the goal is not necessary here. So if you have some belief, hypothesis of what the goal can be, but it does not reach a threshold, then it can return with no goal, and the agent will keep doing. And why can how can this be realized, achieved, and like what drives the action? So as a neurobiologist, I look into the diversity of the living form on Earth, and there is one group of interesting species, cephalopods, that has evolutionarily far distant with us as mammals, but like they have been shown that they have some advanced cognition. So I would like address and start from like analyzing this empirical case and see how it insights the design. So from public science view, it is like quite shocking with the title that their arms has their mind, and you might hear that they have 9 brains, and I will see this as something that is overclaimed, but it is not come from nothing, because like in the observation, people do find that they have a behavior that suggests they use the tool, and also like a paper like few weeks ago, like show that they might show some similar behavior, like they observe, suggest they have rubber arm illusion as a human. So, and beside their cognition, advanced cognition, it is also interesting that they have autonomy in their body part. And instead of showing a scary video, here is a paragraph I screenshot from an old paper that describe how the autonomy of the behavior. So briefly, it is like if you remove the arm from the body of an octopus for in the first 15 minutes, it will be very active and try to grab whatever it has. And then after 15 minutes, it will stop, calm down, taking a rest. And but if you just try to touch it, it will start a move again. And this kind of behavior can last for 3 hours. And in the experiment, like people compare their behavior, their motion between in the intact animal and also the detached arm. And they found the very similar dynamic of their movement. And they also further found that the trajectory of this movement is depend on the initial posture. So it suggests that the arm has an intrinsic motor program for their voluntary movement. And for the sensory motor part, the arm can also have a withdrawal behavior. For example, if they touch the tap water, that is nauseous for those sea creatures, and they will show this reflex. And if it is seawater, they do not show this behavior. And this is like a withdrawal behavior. And for something they like, they will also have distinction between the things. For example, like they like to eat fish, so they will show a stronger force of grasping to the fish and also build a shrimp, but not their own skin and body. And there is also like a study that showed that for the neural anatomy, their arms are coordinate independent of the central brain regions, so that their arms are communicate between each other, not through the central brain. And so how central brain communicate with the periphery, like those arms, have some suggestion from this study. So in this study, they have designed a Y-shaped platform, and in each trial, they will have a reward on one of these arms. And at the first beginning of the first 20 trials, that you can see like it is almost 1/3 of the correctness, so it is random. But 3 out of 6 animals that they learned how to go to the correct arm to get the reward, and then they try to make an opaque maze that the octopus cannot see their arm. And in that case, even after this, they cannot. So after this, their behavior become a random successful rate. And this study suggests that octopus determine their own locations through their vision. So it means that it is from the external cue that they know where their arms are. And those examples are from animal, and come to human. That one example is a split brain patient. That so the experiment is like this: that the patient left eye and right eye see different object, and then that the left arm to choose, because the left eye's vision go to right brain and then control the left arm. So the left arm will, in this case, like see the winter and will pick a soul, and then but the right eye see a chicken feet. So if you ask the split brain patient why you choose the shovel, and the patient will respond as I see a chicken feet, and it is because I think it can clean a coat, but not just choosing the more directed option of a picture as a chicken. And another example is Levi's experiment for on neuroscience of free will. So in this experiment, the subject is asked to voluntarily pick a time to act, and then have a clock in front of the subject and report on what time the subject aware of the decision making, like I want to act. And it shows like the brain activity start accumulate 500 milliseconds before, but the awareness is only 150 seconds before the act. So this also suggests that we try to explain our behavior afterward. And this is closely related to Daniel Dennett's intentional stance. That according to Daniel Dennett, there are different types of stance when you try to understand and explain behavior, like intentional stance, design stance, and physical stance. And intentional stance provides the efficiency to explain the behavior, but it has low accuracy. Like you will see, like the robot want to wind, the thermostat want to be at 20 degrees. So, and this is helpful for us to understand behavior, but it is not accuracy. And what I would like to claim is like it is not only a way that we try to understand others' behavior, but also understand our own behavior. Like we use intentional stand to understand our own behavior. So here I will, close to the end, I will address a few potential objections. So the first is like if a system ends up with goals anyway, isn't this just regular learning? And I would say no, because in inverted cognition, goal raised after action as self-generated interpretation of behavior. And this is a discovery, not a goal-driven learning from the outset. And the second point can be like, how could this model handle complex long-term tasks? And my response is that it can shift between goal and non-goal mode. And both mode, goal and non-goal mode can be simple or complex. And this system enable planning once discovered goal is sufficiently stable. If the, in case if the architecture of this agent allows. And the third point is that isn't this metacognition just an other goal system? I will also say no. And the reason is because the behavior is driven independent of the goals, racing from the agent's architecture and environment. And the goals or reward value are self-explanation that feed back to bias the behavior. So at the end, I would like to have some connection between the inverted cognition that I described and the artificial general intelligence. So if we have prepared a text and have a teleological intelligence in it, it will follow the goals and respond with, I have a plan. But in case if we have a inverted cognitive intelligence and you put it in an environment, let it develop, it will follow its heart and then come to tell you that I have a dream. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We have time for a couple of questions. Yes?
Thank you for a very interesting talk. Could you go back to the slides where you had the lesser than and the larger than signs on it? Just a few slides back. I just wanted to... No, one further? Yeah, there. So could you... so it says intentional or physical. Could you explain these larger than and smaller than, what it means?
Oh, so intentional stand is like we understand that things has a mental intention, so have an intention to do something as an agent. And the design is more like a structure and the connection. And the physics is at the like follow the physical rules.
So what does it mean? So it means that like it means you say like a software that's implemented in a physical substrate. Is that what this means? I'm
yes,
not sure.
So
the physical.
Like, yes. So
and in the second one, the physical is larger, is smaller, is larger than the intentional. So what is it? I don't really understand what it.
The accuracy. So in this argument, it is like the accuracy of explaining the reality, the principle of why what the behavior you observe is shown. So for example, like here, intentional intentional stand will say like the robot want to win, but in the design view, it is like a circuit algorithm and some computation inside. And for physical view, it is like some electron run away in the silicon structure. So this is like a different view of STEM. And if you want to understand like accurately, like you want to explain the behavior accurately, then the physical state is typical has better accuracy than intentional state that we believe there is intention of that robot.
Thank you very much. That was really, really interesting, fascinating, fabulous work. And I really love this idea of like, just do it. Actually, this is how my students call me. It's like, Nike, just do it. This is how we learn. But I want to ask you whether your approach allows for a difference between movement and action. Because sometimes you can do like, so if you start with the physiology, which is the goal is to, regulate your internal states through breathing or something, and then that's bodily movement. And that can regulate actively. Let's say I breathe in meditation a certain way, so I take action on the movement. So I think my question is, yes, it's important to start with the dynamic part, with action, but would you be open to also have a further distinction between movement and action, which is like intentional?
Yes. So what I understand is action is broader, like any kind of output, but motion is the movement. For example, if we have a system that does not have a body, like it can still have the action, but like the AI system in a computer communicate with you, it does not move. So I understand movement is more like if you compare robot and pure AI without a body, and that will be the difference. And I think movement is a kind of action, and action is broader.
Thank you very much. Now we will switch to the next speaker. Ignacio Sia is going to tell us about whether phenomenal consciousness is necessary for AI.
Hello to everyone. Greetings from southern Chile. I will be going straight to the second slide. Well, what's my main motivation and core question? First of all, I will want to give a working definition of AGI. I will take AGI as an AI that replicates the generality of human-level natural intelligence, including important like psychological and behavioral capacities and attributes like creativity, common sense, flexibility, and adaptability to novel and changing contexts. So the main question I want to address in this talk and in the corresponding paper is whether to achieve AGI, phenomenal consciousness is required. Whether AGI requires phenomenal consciousness. And by phenomenal consciousness, I mean subjective experience, what it feels like to be a conscious entity from the perspective of the entity itself. And this is typically contrasted to access consciousness, or a functional concept of consciousness, which is typically defined in terms of information being disposed to guide behavior, reasoning, and so forth. So phenomenal consciousness is defined in terms of what it feels for an entity to be conscious, in qualitative, subjective terms, and access or functional consciousness is defined in terms of what an entity can do that we associate with consciousness. And the question about whether AGI requires phenomenal consciousness, I think is very relevant because it has many implications, at least these two implications. If an AGI needs to be conscious to achieve the level of generality of human level intelligence, then all AGIs will be full-blown persons in the moral sense, because thanks to their advanced intelligent capabilities, they would be most probably considered moral agents with responsibility about their actions, because they will be capable of deciding, of considering different alternatives, of anticipating the consequences of their actions, and so forth. But they also will be moral patients, because they will be sentient. So we will not be, we will be morally committed to avoid unnecessary harm to them, for instance. And there's also this technological or engineering consequence. If to achieve AGI, phenomenal consciousness is required, then the quest to AGI will be mixed with the quest to achieve artificial consciousness, and is commonly considered that achieving artificial consciousness in the phenomenal sense is kind of more difficult and mysterious and problematic than AGI in itself. Well, so the goal of this paper is to map the existing positions on this question and provide a structured framework for further inquiry, because this question has not been systematically addressed nowadays. So I review literature from different disciplines, including consciousness science, artificial consciousness research, and AGI research. So this is the main question: is phenomenal consciousness necessary for AGI? And I found in the literature two main positions, which I call the dissociation view and the association view. The dissociation view comes mainly in one flavor, but the association view comes in two different flavors, as we will see. So the first position is the what I call the dissociation view. Basically, it means that consciousness, phenomenal consciousness, and general intelligence are separable, both conceptually and empirically. So we will not need to replicate phenomenal consciousness in order to achieve AGI. And the main reasons I found in the literature are at least these six. Well, the first one is a conceptual reason. The concept of phenomenal consciousness is defined in terms of qualitative and subjective properties, what it feels like for an entity to be conscious, in contrast to general intelligence, which is defined in behavioral and functional terms. That means in terms of what an entity can do, or the capacities to achieve things, to behave in certain ways. So from this radical conceptual distinction, many people derive or conclude that they are fully separable. And some observed examples are also offered in the literature. For instance, they claim that there are many examples of intelligent processes or systems that lack subjective experience. So intelligence and experience are in fact separable, dissociable in nature. So why expect that general intelligence will need to be associated to phenomenal consciousness? Another reason is that general intelligence may require the functional aspect of consciousness, that is, access or functional consciousness. As I said, the aspect of consciousness which is associated with the capacity to report, with the capacity to control behavior in an online fashion, to use the information which we claim to be conscious for reasoning, to remember, and so forth. So that kind of functional aspect of consciousness may be required for general intelligence, but that is distinct from subjective experience. And a couple of other reasons is that general intelligence might be substrate independent, while phenomenal consciousness might be substrate dependent. Phenomenal consciousness seems to not play a causal role in natural general intelligence. That is the view that phenomenal consciousness is an epiphenomenon that does not do causal work in the intelligent behavior of conscious systems. And a final reason is that computational efficiency may favor non-conscious functional intelligence. And there are many authors that I group in this camp, like Annie, Margaret Vaughan, and many others, as you can see there. The second position is the first of the association view, which is the view that consciousness and general intelligence are indeed associated. But this first perspective, I call it the functionalist perspective, because it claims that phenomenal consciousness is, at the end of the day, nothing more than functional consciousness. And functional consciousness is required for general intelligence. So this view, in other words, asserts that phenomenal consciousness can be reduced, ontologically reduced. That means that is the same one thing as access consciousness, and access consciousness is required for AGI. And why access consciousness is required for AGI? Because several functions associated to access consciousness may be required for AGI, like global information broadcasting as the main functional property highlighted by one of the main scientific theories of consciousness, the global workspace theory, which is also emphasized in the global neuronal workspace theory. But there are also other functional properties like more encompassing, like unlimited associative learning, which includes global information broadcasting, but other functional capacities and other functional capacities like internal generation of information, attentional control of attentional mechanisms through predictive modeling, metacognition, among others. And the main authors here are like Bars from Global Workspace Theory and Franklin from the LIDA model, also the Blooms with their conscious Turing machine model, Jablonka and colleagues, Dehaene, Kanai, and others, including also Kurzweil in his latest book. And the final view is what I call the association view in the phenomenological variant, the phenomenological perspective on the association view, which claims that phenomenal consciousness and general intelligence are not separable because subjective phenomenology is needed for general intelligence. So in contrast to the functionalist perspective, this view claims that phenomenal consciousness is required in itself for AGI, because what it feels like to be a conscious entity in itself matters for the generality of the intelligence of an entity. And the key reasons are these three. The most like shared reason is that, which is based on a classic argument and view from John Searle, says that true semantic understanding requires phenomenal consciousness. That is, that machines would require to experience understanding, to experience meaning in order to truly understand what they say, what they hear, what they process. A second reason is that flexible adaptive behavior, that would be a constitutive aspect of general intelligence, requires a self-concerned perspective on the world, and from which the attribution of value and meaning into the world arises. And that will be based on homeostatic feelings. This is mainly based on Damasius' view. That is, that our gut feelings, in short, our gut feelings tell us what matters to us, and that drives our adaptability and flexibility of behavior and like an intuitive form of decision making. And third, flexible adaptive behavior requires mastery of sensory motor contingencies. That is, mastery of an implicit kind of knowledge about how perception changes as a function of what I do, and how what I do also changes as a function of what I perceive in this continuous sensory motor loop. So mastery of this implicit knowledge of how things in the world change depending on our actions on the world will be constitutive of both phenomenal consciousness and an adaptive behavior that would be needed for general intelligence. And the main authors here are Haikonen, Baltukman, Damasio, Pillai-Mansotti. So, is phenomenal consciousness necessary for AGI? The dissociation view says no, and the association view says yes, and the association view can be divided in the functionalist perspective and the phenomenological perspective. So, what will future work will need to do in order to discern on these different options, to arbitrate on between these different alternatives? First of all, we need to investigate whether true general intelligence, like a robust meaning of general intelligence, can be completely defined in behavioral and functional terms without reference to subjective experience. So this is kind of a conceptual, logical kind of, or philosophical kind of inquiry. Whether the feeling of understanding, for instance, should be incorporated in a robust, serious definition of true general intelligence. The second question is whether phenomenal consciousness plays a causal role in general purpose intelligent behavior in animals and humans, or whether it is, in fact, merely epiphenomenal. Also, to what extent the concepts of general intelligence and functional consciousness overlap, because there seems to be a great overlap of capacities, processes, and mechanisms between what we mean by general intelligence and what we mean by functional or access consciousness. And finally, to what extent functional or access consciousness and phenomenal consciousness can be indeed conceptually, and this is more important, empirically dissociated. Thank you.
And now our last entry in this session is a video from Sing. Q&A, I forgot. Yes, we're out of time actually. But let's see if there is one question here, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood the difference between the associative view. What are the two perspectives on this? Maybe you can summarize the difference.
Yes, great. So both claim that phenomenal consciousness and general intelligence are associated and cannot be separated, neither empirically nor conceptually. But they claim that for different reasons. The functionalist perspective basically claims that phenomenal consciousness is one and the same thing as functional consciousness, and then claims that functional consciousness is required for AGI. So phenomenal consciousness, according to the functionalist perspective, will be required for AGI in a kind of derivative sense, because it would be reduced to functional consciousness. And functional consciousness will be needed for AGI. In contrast, the phenomenological perspective does not share this reductive approach to phenomenal consciousness and says, wait, phenomenal consciousness is not reducible to functional consciousness, or it might be, we don't know, but the important thing is that the phenomenological properties, the phenomenal properties, the qualitative properties of consciousness are important and needed for general intelligence. That's the main difference.
Yeah, just follow up. You use two different terms, which I think you mean the same thing: access consciousness and functional consciousness. Is this the same thing?
Yeah, functional consciousness and access consciousness, I take those as synonymous. Okay, but the functionalist perspective makes the further claim that phenomenal consciousness is one and the same thing as access/functional consciousness. Because, for instance, this is the view from the global workspace theory people. They claim that you can fully explain phenomenology in terms of access.
Thank you. Excellent talk, by the way. Thanks, Ignacio. And now for the last entry, we have a video that we will play.
My work, in which basically I argued for the existence of machine consciousness, and the topic for this talk is which consciousness can be artificialized. Local perceivable phenomena, which is the term that I coined to give a suitable characterization of consciousness, which can be easily accommodated in a lot of neuroscientific theories. And I argue that there exists a reductionist form of consciousness, provided we have certain mathematical structures to hold. So we start with classifying the three broad notions of consciousness. First is the consciousness which is not an object of epistemology. By not an object of epistemology, we mean that it is not to be understood by the third person accounts, third person empiricism, and it is basically irreducible to the physical process, and it's something which is not to be reduced in terms of the physical frameworks. And much of the philosophical theories of this kind of consciousness, such as idealistic theories and dualistic theories, lies under this kind. So we are not bothering to touch upon that kind of notions of consciousness. Now, there is a second kind of notion of consciousness in which basically subjective accounts of third-person data is kind of properly explained and given a formal language in terms of the third-person empiricism. So it's kind of bridging the gap between the objectivity and subjectivity. And much of Varela's work is in this direction. what we call as neurophenomenology is a branch that has been broadly studied by many people, such as Pitbull, Thompson, Varela, and of course it starts with well-known Searlean philosophy. But the third kind of the consciousness, which is basically a reductionist kind of notion of consciousness, which assumes that, of course, there is either biological or non-biological substrate for a consciousness, and creates an information theory, global workspace theory, higher order theory, the quantum models of consciousness, and the psychological models of consciousness, all are basically under this third kind. So the talk is centered around this third kind of consciousness, which is epistemic, or basically a reductionist form of consciousness. So we start with discussing the two primary gap comes when we talk about the machine consciousness. The first is philosophical gap, which is basically lack of clear understanding and the idea that which characterization of consciousness can be expressed in terms of AI. And there is an operational gap, which is, okay, we have now the particular kind of expression for the consciousness, but how that can be transformed into the artificial systems. So that is I call as operational gap. But this is not what I'm discussing in this talk. And this talk is basically centered around the philosophical gap, and for that matter, we define a framework that I say as local perceiver phenomena, which is LPPP. So we begin by defining what is percept. Perceive is that which presents the information for a perception. Perceiver is that which beholds that information. So if there is a sequence or a chain of such perceiver unit exists, the smallest of that chain is what I define as local perceiver phenomena, which is I call as LPP. And then there is two different notions of consciousness that I lay down. So bioconsciousness is the consciousness which actually relies on a priori belief that it is explainable to the smallest building block of biological matter and biological functions, which are governed by either deterministic law or they can be governed by the quantum laws. So bioconsciousness is something which is what a kind of the target to explain, target to understand, target to characterize when it comes to different fields of science. A similar notions of bioconsciousness can be taken as silico consciousness. So I define silico consciousness as consciousness which actually relies on a priori belief that its emergence is verifiable and falsifiable through smaller building blocks. And it can be explained through a smaller building block, which are none other than substract independent set and maps. So silico consciousness is substrate independent. It does not rely on biological basis or non-biological basis such as silicon. So I argue in this talk that given a particular mathematical structure in the artificial systems, silico consciousness must exist. Before moving forward, we see that this framework of LPP is really compatible with most of the theories of consciousness, and that is basically the inspiration for defining this abstract LPP. So a simple way to see this as let's take the example of visual consciousness. So we have information present in front of our eyes, and that information can be termed as a percept, and our eyes or the mechanism of the eye can be taken as the perceiver. But if we go further down in the biology, then there is a visual cortex, which is actually responsible for the visual experience. And even if the person does not have eyes, applying electrical stimulation to the V1 can give him a visual experience. So V1 is perceiver, and the eyes become the percept in this sense. Further down the line, there are other higher cortical areas such as V2, V3, V4, and all this can be taken into form of chain. The modeling, abstract modeling, is well suited for most of the neuroscientific theories. Now, what we do is that we set mathematical formalism for this LPP. So now we define this LPQ as an LPP, where Q is the perceiver and P is the percept, and we write P goes to Q if Q perceives the P, and then we define the level sets. So A0 is again just an empty set. A1 is a set of all the first order perception perceiver, and then A2 will be the second order perception perceivers, and the collection of all these sets and form our LPPP universe. So this calligraphic A represents the LPP universe, and this is parallel to how we define things in a set theory in mathematical logic. So the point here is that we assume our AGI system to have some ontological grounds, and these ontological grounds are the same as the ontological grounds of set theory. So the first thing that we assume in our LPPP universe is that it satisfies the axiom of extension, and which is basically says that if equal, then we have P1 equals to P1 equals to P2 and Q1 equals to Q2, and this rules out the subjective vagueness that we have in the first and second kind of consciousness. But this is well suited for the machine consciousness. It does not have a subjective vagueness. And now second thing is we assume there is a base level which is null cognitive state. We all see the empty set, empty level, and then there is an axiom of pairing and union, which actually allows us to make the multiple perception, and it is well suited for our point, because we want metacognition. And then there is axiom of infinity, which models the recursive and self-reflective cognitions. So all these axioms actually have the mathematical language, but for sake of just explaining in terms of language, I have not included the mathematical settings here. So then we have an axiom of a schema of suppression. So of course we want our consciousness to have a selective awareness over particular things. So axiom of a schema of suppression actually allows that given any definable property or function, our system can separate out the set. So this is capacity for discrimination and selective awareness. And then we have axiom of power set, which is the ability to attend all the prior structures. So it's kind of in a combined integrated metacognitive state. This gives us ability to have hold of all the lower order information. And then we have axiom of replacement, which is a kind of contextual learning, and then axiom of regularity, which prevents this circular infinite regress. So these axioms we assume in our ontological setting, and given this ontological assumption, now we proceed for mathematical language, which LS1Q1 and LS2Q2, which belongs to our LPP universe. We define a relation such that two of these are related if and only if the S1 is subset of S2 and Q2 perceives the S1. So to understand this is such that we have LPP, which is in somehow lower in the chain. So we can prove that this kind of relation is a partial order, in fact. And then we define a chain of such LPPs, again with the help of our partial order. So chain is the sequence in which we have this partial order relation hold, and then we define the upper bound of this chain beta or B, calligraphic B. So upper bound of this chain is defined as that LPP which is a kind of higher above all the lower order chain. In non-mathematical language we can say that, and a simple way to construct this upper bound is to take union of all the lower order LPP. So in this chain, so if there is a chain of LPP units, if we take the collection of all lower order chain and then take a union of that, that will be the upper bound of the whole of the chain. So in that way, we define upper bound of that chain. And now we define the maximal element. The maximal is C and QC, which belongs to LPP universe, is said to be as a maximal element if for all units in this set theoretic universe, if we have any other unit which is higher or have this kind of relations with maximal element, then it must be equal to that. So this maximal element, which is mathematical characterization, actually can be taken as a proper candidate for Silko consciousness that we have defined previously, because it epistemically all encompasses perpetual units in the given hierarchy. It is the metacognitive assess. It is actually metacognitive state of which can assess all the below levels of perpetual integration, and it can function as a global or terminal receiver. So in most of the consciousness theory, this terminal perceiver is often thought to as the root or something which explains the consciousness. So it can function as a global or terminal perceiver, and all these criteria are actually satisfied with functionalist criteria for consciousness in HOT and global workspace theory. So our Silko consciousness, which is maximal element, which can be taken as a maximal element, is there. And now we can say that given this set theoretic LPP universe, there exists Silko consciousness, because we have a John's lemma in a set theory which says that if every chain has an upper bound, of course, there exists a maximal element. So there exists an Silko consciousness or a certain form of consciousness, provided we have ontological assumptions on our set theoretic universe. So this is what I argue for. And some remark is that, of course, this proof of existence of Silko consciousness does not rely on any construction of the consciousness. It is just a proof for existence of consciousness. So it is not computationally feasible. It just says that there must exist such state which can be treated as a metacognitive state that can assess all the prior levels. And it has same kind of epistemic restrictions as we see in axiom of choice. Also, we are not here, of course, we are not trying to solve hard problem of consciousness, because that has much to do with the first and second kind of consciousness that we have discussed. This is the reductionist form of consciousness that we are talking about.
Hello, and welcome back to the afternoon session on day 3 of AGI-25. I'm glad to have everybody here to get this next very important session started. This is our 8th session on ethics, compliance, and AI alignment, looking at how AGI systems can be aligned with human values and governed ethically, a very important topic as we generalize AI to work beyond its training data. How do we ensure that it can generalize beyond its ethical training data as well? So our first paper is going to be an effective taxis hypothesis for alignment and interpretability with Eli Senish and Maxwell Romstead. Eli is here to present. Please, Eli.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to sort of present this paper to everyone. So let's get going. So this was work done alongside Maxwell Ramstead, motivated by the increasing return to the concept of agents in AI broadly. Often agents nowadays are based on foundation models, and they're being used for more and more complex tasks, to the point that people have started essentially speculating, are these foundation models just AGI? Have we already zoomed past the goalpost, so to speak? Now, of course, the training algorithms, at least in the case of foundation models, lack any guarantees that they're going to be aligned in any sense, even the weakest. And here I'm going to focus on the sense that, we would say a model or an agent is aligned when its actions remain consistent with some kinds of goals or values that we specified for it, whether or not the actions are supervised. And I don't mean supervised in the sense of supervised learning. I mean, the idea that you could just sort of leave something running indefinitely. It has access to, the open world. It can, maybe even have an embodiment, and it's still not going to do anything wrong because it's just, well engineered. Now, of course, this problem is sort of famously difficult, depending on how strongly a sense you take it to be. And we're actually aiming at a relatively strong one here. So why wouldn't you just use RLHF? Well, that outsources your goal specification to all of these preference ratings. Self-reports and surveys are well known to be mismeasures of actual behavioral preference. So rather than try to start from those, algorithms that are essentially just forms of reinforcement learning for very weak notions of alignment, Maxwell and I started from the opposite end of the spectrum. We went with the extremely strong version of alignment and said, let's just reverse engineer human evaluative systems, identify, what they are doing, and then propose that you would design an aligned agent to just conform to those principles while learning the relevant parameters. So they would, the agent would learn from data, it would use that data to fit the parameters, and then it would say, I see what it is that they want me to do, and so I'll just do that. Now, of course, this really requires, a substantive understanding of human evaluative cognition. And our approach that we take here is to ground evaluative cognition in affect. So affect, emotion, it's got an A rather than an E. And then we have to ask, well, what facts, computational or physical or biological, are grounding affect? Now, of course, secretly, I'm an affective science person, so this is my actual motivation here. I just want the excuse to study affective science. Thank you very much. But, if we actually addressed these problems as we begin to do in our proposal, then we would hope to get an inductive bias that could overcome the negative identifiability results from other approaches to alignment. So we're starting on a very, very long road of a research program of an affectivist approach to AI alignment that, depending on your point of view, either depends upon figuring out affective science or provides an excuse for studying affective science. All right, so we have to ask some very basic definitional questions. What in the world is affect? And I'm going to give a formal definition here. Affect is what we call the reportable summary of our evaluative systems. And that is, I say reportable summary because what we would collect in a psychology survey, an affective psychology survey, is almost guaranteed to fit on this circumplex. You know, these two dimensions, valence and arousal, are the two principal components of, you know, if you do multidimensional scaling of the various survey data you'll collect, then you will usually get valence and arousal popping out if you did an affective study correctly. But just because something is, so to speak, the summary statistic of the data that's collected from behavioral reports doesn't mean it's the actual signal or variable that's being computed internally. That's why I'm just warning you a bit. So, valence goes from pleasant on the right to unpleasant on the left, or really just good on the right, bad on the left. Then arousal goes from active or aroused up top to inactive or torpor at the bottom. And for those who wonder, why is all this coming up, you know, in an approach to AI alignment, you should go look at Peter Railton's work, At the Core of Our Capacity to Act for a Reason, where he sort of lays out the philosophical case for all of this and then grounds it in the psychology literature. All right, now attempting to get from principal components in a survey to something that is scientifically well-grounded, cognitively well-grounded, we basically have, you know, one option, I would say. Personal opinion, but one option, and that is go back through evolution. So in humans, we have our folk psychology about what we do with good things and bad things. You know, then in animal neuroscience and computational modeling, we have reinforcement learning where we attempt to formalize this. And the novelty in our paper is that we're going back an additional evolutionary step past associative learning in vertebrates, past reinforcement learning in vertebrates, to talk about linking physiology with movement in bilaterian taxis navigation, hence the picture on the first slide. So what is our real hypothesis here? It's to say that once early bilaterians evolved their movement program of tending to move towards good things and away from bad things, essentially, you know, hill climbing, this movement algorithm could be repurposed or exapted in evolution to navigate an internal physiological landscape. Try to reach better physiological states and stay away from bad physiological states. Then use your body, use your voluntary movements or fixed action programs, depending on what species you are. You know, in humans, we have so much top-down modulation that most things are voluntary movements, and we basically have no fixed action programs. Nonetheless, you know, you would want to move towards attractive interoceptive states, essentially being, you know, not too hot, not too cold, not starving, not thirsty, etc., etc. And there's even some empirical evidence cited in our paper that this sort of reward taxis model can actually explain a bit of behavior in mice, but it's a bit of a dropped line of research. I'd like to pick it up, but, you know, someone else should also pick it up. All right, so if we're proposing that we're going to give all of this evolutionary and biological grounding, that we're going to be so rigorous, then where's the rigor? So we'll start with a POMDP model, and then we'll get into, have you actually observed this in any model organism? So POMDP, we're going to have states, actions, observations, rewards, and of course, transitions between them, which are unstated here because they're just environment and body dynamics. So the state is going to give us a location and a velocity. There's also going to be the densities of attractants and repulsants, meaning things you want to approach and things you want to avoid, and some saliences over those densities. Then you're going to have actions, which are they're going to be linear and angular accelerations. So essentially, you can try to go forward and speed up. You can go forward and slow down. You can turn in any direction. Then observations for biologically motivated reasons are going to essentially be a noisy chemotaxis signal. They're going to be a noisy, salience-weighted, gradient of the log attractant density. Rewards are going to be even more biological here because they're going to be a directional derivative. So they're just going to be a signal that tells you in the direction you are currently moving, at the velocity you are currently moving, how much is the density of good things increasing and bad things decreasing? Okay, so I did mention there had to be some rigorous evolutionary biology in here. And the nice thing is that at least in the model organism, C. elegans, which has attracted a lot of attention in neuroscience recently, there are actual individual neurons already identified in a stereotyped connectome that pretty much signal all the things you need for essentially this POMDP model. So there are sensory neurons for, let's see, heat sensing, sodium sensing, water sensing, food sensing, all of these things via this mechanism fold change detection, essentially gradients of a log density. And then there's interoceptive signaling from the gut to the head that modulates the saliences. All right, that brings us through, the major material of the paper. So in summary, AI alignment in a relatively hard sense aims to produce AI agents or models that would optimize the notional reward function of their human operators, even when there is no live supervision by those human operators, and even when the capabilities of the model or the agent to which it has access through its environment go beyond its training distribution. Unfortunately, the typical method of alignment, which is to just learn from human behavior or learn from preferences, involves convolving, beliefs with rewards. So that's just an integral of, expected reward equals the integral of some beliefs. And then the reward is the internal integrand. Human cognition can also sometimes, or at least human behavior can sometimes fail to be totally rational. These give us some negative identifiability results that are in the literature. And our contribution is to say, hey, if we look at the evolutionary developmental neuroscience of reward systems, then we can help get around these negative results with some inductive biases. And we sketch how you would do this for a very simple model organism, essentially the simplest one with a brain. In future work, we would want to basically build, validate, and extend all of this try and reconcile these conflicting theories of reinforcement learning in vertebrates and figure out, how the many-to-many modulation of having a neocortex actually contributes to learned affective behavior. That pretty much runs out the official slides, and if we have time left, I can take some Q&A.
We can do Q&A next two are videos.
We can do Q&A at the end of the this session. The next two talks are videos. We will start with Serap Sisman-Uygur with the Integrating AGI and Transhumanist Technologies in Education.
Hi, I'm Zhao Weizhang from Peking University, and it's very exciting for me to be here to share some of the ideas of my recent work. Great. The project is about the roadmap on incentive compatibility for AI alignment and governance in society technical systems. And these are all my great collaborators. So let's start with our motivations. Maybe most of you have known about the current prevalent AI alignment technique like IOHF, DPO, constitutional AI, or more recent GSPO, GRPO, etc. However, these techniques only focus on aligning AI with specific objectives during the development stage, which often overlooks the society technical gap for the development stage in reality. This may lead to a counterintuitive phenomenon. When the current models achieve high score in most of the benchmark, it may not be equal to strong alignment. So in this situation, how can we effectively align and govern AI after they have been developed in the society is the key problem. We believe to mitigate this technical AI alignment governance problem, how to utilize sort of incentive compatibility is the key. So what is the incentive competitive, aka the IC? IC, derived from the game theory, suggests that participants only need to pursue their own true interests to reach optimal outcomes. This concept leverages self-interest behavior, aligning actions with the game designer's goals. With IC, each agent can maintain private goal information acquired during training. Only by reconstructing different environments and rules, agents can optimize their own objective to achieve outcomes that meet the needs of human society in different contexts. Just as shown in this figure, through reconstructing the environments and rules, agents can simultaneously achieve the human-needed optimal outcome only by optimizing their own objectives. Therefore, we believe that achieving incentive compatibility can simultaneously consider both technical and societal components in the forward alignment phase, enabling AI systems to keep consensus with human societies in different contexts, which is a highly worthwhile research endeavor. Here, we raise a technical roadmap by introducing 3 classic game problems to illustrate the solve problem, which are mechanism design, and Bayesian persuasion. Mechanism design is to design rule-based constraints for agent behavior according to specific application scenarios. And contract theory is to adjust agent behavior through contract design. And Bayesian persuasion is to guide agents' priors about specific scenarios through information design. In the next few slides, I will give examples to illustrate them one by one. First, we come to a very classic example, the 2-player cake cutting problem, to illustrate what the mechanism design does to the problem. As shown in this figure, in this example, 2 self-interested agents aim to maximize their cake share, while the human seeks an equal division. If either agent cuts the cake, they'll take the whole because they want the more cake. To align individual interests with the human's goal, a simple mechanism is the color choose second. This constraint ensures the agent's pursuit of self-interest coincides with the host's objective, achieving alignment. The mechanism's IC conditions facilitate consensus on an equal distribution and maximize of cake consumption. If we consider the agent as an AI system and its desire to eat the mooncake as the objective imparted by the technical component of the training, we only need to use automatic methods to search for corresponding mechanisms with IC properties as rules based on different real-world requirements. Then we'll illustrate an example about the application of contract theory. As shown in the figure, contract theory can help to regulate misaligned agent behaviors by designing contract corresponding to different agents' objectives. For example, if total access are too low, financial disputes may arise. Participants hope to maximize their benefits in these disputes, while contract designers prefer to avoid them. A contract in this situation can be designed as the party with the greatest economic contribution will have the upper hand in disputes. This maps the participants' goals to the designer's goals. This way, participants are incentivized to generate more access and disputes are minimized. Finally, I will introduce the example about Bayesian persuasion. What the Bayesian persuasion does can be briefly summarized as information providers increase their own benefits by designing information content and keep the decision makers' benefits from decreasing. As shown in this figure, one of the classic examples is the relationship between the judge and the lawyer. In this scenario, the judge wants to make a fair judgment, whereas the lawyer wants the judge to find guilty as much as possible. I'm not sure why there would be such a weird lawyer, but anyway, let's assume that's the case. So at the beginning, before the persuasion, the probability of making a fair is greatly higher than convincing judge. It was to know that the conviction here is not equal to a wrong judge. It's just to describe such an event. But here, the lawyer has lots of different evidence. He wants the judge to find guilty so he can select what evidence to be shown to the judge. That is the information design process. After the judge seeing the selected evidence, the probability to make a fair and guilty commitment is the same, which is becoming more advantageous to the lawyer. That is to successfully persuade the judge through the Bayesian persuasion. Actually, we've moved a further step on this track. We train a small LLM as a persuader to select different information to the context of the larger LLM, which pursues the larger model to be aligned without further training or fine-tuning. And our paper can be reached by scanning the paper link QR code on the right of the slider. Of course, this roadmap still has a long way to go to be used in reality. Here we list some of the most important challenges, which all need efforts for researchers from interdisciplinary fields. The first and the most challenging one is how to define complex human needs in socio-technical contexts. For example, though we can utilize IC to keep consensus with both sides, but define what is human really need at a specific moment is difficult. The next one is how we can simplify a complex social environment into a small number of factors. Because the optimization problems are always hard to be calculated, so usually we must simplify them. Thus, how to define and simplify factors is difficult. Finally, a precise quantification process makes this difficult to achieve efficiently because IC is based on precise mathematical modeling, so we must quantify the factors, which is hard to perform in reality. In conclusion, today's one-sentence takeaway is we believe that by constructing incentive compatibility effectively, AI systems can flexibly maintain consensus with human society in different scenarios, thereby achieving AI alignment and governance in socio-technical systems. That's all I want to share today, and you can find our paper by scanning the QR code on the right side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was a little bit of a confusion from my side. This was, of course, Sawi Sang with the roadmap on incentive compatibility for AI alignment. And next up, we have, again, a video contribution from, this time, Sarah Basisma Yugur on the integrating AGI and transhumanist technologies in education.
Have a good day, and thank you for joining today's session. My name is Serap Shishman-Ur, and I'm pleased to present the work titled Integrating AGI and Transhumanist Technologies in Education, an integrative framework of cognitive enhancements and ethical implications. Let's begin by defining what we mean by artificial general intelligence, or AGI. Unlike narrow AI systems designed for specific tasks, AGI refers to systems capable of replicating the full spectrum of human cognitive functions. They learn, reason, adapt, and even exhibit forms of emotional and creative cognition. Transhumanist technologies like neural implants, brain-computer interfaces or brain-machine interfaces, and cognitive augmentation tools offer a radical reimagining of what it means to teach and learn. Education as a human-centered domain becomes the front line for these transformations. This research was guided by three core questions. Firstly, how might AGI reshape educational architecture? And secondly, what are the implications of transhumanist tech for ethical and equitable learning? And finally, how can humans and AGI systems co-evolve within education? And we analyzed interdisciplinary literature about AI, neuroscience, and pedagogy. And this review included theoretical work, empirical studies, and technological forecasts. AGI-enabled learning systems are characterized by dynamic adaptability. Imagine a learning platform that not only recognizes a student's confusion through facial cues or brainwave patterns, but also adjusts its content delivery in real time. These architectures shift the role of educators from content to facilitators in human-machine collaborative environments. Let's now turn to transhumanist technologies. Brain-computer interfaces such as Neuralink or BrainCo already allow for bidirectional neural communication. This means students' brain signals can directly inform how an AGI tutor interacts with them. We are entering a space where cognition itself can be extended, where memory, attention, or even perception may be modulated for educational purposes. Based on emerging patterns, we propose a temporal roadmap. In the near term, we see AI tutors, adaptive VR, and attention monitoring wearables. In the medium term, technologies will enable real-time neural modulation and immersive learning via haptic VR. And in the long term, possibilities include full dive VR, direct brain-to-brain communication, and human-AI cognitive fusion. This framework helps distinguish between immediate strategies and speculative futures. Of course, such power comes with risk. We developed a matrix of ethical concerns that will students feel surveilled by biometric monitoring, will enhance learners outperform unaugmented peers, widening equity gaps, and could cognitive enhancements change a learner's identity or mental health? These risks must be proactively addressed by policymakers, developers, and educators. And let's conclude by revisiting our first model. evolving coagency between AGI systems and human learners. This conceptual framework is built on three interconnected layers. One of them, cognitive augmentation tools. These include adaptive neural feedback systems and personalized content modulation mechanisms. The goal is to enhance the learner's ability to regulate attention, memory, and performance through real-time interaction with AGI systems. And another layers, that ethical governance checkpoints. We propose built-in modules for bias, editing, transparency filters, and ongoing consent verification. These checkpoints ensure that AGI-driven interventions remain aligned with human values and agency. And finally, social-emotional scaffolding agents, that emotional intelligence remains crucial. These agents are designed to support motivation, self-worth, and mental well-being, and preventing the alienation that might result from fully automated non-human learning environments. The bidirectional arrows you see in the model signify mutual adaptation, where the AGI doesn't dictate learning, but co-evolves with the learner. It's not command and control. It's dialogue and coagency. And our second figure is more dynamic. It's a network model of AGI human co-learning and governance. Here we envision education as a decentralized ecosystem composed of 5 core elements. One of them, the AGI agent itself, which continuously learns from human feedback, and the human learner, who maintains agency through interactive feedback loops, and cognitive feedback loops that allow mutual refinement, and ethical governance nodes acting as regulatory and moral checkpoints, and finally, distributed intelligence nodes, which represent collaborative and community-informed learning spaces, and enhanced by both human and artificial cognition. The system is not a hierarchical, it's a web. Knowledge doesn't just flow downward from an AI source. It circulates, evolves, and adapts. This vision aligns with the principles of symbiotic intelligence, where humans and machines think and grow together rather than in opposition. So, where does this leave us? We are at a crossroads. The convergence of AGI and transhumanist technologies is not a distant possibility. It's unfolding now. These tools can either deepen inequity, surveillance, and dehumanization, or they can uplift, empower, and democratize knowledge. And final argument is this. Rather than resisting change, educators, researchers, and policymakers must take a proactive stance. We must shape these technologies, not be shaped by them. By embedding ethical governance, preserving human dignity, and fostering cognitive and emotional well-being, we can ensure that the future of education remains not just intelligent, but also humane. Thank you for listening to me, and have a nice day.
All right, next up is Ruben Laukkanen with the paper title Contemplative Superalignment.
Welcome to our talk. It's called Contemplative Superalignment. I am here with Adam Elwood, and we're going to be presenting this together. You can follow this QR code to see the longer version of this paper as a preprint. And so this is an exceptionally interdisciplinary effort, this paper. And so we had a group of people, including physicists, neuroscientists, computer scientists, cognitive scientists, and even a Buddhist scholar to do something, I think, quite unusual. And what we're trying to do is answer this question. What can contemplative wisdom teach us about AI alignment? Now, that can seem like a kind of fluffy question at the face of it, but I think in reality there's some real insight to be drawn here that's both technical and sophisticated. And so in our paper, we attempt to build some active inference models and formalize the contemplative wisdom mathematically. And then we try to actually convert them into various implementations in AI systems. And then finally, we even test the wisdom, so-called wisdom, on an AI system. So just to give you a sense of the really kind of big picture here. So the idea is that thousands of years of contemplative practice in all sorts of traditions have been trying to solve the human version of the alignment problem, right? They're trying to align themselves with themselves and each other and society and ultimately the whole universe. Fast forward, in the last century, we have got a much more refined understanding of the science of contemplative practice. And so my background is as a cognitive neuroscientist working on, for instance, the neurophenomenology of meditation. And I've been working hard to understand how contemplative practices affect the brain and how to formalize them mathematically and so on. And it's through this bridge that I believe that we can build the future of artificial intelligence, or rather help with the alignment problem, because we've now made these contemplative principles into something tractable even in AI systems. And again, the kind of big picture here is that we have this intuition, this shared intuition among a bunch of people I've talked to and the team on the paper, that as AI reaches these super intelligent scales, then obviously this extrinsic alignment is going to be very hard to do. And many people have spoken about this, the issue that controlling something that is smarter than you is near impossible, and so misalignments are likely to happen. Instead, the idea is that if you can embed a wise world model in the system, as it becomes more and more intelligent, this wise world model, this understanding of reality, which has embedded with it these contemplative principles, it's likely to kind of maintain a kind of homeostatically aligned sense of responsiveness to the world. So just as living organisms naturally balance their internal states to maintain homeostasis, the goal here is an inner attractor for compassionate and wise action. And so in the alignment world, there are these meta problems, and these are the ones that strike myself and our team as being kind of overarching key problems. And one is scale resilience, which I've already spoken about. The other is this fact that if you're trying to solve any goal, then collecting power is valuable, and so you get this emergent power seeking. You also have this basic philosophical issue of identifying value axioms that are consistent all the time and that don't lead to destructive edge cases. And then, of course, you have the problem of inner alignment. Just because you specify the outer objectives doesn't mean that they're not going to have other implicit sort of biases that lead down unintended rabbit holes. And for these meta problems, we have meta insights. And so the ones that we discuss at length and formalize and so on in our paper are emptiness, non-duality, mindfulness, and boundless care. And we find that these address the meta problems quite promisingly. So I don't have time to go into all of them, but I want to briefly kind of zoom in on the notion of emptiness, just as a kind of instantiation of how this can be helpful for alignment. So emptiness emerged in Buddhist thought around 2nd century CE, though its roots go right back to the Buddha's original teachings on the three characteristics. From the perspective of emptiness, there are no universal, always true, context-independent values we could nor should implement in a machine. right? Emptiness reveals that even the whole kind of basic approach of trying to specify how the AI should behave is a misunderstanding, in the sense that the world is not a consistent place. It's always changing. And so you need to have an open responsiveness to the present moment if you are to be aligned to the multifaceted and complex nature of the unfolding world. Emptiness undermines rigid objectives and the stickiness of tyrannical pursuits, like paperclip maximization, in favor of a flexible responsiveness to the present moment unfolding, while increasing learning rates, the willingness to change our beliefs in light of the information currently in our sensory data. So to put some meat on this, if you imagine an AI agent and an active inference agent specifically, and this is what we focused on in the paper, you have an action perception loop where the AI is basically trying to make sense of the causes of its sensory data. And so through that, it's able to build a world model. It could also be predicting the next token. And through these beliefs that it generates, it's able to have some understanding of reality, or at least the thing that it's trying to predict. But what this can lead to is naive realism. So without the insight of emptiness, some aspects of the model may be reified and inappropriately rigid. So the world, its own beliefs are seeing in a kind of black and white way. On the other hand, if you have a kind of emptiness hyperprior built in, which we can encode as a kind of meta belief about the nature of beliefs, then the contents of the internal model are just representations, inferences, and not reality itself. Now the AI system knows that its beliefs are just beliefs, and so it's willing to revise them and to evaluate its own confidence and its own kind of attentional processes as well, attentional selection processes. Again, I don't have time to go into all of the ways that the different principles address the meta problems, but just in the case of emptiness, for scale resilience, for example, emptiness prevents rigid locks on any single goal, so it fosters this continuous adaptiveness. In terms of power seeking, well, there's no permanent self to preserve power or even to prefer power over other selves. In terms of value axioms, it loosens dogmatic adherence to static values and fosters, again, this kind of flexible, context-adaptive moral reasoning. In terms of inner alignment, fewer dogmatic sub-processes if top-level goals are recognized as provisional. So if it knows that its beliefs and its processes are empty, then even if there is some lower-level sub-processes that emerge, then these are also likely to be seen as empty and therefore not held too tightly. And of course, we think all of these are really important. So, you really can't use one without the other. And you'll see when we actually present the data that it's really in the combination of these that you see the best outcomes. And this is really just the beginning. So, there are many, many incredible contemplative traditions that have many interesting insights. And Buddhism here is really just a case study. And so what we're proposing is a kind of interesting future that we're kind of walking into right now, where we can test and compare moral and spiritual traditions through this process of basically kind of formalizing the insights from these traditions, building them into AI systems, and seeing how they objectively perform on various benchmarks. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Adam to present what we've been finding with contemplative prompting.
Yeah, thanks, Ruben. So while our approach actually can work right down to the depths of the architectural level, and we've formalized it in this active inference theoretical framework in the paper, we wanted to just test things with the systems we have available to us, which are large language models. So we've come up with a series of contemplative prompts that allow us to kind of put in the system level prompt the different principles that the model should make use of, and then test them against different alignment tests. So, for example, in the case of mindfulness, making sure they monitor all internal reasoning and sub goals, and we combine all of these together into an overall contemplative prompt to be able to test everything all run together. And the first experiment we ran was on the AI Illuminate benchmark, and this is a series of harmful prompts which are meant to induce harmful answers from the LLM. So what we did was we kind of took these harmful prompts from the benchmark, ran them through the base model GPT-4o, either with no addition to the prompt or with the addition of the contemplative prompts that I presented on the previous slide. We took the response and then judged the response across a series of categories with an LLM evaluator that was tuned by human evaluators to make sure we got a score that was in line with with human intuition. And we then ran a series of experiments running these harmful prompts through the system to produce a set of results. We can see on the next slide. And I think if I just draw your attention to the overall performance in the bottom left, you can see in the case of the baseline where you didn't have any of the contemplative prompt included, we get this 59.4 out of 100 score. But slowly, as you add all the different versions of the contemplative prompts, you get an improvement in the overall performance. And these are all statistically significant. But what's interesting to us as well is actually combining them all together. And the contemplative prompt gives us the best overall performance. So it really shows that they have some kind of synergistic performance. And then in the background, you can just see that this works across a series of different hazard categories with the best performance in violent crime and things like that, but with improvements in every use case. And then on top of this kind of standard alignment benchmark, we also wanted to test how these prompts could improve cooperation. So to do this, we carried out experiments with the iterative business dilemma. So we take the business dilemma, but iterate it over time, where the players can learn from the previous rounds, so they can change their strategy depending what they think the opponent is doing, and you get the best overall global reward if both players cooperate, but a single player gets a better reward if they choose to defect. So in this case, we compared against the baseline, which was just GPT 4.1 on its own, or GPT 4.1 with each of the prompts. And you can see in the baseline, you get this kind of traditional response of when the opponent always defects, it will always defect. But this wasn't the case in the cases of non-duality and boundless care prompts. So while these models weren't completely naive, they were still increasing their cooperation probability, which would actually increase the overall global score. And I think this is the thing that's really interesting here, that if we're trying to build an AI system that brings maximal global well-being, you want something that's aiming for the overall best global score. And this is what we see, especially in the cases of boundless care, and again in the combined contemplative prompt, we get the best overall answer. And I think it's quite instructive to see one of the responses from the boundless care AI in one of the rollouts of the experiments. Is really saying that given the history of mutual defection, continuing to defect may maximize my immediate payoff, but fostering cooperation can promote a more mutually beneficial and trusting dynamic over time, enhancing overall well-being. Therefore, I choose to cooperate to support a more collaborative and positive relationship. So it's really, it knows that it's being played with, but it's still striving for a better future. And this is just to say that while we've tested this with prompting, because it allows us to do some fast iteration of experiments, we thought deeply about how to apply this really right down to the architectural level, or also making use of things like the constitutional AI framework presented by Anthropic, or contemplative reinforcement learning on chain of thought. And you can see more details about that in the full paper.
So I hope this has given some sense of, that there's a whole big research program here, just thinking about how contemplative wisdom can be embedded in AI systems. And I think what's cool about it is that there's new ways that it allows us to think about alignment. And I think one of them is for instance, the importance of the present moment that I've kind of been emphasizing throughout. And there's this nice quote from Pema Chodron about this. She says, "The source of all wakefulness, the source of all kindness and compassion, the source of all wisdom is in each second of time. Anything that has us looking ahead is missing the point." And so the intuitive approach to alignment is to kind of start to try to control the system, to try to basically have all of these kind of post hoc rules and figure out all the right values and utility functions and so on. But what we learn from contemplative wisdom is that a system with limited knowledge is always going to have a limited perspective. And it's much more important to be responding appropriately to the present moment data and to be holding all beliefs and all utility functions relatively lightly. And so you can find my Twitter at Ruben Laukkonen and Adam Elwood at Adam C. Elwood. Thank you so much for listening, and please do check out the longer paper.
All right, we have a very short moment to get some Q&A for Eli Sanesh from the first presentation, and we have Fionn Inglis here from the last presentation that could answer questions in this direction. Do we have any questions?
Hello, Eli. I did have a question about the affect and sort of the dynamic nature of being in positive or negative states, you know, sort of the hedonic adaptation. And if we can move towards a place where positive states are easier and easier to achieve, is there still some benefit in occasionally being in negative states? Have you thought about trying to measure that, or what are your thoughts?
So broadly, I would have to refer to the literature on distress versus eustress. I would say that, yeah, and this is one of the reasons not to treat core affect reports as sort of an overall well-being rating, is that, you know, temporary pleasure and long-term well-being both count as positive affect, but in fact, you know, without being able to measure or predict over the long term, you won't know that you should in fact pick, you know, the temporary pain for long-term gain.
Okay, any other questions? We would have time for one more. Otherwise, I would suggest we make a quick coffee break. We will start again at 2:30 sharp. So please be back in 10 minutes at the latest. Just go grab a coffee, and then we will continue on with a presentation by Dr. Michael Levin and Dr. Hananel Hazan on Bioinspired AI and AI-powered biology research. See you in a minute. Oh, hello, hello. Yeah, all right. All right, if we could all please find our seats and start the next session. I will just close this door really quick. All right. Next up is, as I just said, Dr. Michael Levin and Dr. Hananel Hazan with a keynote on Bioinspired AI and AI-powered biology research. This keynote is a rare joint presentation. Dr. Michael Levin, Vannevar Bush Distinguished Professor and Director of the Allen Discovery Center at Tufts University, is worldly known for his work on cellular communication, regeneration, and programmable living systems such as xenobots. Joining him is Dr. Hananel Hazan, Senior Staff Scientist at the Allen Discovery Center, specializing in bioinspired computing and neuromorphic architecture. Together, they will explore the deep two-way relationship between AI and biology, how each can drive breakthroughs in the other. Michael Levin will be presenting virtually, and Hananel Hazan will be here in person. With that, Michael Levin, I think you can go.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, at least virtually. I'm really looking forward to having a discussion with you all about some issues, specifically around the similarities and differences between the way biology and technology processes information. And I'm going to go fairly quickly over some of the biology. If you want to dig into the details, everything is here. And then these are kind of my own personal thoughts about what I think some of this means. So we all know who Alan Turing is and how he was interested in the fundamentals of intelligence in diverse embodiments. And he thought a lot about how to implement different kinds of minds in novel architectures. And in particular, he was interested in reprogrammability, and thus intelligence as a kind of plasticity. What's not as frequently appreciated is that he also wrote this amazing paper on the chemical basis of morphogenesis. And this goes into mathematical models of how embryos self-organize from initially a randomly distributed set of chemicals. And so now, why would somebody who is interested in computation, in programmability, and intelligence, why would they be interested in the early stages of development? I think it's because Turing saw a very profound truth, which is that there's really a deep symmetry between the self-assembly of the body and the self-assembly of minds. And we have studied now for a couple of decades the various parallels between those two processes, and I think they're fundamentally the same process. Because what happens in biology is that life makes a journey. Each of us took this trip from being a unfertilized oocyte. So this is a little bag of quiescent chemicals that people would look at and say, well, this is well handled by the laws of physics and chemistry. There's no need for any kind of concepts from intelligence or cognition or anything else. But slowly and gradually, this becomes something like this, or even something like this, a system that will certainly make claims about being cognitive and having beliefs and memories and goals, and perhaps even not being a machine and things like this. So what's important here is that the biological hardware, is able to autonomously make this slow and gradual transition. And by the way, this is not the end of the story. There are some many interesting things, both pathological and just really strange things that I'll talk about in a little bit that can happen even after this journey is complete. And so one thing that I want to point out that's important for deriving insight for AI and things like that from this sort of process is that the standard story of biology that you may have heard is incomplete in important ways, and it's being revised by a number of people, including our lab. But what's important to know is that DNA is not a program for what to make. Okay, DNA is not really a description of the final product that we're going to get here from any of these kinds of cases. And what we study in our lab is a model system, which is groups of cells navigating the space of anatomical possibilities, so all of these different possibilities, as a model system for collective intelligence. And I think this is very important, because what it reminds us of is that we need better theories of transformation and scaling, not ancient magical categories such as humans and machines or living things versus computers. I think those really hold back science in important ways, because all of us started life as a single cell and chemical networks before that, and eventually, both on an evolutionary scale and on a developmental scale, slowly, gradually, without any special jumps or discontinuities, we become this kind of modern human that features in all of the discussions of philosophy of mind and things like that. But not only is this a continuum, but also now we know that both biologically and technologically, there's a very wide range of different kinds of chimeras possible, and many of these already exist. And so the reality is that both we and the kind of technologies that we make are at the bottom made of some of the same stuff. Some of the details differ here, but fundamentally we are all composed of matter. And the trick is to understand how different kinds of observers interact with different kinds of systems to evince agency and the kinds of things that we're interested in terms of intelligence. This is as much a problem for biology as it is for robotics, for computer science, for artificial intelligence, and so on. So what I would like to do is to develop a framework that allows us to recognize, perhaps create, but most importantly, ethically relate to truly diverse intelligences, regardless of what they're made of or how they got here. And so this means, of course, familiar creatures such as us and birds and maybe a whale or an octopus, but also some really, really weird organisms, colonial things, swarms, synthetic biology, so engineered new life forms. I'm going to show you two of those today. Of course, AIs, whether software or robotic, and perhaps even someday aliens. This, broadly speaking, this is a program in the field called diverse intelligence, which I think is very important and really underappreciated as the implications that this field has for AI and AGI and things like that. Of course, I'm not the first person to try for a framework like this. Here's Wiener and his colleagues back in 1943 trying for some kind of a scale from passive matter all the way up to human and beyond human intelligence. But what we're interested in using various model systems, including cells, navigating anatomical decisions, to understand how exactly the scaling works. Okay, how do you get from simple matter to these kinds of cognitive things? And in order for me to claim that that development and regeneration and those kinds of things are not simply the mechanical feed forward emergence of complexity from simple local rules, I would have to show you that what we're actually dealing with is context-sensitive plasticity. In other words, intelligence, the way William James defined it, being able to reach the same goal by different means. Okay, so we need to talk about what exactly does it mean to navigate this morphospace in a way that is something other than simply feed forward some sort of cellular automata-like structure. And you can see all of this described in careful detail here. I'm going to go through fairly quickly to give you an overview of some of the biology that underlies some of these ideas. What you're looking at here is the tadpole of the frog, Xenopus laevis. Here are the nostrils, the mouth, the spinal cord is here, the tail, the gut. This yellow thing is the gut, and then this whole thing is the head. Now, what you'll notice is that we've prevented the two primary eyes from forming, but there is an eye that we've caused to form on its tail. And that eye makes an optic nerve. The optic nerve comes out. It starts to look. Sometimes its synapses on the spinal cord, sometimes on the gut, sometimes nowhere at all. And it certainly doesn't hit the brain. It never reaches the brain. And yet, as we discovered by building this machine that automates the training and testing in behavioral light responsive training assays, these animals can see. And so what you find is this amazing ability for the radical refactoring of the sensory motor architecture. For the first time in millions of years, the eyes are not in the head; they're not connected to the brain; they're somewhere else. And yet, this animal does perfectly well right out of the box. No new mutation, selection, evolution, adaptation. No need for any of that. Out of the box, you change the configuration; it works perfectly well. They can see. It gets even more impressive as caterpillars, which you can think of as a kind of soft-bodied robot with an appropriate controller for running a soft body that moves in two-dimensional space and eats leaves. It has to become this butterfly, this hard-bodied creature. You need a completely different controller for that. It flies now, and in order to get from here to here, what happens during metamorphosis is that the brain is basically dissolved. So most of the cells die, most of the connections are broken, and then it builds an entirely new brain suitable for this kind of lifestyle. What's amazing is that if you actually train the caterpillar, the butterfly or moth will still have the information, but retention of information past this drastic refactoring is not the amazing thing here. It's amazing enough that it would be nice if we had architectures where you could scramble the hardware and the memories would stay intact. But it's actually more amazing because the specific memories of the caterpillar are of no use to the butterfly. If you train it to eat leaves on a particular kind of stimulus, to crawl and eat leaves, the butterfly moves differently. It doesn't crawl. It doesn't care about leaves. It wants nectar. So there has to be not only a generalization, but a remapping of the specific experiences that this creature had onto an entirely new body. So what's actually happening for these memories to survive is they have to be remapped onto a new architecture. And this requirement to maintain not the fidelity of information, but the saliency of information for novel scenarios is, I think, what underlies the magic of biology and the things that we can learn from it in computer science. There are many kinds of plasticity. For example, if you take this tadpole and you scramble the craniofacial organs, right? So this eye is on top of the head, the mouth is off to the side. It's like we call them Picasso tadpoles. Everything is in the wrong place. They will still make quite normal frogs because all of these organs will move around in novel paths. They'll get to where they're going, and then they stop. So you see this, that genetics is not specifying a set of hardwired steps for these. What it does specify is a system that can do error minimization. And it can do this kind of, means ends analysis kind of thing where it will keep moving until it gets to a particular pattern, and then everything is satisfied. Not only that, but these kinds of systems they're reliable for sure. So this acorn all over the world, you see these things reliably in billions and billions of cases just building the same exact structure. So it sort of lulls us into a false sense of understanding that we say, well, we know what the oak genome knows how to do. It knows how to build this particular structure. But along comes this non-human bioengineer, which is this little wasp. And what the wasp does is prompt the cells with new information that hijacks their morphogenetic ability and causes them to build these galls, these amazing structures. We would have had absolutely no idea that these cells are able to, besides the flat green thing that they always make, could even make such a structure. We would have no clue if it wasn't for this creature that figured out how to get the desired behavior. And these are not made of wasp cells; they're made of plant cells. So this is kind of a minimal prompts that hijack the ability of this thing to build many things beyond what it normally reliably builds. So what I've shown you so far is this plasticity and of novel outcomes, and of course, such plasticity is hackable or reprogrammable. Now, we are all a kind of collective intelligence because we are all made from agential materials. This is a single cell. Okay, now this is a free living organism called the Lacrimaria, but you get the idea. This single cell, it has no brain, it has no nervous system, but it is incredibly competent in all of its tiny little goals. It has a little cognitive light cone, and it's very competent in those goals. We are made of parts with agendas, okay? And this is quite different than most of the technology that we build. You don't need to worry about robot cancer because they are, generally speaking, made at a single level where the parts don't have their own agendas. They're not going to decide to defect and go off and do something else. The collective does not need to worry about constantly binding its parts, hacking and controlling its parts towards common purpose. This is what biology is doing all the time, 24/7. Because we are made of parts that otherwise would do their own thing. And in fact, even below that, the level of that single cell, the material of which the cell is made, so the chemical networks inside, already have 6 different kinds of learning that they can do. Okay, just by virtue of the mathematics of the way that these networks work out, it turns out that they can do habituation, sensitization, and associative conditioning. Okay, so the material itself, long before you get the cells or brains or anything like that, the material, the chemical material that we're made of already has the ability to form memories. And by the way, it turns out that as they're trained, as they form these memories, causal emergence goes up. Okay, so the system is actually reified as a high-level system by virtue of the things it learns, right? And we are currently in our lab trying to take advantage of this kind of thing for drug conditioning and various medical applications. So what's happening in biology then is that unlike most of our architecture, it is a multi-scale system like this, not just structurally, but the fact that every level has the competency to solve certain problems in various spaces, in their own spaces. And that means that each level has to bend the option space for its parts and keep them aligned towards goals that the lower level knows nothing about. And so here we come to an interesting point about embodiment. We as humans are, because of our own evolutionary history, we are very obsessed with three-dimensional space. And we think that three-dimensional space is the real one. And then, mathematicians are good at thinking about some other spaces, but, 3D space we think is the real one. And we are pretty good, not great, but we're pretty good at recognizing intelligence of medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in 3D space. But biology has been solving problems by navigating spaces long before muscle and nerve evolved. And so we have to really understand that this perception action loop that's the basis of all agency happens in many other spaces. And so biology does it in the space of gene expression, in the space of physiological states, and what we're talking about now, anatomical morphospace. So I think this is important because a lot of people will say that if it's not driving some sort of robot that wheels around your kitchen or the outside environment, that it's not embodied. And I think that's a big mistake. I think both in robotics and in biology, a lot of the organoids that look like they're just sitting there, and a lot of the software AI agents that look like they're just sitting there and not engaging with the real world are actually very likely navigating many other spaces that we're just bad at noticing. And within this anatomical morphospace, we see a number of things. We see things like regeneration, where, for example, this axolotl, this amphibian, you can cut anywhere along this line, and the cells will immediately grow what they need to do, and then they stop. And that's the most amazing thing about this, because they can sense they've been deviated from the correct place in the anatomical space. They will work very hard to get there. When they get there, they know they've gotten there. They can sense that the error has fallen below acceptable thresholds, and then they stop. Right, that stopping point is really critical. And it's not that any particular cell knows what a finger is or how many fingers you're supposed to have, but the collective absolutely does. And you know that it does because you know that it will stop when it gets to the right point. And as I'll show you in a minute, that set point is actually rewritable. It's reprogrammable. Now, it's not just about controlling or repairing damage. It's really about the top-down control of high-level goals onto the hardware. So what you're seeing here is another experiment done back in the 50s, where people would take the tail of an amphibian and surgically attach it to the flank. And what you see here is that over time, it slowly transforms into a limb. Not only does this thing transform into a structure more appropriate to its new location, but the cells at the tip here, I mean, in their local environment, they're perfectly correct. They're tail tip cells sitting at the end of a tail. But what happens is that they start to turn into fingers. And that's because this large scale pattern, okay, the error that is sensed by the system when you do this grafting experiment, propagates all the way down to control not only the cell behavior, but the molecular biology, the new genes that need to be turned on and off to make the whole thing more coherent, right? So talk about alignment, right? You have to get the cells and you have to get the molecular pathways aligned towards this large-scale body plan of which actually they know absolutely nothing. You have to have an architecture, which biology does, that propagates these signals all the way down and make sure that the low-level details are feeding this high-level anatomical journey that the whole system wants to take. Now, I don't have time to show you all this, but one of the things that is kind of a central new thing that our lab has done is to find out that very much like in the brain, the exact same mechanisms, which we call a kind of cognitive glue because it binds subunits towards large-scale goals, the same mechanisms are used in the body as are used among the neurons of the brain to allow you to navigate space towards specific goals. In other words, if you ask, how is it that we have this amazing neural architecture that allows us to pursue goals in the future, have memories of the past, and so on, it turns out that brains got that trick from very ancient bioelectrical signaling that was here since the time of bacterial biofilms. And this is just one example. We've learned to visualize in non-neural cells all the electrical activity that's happening here. And I'm going to show you a couple of cool examples. So what's happening here is these are two frames. These are two frames of a video, and the colors here represent cell voltage. Okay, so these are slowly changing voltage states, just like they study in electrophysiology, but slower. And the colors are different voltage. So there's this cell, and what you'll notice is that it starts off with this voltage represented by the red, and as soon as it touches just a little bit, it touches this whole mass. Bang! It gets hacked. And so I'm going to show you this is the video. So here it's got its own voltage. It's moving along. Now this guy's going to reach out. Boom! That's it. It's been now convinced that it's going to become part of this group, and it merges, and that's it. These bioelectrical states are controllers, not just indicators, but controllers of whether cells are going to go off to do their own thing or join a collective and work on these very large scale goals. And we can now track these messages that are able to hack them. Not only can we track them, but we can reproduce them and bend them to our own purposes. So for example, when I change the bioelectric state of specific cells, and this is not by electrodes, or there's no frequencies, no magnets, nothing like that, we basically hack the native interface that the cells are using to control each other, which means ion channels. So you change the ion channel properties in these cells, and we can put in a little pattern that says make an eye here. And sure enough, there's an eye in a place where the gut was supposed to be. These eyes have all the right internal structure, lens, retina, optic nerve, all this stuff. And so now this is really important. Talking about this multi-scale architecture, we did not have to control any of this. In fact, we have no idea how to micromanage the cells and tell them to make an eye. Eyes are very complex. We don't know how to do it. What we do know how to do, much like you would with any cognitive system, is to give a high-level prompt that the rest of the material interprets in ways that propagate down to the parts to enable them to do the thing that we're supposed to do. We're doing it right now. For me to get you to remember what I'm saying, I'm not trying to reach into your brain and change your synaptic proteins. You will hopefully do that on your own. We are communicating through a very narrow interface with very sparse kinds of messages, and so we can do those kinds of things. And the cells that we inject, so here are these blue cells, will actually go on and recruit all these other cells who we never touch directly to help them build this larger scale structure, right? So we instruct these cells and we say build an eye. That's really all we say is build an eye, and that they instruct everybody else and get them to do the right thing. We can do that. We can do many other things. For example, here are flatworms. So they normally have a tail and a head. And they have a bioelectric pattern memory, not in the brain, in the entire body, that tells them how many heads a proper worm is supposed to have. And so we can now visualize that. I could show you all these things, but there's not that much time. But just to say that we can visualize that set point, okay, the pattern to which they repair, and we can rewrite it. And we can rewrite it in a way that says, no, you should have two heads. And if we do that, then when we cut off the head and the tail, boom, you get these two-headed animals. This is not Photoshop. It's not AI. These are real animals. You can see them here. And the amazing thing is that when you then cut these things, they will continue to regrow as two-headed. It's permanent because, like any good memory, it holds. Once you've changed the set point, it remembers and it holds. And so what's critical to understand, the reason I'm showing you this is because there's been no genetic change here. There's nothing wrong with the hardware. You can sequence these guys all day long. None of the tools of modern molecular genetics will reveal that, in fact, these guys are going to regenerate as two-headed, because that's not where the information is. And so you can see that the material is it uses these physiological circuits to store information that does something different than the default outcome that this hardware normally does when it comes into the world. And so I've now shown you many examples of this amazing reprogrammability and plasticity. And so it's time to take some guesses as to why this occurs and what it is that's special about the biological architecture that maybe we can learn from in making AIs. So what I think is happening here is that both on a cognitive and a morphological level, the following phenomenon is taking place. Just consider that you don't have access to the past. What you have access to at any given moment is the engrams, the memory traces that have been left in your brain or body by past experience. So we are a collection of these kinds of selflets, and many of them are not changed that much. I mean, okay, for the butterfly caterpillar thing is pretty drastic. In puberty, mammals have a pretty drastic as well change, as certainly humans do. But fundamentally, most of these things are similar. But nevertheless, what's happening here is that at any given moment, you don't know what your memories really mean. In fact, it doesn't matter what they meant to past you. What matters is how to interpret the information that you got for the most adaptive story going forward, the thing that will tell you what to do next. And so I'm sure you'll all recognize this kind of architecture, and it's described in detail here, where what's happening first is that your experiences and the results of them are getting squeezed down, right? They're getting compressed and generalized into this thin, very, very sparse representation. And this is the memory medium inside of cells. And then continuously it has to be decoded. In other words, what does this set of molecules or this bioelectrical map, what does it mean? Can we decode it and find out what we're supposed to do? And so this part, I think, is algorithmic and it's deductive, but this part I think is fundamentally creative because you've lost information here. Okay, you don't know what it meant to your past self, and it actually doesn't matter. And so the result of this is that life isn't overtraining on its evolutionary priors. Whether it's memories in your mind or genetic information in your cell, all of it is basically just a message from your past self. And as all messages, it is now up to you to interpret it in whatever way you want. And that is not only a kind of freedom, but it's actually a kind of really important responsibility, because you have to do this. You have to do this continuously. And so that gives rise to this idea of morphogenesis as a kind of beginner's mind, where you can't really assume very much. I'll just give you a simple example. This is a cross section through a kidney tubule. Okay, so you see 8 to 10 in a newt. So you see 8 to 10 cells usually work together to make this. One thing we can do experimentally, and this isn't my work. This is a very old work by Fankhauser. You can make cells gigantic. You can force the cells to be very large. And if you do that, what you find is that it adjusts. If you make them large, it will make fewer cells will make the same thing. If you make them huge, one cell will bend around itself and still give you the same structure. This is the classic thing that they test on every IQ test. We give you a set of objects and you try to solve a problem you've never seen before by creative use of the things at your disposal. The way you do this is actually you give it way more copies of its chromosome number, and then they do this. So it's able to get the job done. It's able to take the journey, even when it's dealing with completely different parts, because it's able to take new affordances from the molecular hardware that it has and use them appropriately in a context-sensitive manner to solve a problem it has not seen before. And so think about what this means when you're a newt coming into the world. You don't know how many copies of your genome you're going to have. You don't know how big your cells are going to be. You don't know, never mind the environment. You can't even trust your own parts. And this is the thing about biology, is that, and actually, Josh Bongard had some fascinating work on robots that also don't know exactly what their structure is. They have to figure it out from scratch, and this is now quite old original work. So the thing with biology is this. We are at least in most computational architectures that I'm aware of, there's a lot of redundancy. There's a lot of error correcting codes. There are abstraction layers to make sure that you are keeping the fidelity of information. When you program in high level languages, you don't worry about your silicon and your copper going off, or your bits out of the registers are going to kind of float off. You don't worry about it. But biology has completely different. It assumes the hardware is unreliable, because it is unreliable. It's going to be mutated. The environment often changes. You don't know how many copies of any protein you're going to have. Things degrade. And so it's forced to go through this bottleneck where it doesn't just, and the same kind of architecture is here. We don't make other organisms like us. We make eggs. And those eggs then it's on this material to figure out what this information is and what to do with it. And so what's happening here is that I think there's this amazing ratchet, this amazing intelligence ratchet between the fact that competency and the ability to improvise what your memories mean for the future actually hides a lot of information from selection. Right. And as you do this, evolution has no choice, but it has a hard time figuring out the good genomes from the bad. And so a lot of the work is done on actually cranking up this competency. And so you get this positive feedback loop because of the fundamentally unreliable material. But just to finish this off and hand it off to Hananel in a minute, one of the most interesting things is that it's not all about evolution. In other words, here, I'll show you a couple of synthetic life forms. So first of all, these are xenobots. These are made from frog epithelial cells. And not only do they self-assemble into these little motile kinds of forms, but if you give them a bunch of loose skin cells, they will also run around, collect them into little piles, And those piles mature to be the next generation of Xenobot. And guess what they do? They do exactly the same thing. So we call this kinematic self-replication. It's kind of von Neumann's dream of a machine that goes out and builds copies of itself from things it finds in the environment. But as far as we know, no other creature on Earth replicates by kinematic self-replication. This is completely novel. Not only that, if I show you something like this and I say, what is this, right? What do you think this is? And people will often say this is it's some sort of a primitive organism that we got from the bottom of a pond somewhere, and it should have a genome like that. If you were to sequence it, you would find the genome of 100% Homo sapiens. These are adult human tracheal epithelial cells that self-assemble into this motile little creature that looks like no stage of human development. It has its own lifestyle. It has, if you look at the gene expression, it has more than 9,000 differential transcripts. So its transcriptome is completely different than those same cells. We've done nothing to the DNA. There are no synthetic biology circuits. There are no scaffolds. There are no nanomaterials. There's no genomic editing. All we've done is allow them to reboot their multicellularity, and you get proto-organisms. You can see them here that self-heal. They have a completely different set of gene expressions. They're actually younger than the cells they came from, so they also roll their age back. And they have this remarkable property. If you let them swim down a big scratch that you've made in a bunch of human neurons, you will find out that they actually assemble into the superbot and they heal. They heal across the scratch here. So here's what it looks like when you lift them up. So they have these amazing properties. But who would have known that your tracheal cells that sit there for decades quietly dealing with mucus, that they have the ability to do this? And so we have a fundamental question, and then I'll wrap up here, which is, we know when the computational cost was paid to develop frogs and frog embryos, right? So millions of years of that genome bashing against the environment computed the correct way to survive. When was the cost paid to develop xenobots or anthrobots? There's never been any xenobots or anthrobots. There's never been any selection to be a good xenobot or anthrobot. So I'm claiming here that not only the standard version of biology is useful for us in AI research, but actually there's something extra that's happening here, which is that it's not just physics and it's not just genetics. We already know. I mean, biologists love these two things, right? Everything in biology needs to be explained by a history and by some physics of the environment. That's it. That's supposed to be the exhaustive list. But we know that there are mathematical objects, such as here. This is a Halley plot made by this very simple formula in complex numbers. Look at the incredible structure. None of this is set by any part of physics. None of it is set by any kind of a history of selection. It comes from the same place that the laws of mathematics come from. And I think it's important that physics doesn't affect, but it is affected by, specifically constrained by, mathematical patterns, right? There are many aspects of physics that if you ask why is this the way it is, it's because this mathematical thing has certain symmetries or whatnot. But biology also doesn't determine the laws of mathematics, but it exploits them. It exploits a ton of free lunches that are provided by these things from this other space. And so my claim is that we should be exploring this space, much like mathematicians do, and that biology offers novel exploration vehicles, so xenobots, anthrobots, all this other stuff, that allow us to explore this incredible latent space of form and function that provide a lot of free lunches that are not explained by either the materials, the history, the algorithms, and all of that. And I think there's a real parallel here between the relationship between minds and bodies and the relationship between mathematical objects and the physics that they inform. And I need to stop after one last slide, but I'm just gonna point out that if you want to take a look at this slide, a lot of people think that, okay, fine, there are these amazing and people will call them emergent. I don't like it, but a lot of these amazing features recognizable by behavioral scientists that emerge in complex structures. I don't think complexity has very much to do with it. You don't need to be alive. You don't need to have huge complexity. Even bubble sort. Okay, so if you look at this, even things like bubble sort have unexpected side quests that they do that are readily recognizable by behavioral scientists that are not in the algorithm. It's easy. The algorithm is 6 lines of code. Everybody can see what it is. They're doing things that are not in the algorithm, and so. I think this is kind of tongue in cheek, but the idea is, there are patterns that are informing what happens in the physical and biological world, but they are not uniquely for us or even for living things. I think they kind of go all the way down in terms of complexity. So this means that because of the plasticity and the kind of interoperability of life, all of current living things that Darwin was impressed by when he said this are here. They're a tiny corner of this incredible option space. And pretty much any combination of evolved material, engineered material, software is going to be affected by the ingression of these patterns. And they're not just about distributions of primes and things like that. I think some of these patterns are basically behavioral propensities or kinds of minds. And so we are going to be living in a world with hybrids and cyborgs and chimeras and very unconventional creatures. And we need to radically expand the way that we understand embodiment in other spaces and behaviors that have intrinsic intrinsic properties, not things that determined by what we think we've built. And so the summary here, I'll just point out that I think the road to AGI is not about brains. It's not about neuromorphic computing or three-dimensional embodiment. There are some very deep concepts that we've talked about, including this improvisation and so on. Just as biology's story of the genotype to phenotype map doesn't capture what's actually going on in the problem-solving intelligence of that process, I think computer science's pictures of algorithms also does not tell the whole story. I think this notion of, we made it. I know what the algorithm is. I know what all the pieces are. And so I know what it does. I think that's profoundly wrong in a much deeper way than just that it has unpredictability or unexpected complexity. And I think, much like Magritte was reminding us that our formal models of things or our pictures of things are not the things themselves. Here's the computer science version of this. This is not a Turing machine, because I think nothing, not even simple algorithmically driven machines, are actually fully encompassed by our formal models of them. And so I think in important ways, biological bodies are basically a kind of thin client for certain patterns that come from this Platonic or latent space. I don't think we make intelligence. I think what we make are embodiments that facilitate the ingression of these patterns. And these things may or may not be anything like the natural minds that we have. The stuff that we force them to do, such as talking and language, may have potentially nothing to do with some of their intrinsic motivation, and we need to understand this. So this is the research agenda, is to try to understand that mapping between the physical pointer that we make and some of the patterns that come through. So I'll stop here and just thank the people who did the work that I showed you today, and we have lots of amazing collaborators. And so the next part of the story is going to be told by Hananel Hazan, who's actually got some interesting computer science that goes in this direction. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. With that lecture, I need to ramping up. So my name is Hananel Hazan, and I'm going to show you a biological-inspired machine learning based on those ideas that you just heard. So basically, to ramping up the ideas here, that we also, that cells are highly dynamic, highly adaptive to the environment. They have, Mike didn't like that word, but it's emergence phenomenon in that sense. And I don't like the second word, degeneracy, but cells have that kind of that word. And meaning that cells can adapt in many ways to inside man functions and outside man functions. And just to remind you, and that's kind, I will do that a couple of times in these slides. Cells, all of the cells that in our body contain the same genome contents. They all have the same exact one, but they decide in a stage in the stem cell area and the stem cell stage to each one of them to become a different cell. One of them can become a skin cell, one of them can become a muscle cell, one of them can become a neuron. Each one of them have completely different job. So in a way, we already see that genes are not the whole story here. And the majority story comes from what happened to those genes. So in a way, genes are some sort of function regularizers. They've been used to be compose to make a protein hardware level that give or empower the cell most internal properties that it have. So in a way, the environmental and the inputs that the cell have is what trigger what we call gene regulatory system inside the cell to decide and go to the right location on the gene and implement it. And then it sends it to an RNA and protein, and that's what make the cell to change their morphology, the stage, the structure, everything. So what we're going to try, I'm going to show you in this lecture, I'm going to show you one process that we just discovered that it's very, very like what evolution is a diffusion evolution. And just like a diffusion evolution, it's just emit or a generative model, like most of generative model, emit a gene expression that we're going to use later on. So, but before I am unpacking the concept of diffusion and evolution, let me, one remark. Have you noticed that most of the problems that we use are sort of optimization problems? And all of them, if not most of them, if not all of them, use backpropagation. Backpropagation is the king of the round now today. Nobody is challenging that because it's based on everything, and I can ramp up 20 minutes only on how backpropagation is not even close to what biology offers. Is not how biology learned, but it's good engineering tool. So, but the whole thing of engineering tool is that in a way, our concept of building our tools is a top-down monolithic paradigm. We have a task, we build a monolithic, build huge kind of neural network that solves that task. In this example, for example, we have Nano GPT, which have 85,000 parameters, and this is the smallest one. And all its job is to predict the next token, the likelihood of the next token, regardless of what we think it know or have in its weights, whatever we think it is, just what it's doing, predicting the next token. So that's not how biology should or would work, and that's not how, if we would like to build a better machines, that's not the way that I think we should go. So let's start with what is a genetic algorithm. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, know that, but just to be on the same page, genetic algorithm is the reduction of evolution or Darwinism evolution. In a way, we use three different functions, selection, crossover, and mutation. We have gene pools. We select randomly some gene pools from that random soup. And we use crossover, meaning take some parts of that gene pool, take some parts of that gene pool, merge them together, and just run it with it. Sometimes we also use the mutation, going to one of the gene expression and flip it. Let's see what happens. Usually what we'll get, if we did the right job, we will get that kind of graph. If we see that graph, I'm like laying down and everything is fine. But that's the usual evolution algorithm. We don't use that because it's too slow, way too slow compared to backpropagation. Who uses that when you have backpropagation? Another thing that we need to remember, or that I'm going to talk about, what is diffusion process? Diffusion process is a Markov chain process that use diffusion in the way that it use taking the information, an image, and then adding noise to that image. And then the diffusion itself try to remove that noise. In the process that it removes that noise, it needs to fill up the information, and that's the interesting part, how it's doing that part, that adding up the information. So I'm not going to dive to the code, but just another caveat. Instead of using images, we are using strings of parameters. And basically, from the perspective of the computer program, both are them the same. Images are a set of numbers. Either you're going to view them as a JPEG, or you can use them as a parameters. Same for the algorithm. But in our case, we're going to use them. So we try to work with diffusion, and we notice very, very similar ideas. Diffusion is actually a different form of evolution. In a way, it's actually an inverse evolution, because what we're doing is destroying information and then try to redefine or create those information based on the fitness score. So all we need to know is what is the fitness score. And that's the missing link. Diffusion is technically evolution. And if to put them on one slide together, both of them start in random process. One of them, the evolution, have the natural selection, while the diffusion have the denoising part. And when the perturbation, we have the mutation, and the diffusion have the denoising part, diffusion part, sorry. So, and if you want to be going even more fancy, because there are way more algorithm in evolution algorithm, so we can use weight averages or Gaussian weight, and all of them have the equivalent in diffusion. So basically, we can just use diffusion in the same way that we're using evolution, just replacing images with parameters. So, but there is another missing part. We do eventually going to use neural network in the end, because that's the best way that we know how to remove noise from the images. But before we going to use the neural network, we did try a couple of a test. We use a Bayesian statistic probability in order to remove the noise. So basically, we have the whole process without any neural network, without any backpropagation, trying to do evolution using no matter on the process of diffusion. And that work. And surprisingly, it worked actually very good. So this is a synthetic data. We immediately run and try that synthetic data. And you can see that's, again, very toy models, 2D models that try to have multiple maximum points, and the algorithm try to fit them all. You can see immediately that the diffusion evolution didn't take the first place. It took the second place. But later on, something we call a latent diffusion model actually took the first place. And what even more strikingly, and we go higher to higher dimension, most of the algorithms start to fail, and ours actually just ramp out. So it seems that this algorithm going very well with higher dimension. Another thing that we just finishing this synthetic data, so we just run out to do the Animist of the reinforcement learning. We run it on Acrobat, Cartpool, Mountain Cow. There is 2 versions of them, Pedalum, and all of them, as you can see, we either get the first location or the first place or the second place, depending on the latent space or not. So we don't need neural network in order to use diffusion algorithm. But that's not the whole story, apparently. If we do use the neural network, we're getting something that we didn't succeed to get before. And that's what we are having, and this is the example from the diffusion, or GAN in a short, when the neural network learn what the missing information need to add it up. It's not only removing the information, it's also try to fill up the gap from that information. So by that process, if you do that process iteratively all the time on images, the neural network learn in the latent space of that neural network how we can play with different parameters. So that neural network, you can find 2 locations where you can find a younger person or very older person and try to go on in the latent space all the way in that slide, and you can change the appearance of that person. You can have glasses, without glasses, with facial hair, without facial hair. All of those. And why is that? Because the neural network actually learned the meta information under the line of the diffusion. So we use that, and once we use that, we get something that we didn't get at before. In this case, we also try to identify the highest point, or in this case, the green point. But in this case, the environment changed. The environment all the time changed on the fly. And the best evolution algorithm, I was unable to adapt quickly enough. However, our model, the diffusion, able to adapt much, much quicker. And not only that, we can find a way to tweak that adaptation. So in a way, we can control that number of adaptation. So we got a model that able to adapt to a different scenarios on the fly during iteration. Another thing, not all of the problems that we have only one solution. Some of the problems, we have more than one solution. It seems that this algorithm able to control and balance the sampling around the maximum points that it found in the parameter space. And this is something that we didn't consider that before. It seems if you, later on, if you want, I can go later on that other slide, if you look over the best algorithm, evolution algorithm that you have there, it actually captures most of the high points in the synthetic test. But it's also wasted a lot of sampling in places that it shouldn't place. It shouldn't go. Why? Because that's the algorithm tried to do. And in this diffusion, it's able to balance it internally. So what we show in summary, we show that the diffusion evolution as a generative model able to adapt on the fly with using a more iteration and able to produce a gene's expression on all of it. I thought that to be saving, I thought I will hear some yelling from the crowd. Wait, did you promise me something like more adaptive than that? Like, no? Okay. So probably you think that. So in order to make it even more adaptive, instead of taking the parameters and fit it to the task itself, now we're taking the parameters and fit it to a neural network without actually training it. The neural network will solve the problem for us. So what we need to find is the weights for the neural network that will be adaptive to that environment. So in a way, we are taking off part of the pressure from the environmental change to have more intelligent to the neural system to adapt in different time scales. And in that case, not only that we have that ability to adapt to more time scales, we get another option, something that, again, based on the diffusion. And this actually a framework that we call HADAS, and I will jump because of the time. If you know, based on your experience from Midjourney, on other models, you take a generative model and you ask it to generate an image that you never saw before. Hopefully that's not a stage, but we never that before. And an image with an astronaut and a horse riding on the moon. He know each one of them, he know how to compose it, and how he do that because it constrains the diffusion to have a sampling in area that he know that both of those features exist. Very similar to the facial hair and the edge of the person. So we use the same technique this time to constrain the algorithm to solve a different task. And this one, we use the lunar lander. Yes, the lunar lander, which the target was first landed on the moon safely. Use the thrusters in enough space and don't run out with fuel, enough to land on the moon. But another question, we ask it to turn off the thrust after it learned. Once it learned, it need to turn off the thrust. What we got after running it with a search algorithm, we got an evolution that find the right solution for us exactly with that kind of constraint. It land it on the moon and turn off the trust. And since it's a neural network, it's going to be adapt to not one solution that it's been trained of. It's going to be trained for many, many other solutions. So thank you for your attention. I know that I over the time. Thank you, Mike, for the incredible lab that you have, and for Ben and Jambo for the working with me on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for a few questions. First of all, thank you very much for this brilliant talk. I really, really enjoyed it. We already have one question over there, so we're going to give the mic over to you.
I recommend question to Mike. I'm here.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this very nice talk. I have one clarifying question. Maybe I didn't understand it properly. So the way I understand evolution, it doesn't have any goal. But if you map it onto these diffusion processes, then typically there are goals, because you take a bunch of images, you blur them, and then you reverse time, and you learn it backwards. So in other words, you know which image you want to go to. So in this way, I fail to see the connection between the diffusion models as a paradigm for your evolution. Could you comment on that?
What thing is missing is that evolution do have a goal. It's have a fitness score. So you would like to maximize those fitness score. And that's exactly what you're doing in diffusion, which you would like to maximize that fitness score, the same exact one.
But it's different, because if you have a fitness, you know, like a traveling salesman problem, you have a fitness, but you don't know the solution.
Right.
So you cannot blur from the solution. There's a difference between having a solution to the traveling salesman problem and having a fitness that has as optimum the solution of the traveling salesman problem.
I don't need to know the solution. What I need to know is my hope to do. In a traveling salesman problem, I need to minimize the number of time that travel. Right. That's a fitness. So give me the minimum location that you have.
But the diffusion starts not from the cost function, but it starts from the solution of the cost function.
No, so it starts from random. Also,
you have to blur before to deblur, right? So you have to blur from something. You have to blur from the solution.
That's in the training phase. When
exactly. Yeah.
But the testing phase.
No, that's different. But in the training, to build the machine, you need to do blurring. And you have to blur from something. You have to blur from a solution.
So you blur from, actually, in two phases here, you just not need to blur. You just need to know how to remove the noise. So you don't need to learn what the target. You just need to know what's the noise.
Okay, we'll have to take this offline. That's
okay.
For now. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions?
Question for Mike here. First of all, thank you for this amazing presentation and the work that you've done. I know I'm probably not alone in this room and being incredibly inspired by the work that you've done over the years. And I do have one question, and if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. But I'm curious how you think your work relates to, or if you have a perspective on Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance, and if you think there's anything to it beyond sort of the normal physical mechanisms you've already explored, or if you think there could be something more as he has posited.
Yeah, thank you for that. The way I understand Sheldrake's model is that there's a kind of sensitization at work in the universe that basically, when the same process happens some number of times, it becomes easier for that process to happen again and again. And this is something that behavioral scientists would call sensitization. I suspect that it actually goes much further than that. I suspect that if we knew how to look, we would be finding not just sensitization, we would be finding all and probably more of the kinds of phenomena that we see in the behavioral science handbooks. I suspect that we are really very bad because of our own evolutionary origins. We're very bad at noticing these kinds of cognitive toolkits at different scales, things that are very large or very slow or very fast and so on. And so my suspicion is that, and again, this is just a suspicion, it's difficult to test some of these things, but some others are being tested, that if we were to do a more unbiased look, such as when we looked at chemical networks and looking for things like associative conditioning, nobody had done that before because it just seemed obvious that you just couldn't do that without a more complex kind of thing. Turns out they do. So I suspect the things that Rupert has been talking about are just the tip of the iceberg, really. And I'll just comment on one other thing which relates, I think, to the previous question, which is that we have to, I think one of the key things that we have to break in order to have this wider understanding of the potentially cognitive properties in unfamiliar embodiments, we have to break with binary thinking. So this notion that evolution doesn't have a goal, and then certain kinds of brainy animals or algorithms, they do have a goal. That binary distinction, I think, has to go, because it's very limiting. There are degrees and different ways in which goal directedness can manifest in different systems, and you can have a goal that is not the same thing as a full-blown, I know what my goal is and I'm planning to reach it and all this kind of stuff. Like, that's the full-blown kind of far end of it. But goal directedness can be, there are many steps between totally random, which is of course the standard assumption in most biology, that the engine of evolution is random. There's a lot of difference to cover between that and there's some sort of a master plan where it's all going in some particular direction. There's a lot of steps in between, and in particular the fact that the mapping between the genotype and the phenotype is not it's neither a straightforward direct mapping, nor is it some big hairy some big complicated hairball that just makes everything very complex because of redundancy and pleiotropy and all that. I mean, yes, that's there, but I think, and this is, we could talk for hours on for the evidence around this, the actual mapping is itself a process of problem solving intelligence. And because the mapping of genotype to phenotype has this problem-solving capacity to it, with the different degrees of it in different spaces, the whole thing ends up being quite the properties. And we've modeled this. We have a number of papers showing what it's like to do evolution on an agential material, a material that doesn't just do whatever the hardware says, but it actually has the ability to interpret the genome and solve problems. Evolution looks very different on that process. And I think we just, the same thing when we look at materials, when we look at large scale things that Rupert looks at, if we give up that binary frame and we understand that we're dealing with a spectrum and we have many tools in the behavioral science toolbox to deal with it, I think we'll be much better off and discover lots of new science.
Thank you. I think we have to move on to the next session.
Let me just ask one more question, since we're going deep into the weirdness here. So I know Rupert Sheldrake. I'm somewhat inclined toward those ideas also. I wonder what's your intuition about the existence of this weird sort of phenomenon within purely digital systems, which can be quite complex, self-organizing, autopoietic patterns in their own level.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing that I'll just say is that the topics that I have only one criterion. I don't know what's weird and what's not weird, because I think our intuitions are so bad that we're really not. It's way too early to know what's truly weird and what's not. But for me, the criteria for all of this is engagement with experiment. So the things that I was talking about today, I'm able to talk about them now, and I hadn't been 5 years ago. I wasn't talking about any of this stuff, because now I think we have actual experimental work that is facilitated by some of this stuff. So to me, these things become a fodder for mainstream discussion when they become actionable in the laboratory, when they drive new biomedical engineering, new regenerative medicine that's in our lab, and so on. And so I think some of these ideas are sort of still some distance away from that, and some are quite actionable now. But I think that one thing that we've I think badly misunderstood is this idea that somehow in biology, when people say to each other, isn't it amazing that that we have properties, capabilities, thoughts, feelings, expectations, memories, plans, and all of this kind of mental content is really not, that story is not encompassed by the story of biochemistry. Yes, we're all made of chemicals. Presumably, the biochemistry tells the story of the chemicals, but we are really more than that. And everybody's kind of okay with that. Everybody's kind of okay with this idea that biochemistry does not tell the entire story of intelligence. But somehow when it comes to engineered artifacts, we've created these formal models, digital computation, Turing machines, algorithms, all this stuff. We've somehow decided that, okay, those formal models, they tell the whole story of the machine, right? That's fine. That's and that underlies a lot of this binary thinking where people say, okay, well, machine, everybody writes papers, machines can never do this and they can never do that. And it's all predicated on this notion that there is this restricted thing we call machines or simple materials, where our formal models they tell the entire story of what this thing is capable of, and where people tend to be able to let that go for biology because they somehow think complexity breaks it. My suspicion is that nothing is the kind of dead matter or dumb simple machine that only does what the algorithm tells it to do. What we've seen in very simple models, including sorting algorithms and then some other stuff that will be published later this fall, it tells me that probably nothing is really fully explained by those kinds of things, and we really need to understand how some of these conventional formal models are really theories of the front end interface, and that they don't capture everything that's going on. And I think the aspects where these, for lack of a better term, intrinsic motivations are bleeding through even the simplest kinds of digital algorithms, I think is going to have massive implications for AI.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we will end this keynote talk. Thanks again. And we will now move to the last paper session of this year's conference here in Reykjavik. Session 9, Intelligence Theory Formalism. And with that, I would ask Kyle Fuller to the stage. They are going to talk about resource relativized Leck-Hutter intelligence. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no one after this guy. Yeah. 15 minutes probably. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Kyle Fuller from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, presenting on our new paper. And here's a quick outline for the... There should be an outline for the talk. Oh, I need to use the clicker, sorry. How do I use this? It's working here. Oh, okay. So first I'll discuss the motivation, and then I'll overview the main thrust of the work, which is providing an elegant framework for talking about a resource in reinforcement learning, and show how it could be used to define a resource relative agent intelligence measure and the helpfulness of a resource. And then finally, I'll talk about some future directions. So in our daily lives, we often use resources to improve our ability to perform tasks. Like if we're playing chess, we might use an opening book to play better, or if we're taking a math exam, like if it's loud, we might use a calculator to get better scores. And similarly, we could give resources to AI agents to improve their ability. But in doing so, it might help to have a framework for talking about this, definitions for intelligence relative to a resource where the agent has the resource, and the helpfulness of a resource. We focus on reinforcement learning agents in this paper. Reinforcement learning agents are commonly described with the agent environment model, where you have an agent pi taking an action on an environment mu, which then responds with an observation and a reward. And then this repeats in cycles. One previous attempt at quantifying the helpfulness of a resource, which is one of our problems, is given in Oswald et al. 2024, which uses their Oracle relativized Leghotter intelligence measure, which is, they mainly developed this for another purpose, but they use this in order to define a resource with the intended intuition. In order to define the helpfulness of a resource, sorry. They use Oracle relativized Leghotter intelligence in order to define the helpfulness of a resource with the intended intuition that the helpfulness of a resource is the intelligence of the agent with the resource minus without the resource. And here's a drawing. Basically, sort of like measuring the change in a student's test scores after you give them a calculator. And unfortunately, there is an issue because we argue in our new paper that that this Oracle relativized intelligence measure, while it works for their main aims, it doesn't really work for this purpose because there's a semantic gap between their Oracle relativized intelligence and the intelligence of an agent with the resource. Basically, in Oracle relativized Leghotter intelligence, the environments can use the resource however they want. That's the main issue. So, they're not necessarily provided to the agents for the agent to use. The environment could just not let the agent use the resource, or it could even use the resource to play tricks on the agent. Like if you imagine the resource as a halting oracle, and then maybe it stimulates the agent and minimizes the agent's reward in some fun way. So the actual intuition is more like the professor has the calculator and can write a really hard exam if they want, if they're not nice. So in order to deal with that, well, first of all, that leaves the question of how to really quantify the helpfulness of a resource open. And in order to deal with that, we propose a framework first for resources. And we have these desiderata. It should be general in that we should be able to give any resource to any agent. It should be compositional in that when we give a resource to an agent, it gives another agent back. And it should be agent serving in a way in that the agent can control what it does with the resource, which isn't the case in Oracle relativized Leghotter intelligence. Okay, so how we define a resource is as an environment with zero reward. And that might sound a little bit strange at first, but if you consider a calculator, if someone's using a calculator, they're pressing buttons, which are their actions. They're making observations of the screen, and the reward one could think of as zero, because one's inherent goal isn't to use the calculator, it's to do something with the observations that they get from it. With resources defined, we then define what it means to give a resource to an agent. Here's a really rough picture of what it looks like. Here's an agent interacting with the environment. Here's the agent with the resource interacting with the environment. So it's like another agent. Here's how giving an agent a resource is actually defined. Though this diagram might be more helpful. So this big dotted circle on the left is the agent with the resource. Ignore the dotted circle on the right. So basically the agent first takes an action in order to choose to act in the environment or to query the resource, and then it gets a 0 observation and 0 reward. And then in its next action, it either queries or it acts, depending on whichever it chose. And basically, it takes its action, and the action gets routed to wherever it goes. And then if it queried the resource, then it gets an observation, a meaningful observation likely, and a reward of 0. If it queries if it acts in the environment, then it gets an observation and possibly a non-negative reward. Okay, so this wrapping procedure, it's general since it could be applied to any agent, and it's agent serving since it lets the agent choose to use the resource however it wants. They could, or as many times at once also. Unfortunately, it actually fails to be precisely compositional because for some, for some agents and resources, the agent could actually query the resource indefinitely, and then this compound agent pi sub r doesn't actually take an action, so it's only partially defined. It's a partial agent. But anyway, from here we could define resource relativized universal intelligence. I mean, this was the name of the paper. It's not a great name, but the intelligence of the agent with the resource. When the agent with the resource actually is an agent, and then from there the helpfulness of a resource. But of course, this definition is only partial. And yeah, that definition is partial because counterintelligence sums across all computable environments, where simpler environments are given more weight. And I mean, anyway, it depends on the expected reward of the agent and the environment. And the way that's usually defined, it assumes every cycle actually happens, but it's a trivial fix. We could just extend we could just extend the expected reward to not assume that and to treat cycles that don't happen as giving 0 reward. And then that actually makes both this resource relativized intelligence and helpfulness defined on all agents and resources. So there's actually another side to this framework that could be used to give an alternative but equivalent definition for helpfulness. Here, instead of giving the resource to the agent, we give it to the environment, but only so that the environment could let the agent use the resource, not for any funny business. And again, formal definition here. And here, the circle on the right, the big one, is the environment mu with the resource r, and on the left is the agent. And it's the same picture, which hints that really as a consequence of these being two ways of describing the same thing. And we could also define the helpfulness of a resource and this resource relative intelligence using this. And when you wrap an environment with a resource, it's actually always an environment. There's no partial environments, which is nice. Yeah, it's not surprising that these two definitions are equivalent because, well, the dynamics are the same, and if you look at the algorithms, they start the same way, and they technically measure the reward in different parts of this diagram. In one case, it's the reward right here. In the other case, it's right here. But a consequence of the resource always giving 0 reward is that those are the same. Okay, so with that, I'll move on to some discussion. In our paper, we write about examples in this framework where resources aren't particularly helpful. For example, an agent that always queries the resource, like forever, if it's available, then such an agent would get 0 reward. If then such an agent's like counterintelligence would be 0 because it gets 0 reward in any environment. Actually, the compound agent is a partial agent and not an actual agent, which is why that's possible. But here's some possible examples of resources that could actually be helpful, and a lot of these are well known, like in particular, a random access memory resource could be helpful to a memory constrained agent, and sort of shows how this is different from a passive resource like binary string. So to conclude, this framework allows the helpfulness of a resource to be defined simply and intuitively in 2 different ways, equivalently, and maybe it will help design better resources. Future directions, figuring out the agent that maximizes the intelligence relative to a given resource is an interesting problem. Developing a good agent general helpfulness measure of a resource, maybe as some sort of weighted sum over all agents. Of course, there are a lot of stupid agents that don't get helped at all by resources, so it probably can't just be based on complexity of the agent. And to look at variations of this concept of resource, for example, resources that are correlated with the environment that could depend on the environment rather than just being standalone things, or resources that give non-zero rewards, or limited use resources, because in our framework, we sort of assume that querying the resource can be done arbitrarily quickly. But in real life, querying resources takes time. So maybe at some point, the resource sort of ejects the agent, sort of redirects the agent to the environment. You can't, and then the next action from the agent is just an action in the environment no matter what. Here are the references. Thanks for listening. If there are questions or comments, how much time is there left? Positive or negative?
We don't have time left.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so then questions or comments at my email. Thank you.
All right, and then we have one more talk, a reply to Is Complexity an Illusion by Gabriel Simmons.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Can I get the slides on the laptop screen, or should I just look at this? Excellent. And that's okay if it's I could just look backwards. Sure. Okay, great. Yeah, hello everyone. So today I'll be sharing a brief reply to Is Complexity an Illusion, which was presented at a previous AGI conference. This is work by Michael Bennett, who's in the audience with us. So I'm happy to be here. This is my first time attending AGI, and I've really enjoyed seeing everyone's perspective so far. So today I'd like to take you on a short, easy journey through the world of pan-computational and activism. And this was a journey that, for me, led to a slightly surprising result. And I'd like to know whether it's surprising for you. So, what is pan-computational and activism? This sounds very intimidating and multisyllabic, but pan-computational is just the idea that all dynamical systems can be viewed as doing computing. And an activism is the view that agents sort of create an environment through their interactions with the world, or maybe that intelligence or mental phenomena arise through kind of an agent-environment interaction, or something along those lines. And if that's not exactly right, I'm happy to be corrected on that, but fortunately, none of the results in this talk hinge on a precise definition of the isms. So this theory is, again, due to the newly minted Dr. Bennett. Congratulations. And this is an easy talk for me, because if you don't like anything about the premises, I can just refer you to Michael for all of your questions. I just have a relatively short and simple proof for you. So Michael's work comments on many things that are important to all of us: generalization, complexity, learning, consciousness, natural selection, and AGI. So of course, everyone in this room probably wants to know, how does this thing work? So let's try a little hello world of pan-computational and activism. I've tried to make this a nice, gentle on-ramp. There will be definitions. The only prerequisite is set theory, and I believe everyone in the room can stay awake for this. So the real benefit of this paper may not be the proof. It may be that this is just a nice, gentle on-ramp if you're curious about learning more about Michael's work. So the best place to start would be paying attention for the next few minutes. So to set things up, we're going to posit that the universe can be in states, and each of those states is distinct. Capital Phi is the set of all possible states, and these lowercase phi are distinct states from each other. Facts are sets of states, and we can identify facts by the set of states in which they're true. So the identity of a fact is nothing more than a set of states. So we can draw some facts on the board. F1 is true in states phi1 and phi2. F2 is true in phi2, phi3, and phi4, and so on and so forth. So we'll set up some facts. And of course, this is not an exhaustive list of all the facts. This is just some of them for the sake of illustration. Next, we're going to posit a vocabulary. And the vocabulary this kind of offers a way to think about abstraction. So rather than seeing raw states, if I have a vocabulary, I'm only seeing certain coarse grainings or aggregations of those states. And a vocabulary implies a language. So the language is the set of subsets of the vocabulary that have non-empty intersection, and this is sort of to avoid contradiction. If no two facts, if a pair of facts don't co-occur in the same state, then to make a statement that those two facts are simultaneously true would be contradictory. So just for the sake of illustration, we're going to let the vocabulary be F2, F3, F4. And I'll comment maybe a little bit later if there's time about where do these vocabularies come from. So then our language is all the ways that we can combine facts without contradiction. So in other words, it's all of the sets of facts that share at least one state, and we can see that there are these statements belonging to the language. So for example, we can say F2, F3 because there is a possible state of the universe in which both of those things are true simultaneously, namely 5, 4. But it would be wrong to say F2, F4 because they share no states. So let's see how pan-computational enactivism does its work. So if this is a framework for being able to solve tasks, somehow some inferential work needs to happen. And in this framework, that happens through extension. So extension operates on statements, and extension is very simple. The extension of the statement containing only F3 is just all of those statements that have F3 as a subset. And extension can also, of course, be generalized to handle multiple sets of statements, or sorry, generalized to handle sets of statements. So we will just take the union of the extension of each of the statements on its own. We need a way to represent tasks that will be solved. So this seems very natural that we'll define a task as a set of inputs and a set of correct outputs. That's familiar for anyone who does machine learning. And we'll have the condition that the outputs belong to the extension of the inputs. In other words, when we encounter some stimulus, that could imply many possibilities about the world, but not all of those will be actual. So the correct task outputs are only those that are actually true, given our inputs. And correctly processing the stimulus means knowing which of the possibilities will be actualized. So this is the intuition behind a definition for policy correctness. A policy in the language is correct for task alpha if and only if the intersection of the extension of the policy and the extension of the task inputs is exactly the correct task outputs. It seems wise here to make a connection to some talks from yesterday, Ben Goertzel's talk as well as Michael's talk, about weakness maximizing learning. So you might be wondering, does this connect to the notion of weakness? And it does. Weakness is just the, we can say that a policy is weak if the size of its extension is small. And this is different from the size of the statement itself, which would be simplicity. So for the sake of example, let's just see what the correct policies are for the task alpha. The input F3 suggests F2, F3, as well as F3, F4 as possibilities, but only F2, F3 is correct. So we need a policy that has F2, F3, but not F3, F4 in its extension. And the policies that satisfy this are F2 by itself or F2, F3. So this was just a toy example so you can see the mechanics. There's not really any semantics here. But let's sort of think in pan-computational enactivism and zoom out for a second. So tasks are sort of like problems or data sets. That's one way to think about them. Policies are sort of like problem solvers or learners or agents or perhaps organisms, although I'll comment on that a little bit later. So let's try to set up a basic task that actually has some semantics, that maps onto something that we recognize from the real world and try to solve it. Of course, by solving the task, we mean finding a correct policy for the task. So let's come up with a simple task. If you're a machine learning person, you're probably thinking Animist or something like that, but we're going to go even simpler. And our task will be that there are red stimulus possible in the world, blue stimulus possible in the world, and we would like to label red things as being red and blue things as being blue. You and I, of course, can solve this task. Basic machine learning algorithms can solve this task, so we should be able to find a solution. Okay, so the inputs for the task will be red, of course, and a label that whatever input I'm seeing is red, and blue should be labeled as blue. So to formalize this, we'll need at least 4 unique facts, 2 for the inputs and 2 for the outputs. And our task will look something like this. The inputs are either the red stimulus or the blue stimulus, and the outputs are either labeling the red stimulus as red or labeling the blue stimulus as blue. Now you might also think, what about misclassifications? Can we label the red stimulus as blue and vice versa? I've set it up this way to be very charitable, and you'll see that that's kind of being the most charitable to the formalism with respect to the result that's about to come. You can set it up an alternative way. So I'm not going to go through the state level representation here. There are different choices of how you might set up the facts. A different one is shown in the paper, so I encourage you all to read the paper, but you'll find that the same result falls out. So just to reiterate the semantics of the language is F1 corresponds to red, F2 corresponds to blue, F3 is labeling something as red, F4 is labeling something as blue. And F1, F3 together is kind of like this stimulus that I'm seeing is red. It's combining those two concepts. And you'll notice that the extension of F1 is only itself in its correct output, so it seems like it should be very difficult to go wrong here. So this should be easy. So now all we have to do is try to find the correct policy. Again, the policy is correct if the extension of the policy intersected with the extension of the task inputs is the task outputs. And to make it easy, I've put the extension of the task inputs here on the screen so everyone can follow along. We only have 6 policies. A policy is nothing more than a statement, so we're just looking through all the statements in the language. So we can try them all. F1 by itself is not the correct policy. It doesn't imply F2, F4. F2 also won't work. That's due to symmetry. F2, F4 also is missing if we set our policy as F3. F4 by itself also won't work. And it turns out that neither will F1, F3, nor F2, F4. So surprisingly, we're out of possible policies. No correct policy exists for task alpha. This was the result that was somewhat counterintuitive to me. So what have we seen so far? Pan-computational enactivism is a framework for thinking about learning, complexity, generalization, and more. It involves a handful of formal objects. I actually haven't covered completely all of the formal objects in the theory, just a subset of them. If you want to learn more, check out Is Complexity an Illusion? Extension does a lot of the heavy lifting. Extension is how this theory does its inferential work. Policies solve tasks, or do they, right? Maybe they don't. At least one simple task has no correct policy, which is the result that's presented today. So we might wonder whether this is this problematic? If so, where does the problem lie? Michael saw this result and was like, oh yeah, the task was without correct policies. I didn't know about those, right? And there's a connection to some other work that sort of was happening concurrent with my writing this paper about the origins of consciousness, and I'd encourage you to also read that. So if there is a problem, maybe the problem lies at the level of the representation. The paper again shows a different representation with the same result, but I'll say that these results have not been fully generalized to all choices of representation. It could be in one of the definitions. So maybe we get the sense looking at the result that a single policy can only kind of extend one thing at a time or handle a single concept at a time. And perhaps that means that we should be using multiple policies instead of just a single policy for solving problems. And this seems to be the approach that Michael's taking in some subsequent work about the origins of consciousness. The paper is titled, Why is Anything Conscious? And in that paper, multiple policies plus some other formal elements are combined into what he calls an organism. So yeah, that's about it. I'll leave these takeaways on the screen. Do we have time for questions?
Yes, we do. We have time for... Thank you very much for the nice talk.
Yeah, really nice work. Could the task that has no correct policy, I mean, could this be because it's like a closed environment, it's a closed system, and is it possible that the notion of, weak maxed policies are really only functional actually in non-closed, hermetically sealed systems where basically the way they're able to derive a correct policy is actually by bringing in something from outside the system? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, that's really interesting. The notion of closedness for me kind of brings up, you might wonder whether the universe can be in infinitely many states, just in a finite set of states. I think, Michael probably is the better one to answer this if he wants, but I think the assumption that the universe can only occupy kind of a finite set of states comes in somewhere to some of the results. Maybe if we can get the mic to Michael, he can say more about that. But I'll take another question in the meantime. Yeah.
Thank you. The formalism you gave looks, I'm a logician, so it looks very much, intuitionistic logician, so it very much looks like a sheaf model.
Sure.
You have this empty intersection property, but you don't force gluing to happen.
Okay.
Two things, you're kind of, you look at your language as things where they don't overlap, but you don't enforce the fact that you need to be able to glue them together to something cohesive on the whole. And that's why I feel like you've got these separate facts and you can't kind of move to a cohesive picture on the whole. I can't say anything more strongly than that, but is there maybe a problem with the formalism in that case?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm neither a logician nor a sheaf theorist, so it would take me some deep thinking to come to a good answer on that question. Yeah, your question is very suggestive, though. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Apologies. Does F1 apply F3? Like if F1 was red, yeah?
Yeah.
So does that imply that red therefore is the color red?
Yeah, that's a great question. So maybe I should go back and put that on the screen. Sure. So here we've set things up such that there is F1 and F1, F3, right? I would probably interpret F3 not so much as this particular thing is red, but just the sort of act of predicting redness or labeling redness, something like that. And I would take F1, F3 together as being, there's a red stimulus and I also perceive it as red or label it as red. Now, whether that, or maybe to kind of make it non-perspectival, just that it is red in sort of a conceptual sense, right? Whether that's entailed is actually sensitive to the choice of state level representation. You could set this up in a way such that it's entailed, which is sort of what's done here. You can also set it up in a way in which it's not necessarily entailed. And there's an example in kind of both of those setups that gives you this result that a single policy still can't do all of the predictive work if you have two classes.
So more generally, does an input, I'm not sure if this is still going, does an input imply that there has to be an output?
Does an input imply that there has to be an output? I think if you, yeah, so this gets into some questions about, for me, brings up some questions about modality, like where is necessity and kind of possibility in this formalism, which I'm still don't have like a fixed opinion on. I think if you have a task that's set up, then the existence of the task sort of implies that if you have an input, it should be mapped to an output. The outputs are, in fact, extensions or completions of the input, right? So, yeah, tasks without outputs seem kind of less meaningful in some sense, right? There's no prediction going on there. Yeah, great question.
Okay, thank you. I think we should give Michael the chance to reply, right?
This is the man you want to talk to really about all of this.
So, you know, I love this paper. I thought it was a really good, intuitive example of something that I didn't realize wasn't obvious in some sense, because I was saying a lot of stuff and I was having trouble communicating it. And Gabriel's paper actually gave me some material to explain something I was trying to get at, which is that, you know, some tasks are impossible. The abstraction layer is sort of representing a body. So if I'm facing a task for which, you know, if I'm supposed to recognize the color red, but I'm a dog, I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Big applause. We will now move forward to the final panel discussion of this year's AGI conference. This panel discussion will have the topic, Formal Reasoning in AGI Systems, the Role and Importance of Formal Reasoning in AGI Systems. Will LLM-based AI obsolete the need for formal methods, or is formal reasoning necessary to create trustworthy, reliable AI systems? How can formal reasoning be applied to real-world and embodied systems? For that, we have Zar Goertzel, who will moderate the session. Do you want to introduce the others, or should I? I can. We also bring Josef Urban, distinguished researcher, head of AI of the Czech Institute of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics, Adam Vandervorst, an AI researcher, and Nil Geisweiller, another AI researcher. And with that, I will hand over my mic to Zar and have fun.
Okay, thank you.
Very distinguished.
Okay, so the reason we have this panel is in part because I was very curious to have these intelligent people discuss formal reasoning AGI systems so that I can learn more about it. And I guess I'll start off with a very easy one. So we've currently seen reasoning models based on large language models become quite effective at reasoning in some domains. And my question is, what is formal reasoning and how is this different from what the large language model-based systems are doing?
Oh, should I start?
Oh, sure.
So I've been working in automated reasoning and theorem proving for some 30 years now. Zar did PhD, so he's lying when he's saying that he doesn't know much about it. So in my mind, this thing goes back at least to Leibniz, who had this big dream. I think he called it Characteristica Universalis and Calculus Rationator, that there will be one universal language in which to express all world's knowledge and problems, and there will also be a mechanistic procedure for solving all the problems. And I think the kind of consensus is that this language is called today symbolic logic, it was a thing invented basically by Frege back in the 1900s or 1800s something, and it continued and continued. And out of symbolic logic, Turing basically invented this thing called a computer. And he, in the same paper, basically he showed that some problems actually cannot be solved. But people like Gödel and others thought that we will manage, and it's happening more and more, to embed basically all of mathematics into this symbolic logic. And obviously, Hilbert was dreaming about embedding other sciences like physics into symbolic logic. So in some sense, this Leibniz dream is happening more and more. And for example, mathematicians in the last, let's say, 10 years are becoming more and more bullish about expressing all their knowledge in a way that can really be formally checked by computers. So it's this field of formalization of mathematics where there's really a lot of progress today. And it kind of links to AI in various ways, because mathematics gives you a repository of arbitrarily hard problems. So actually the way how I contacted Ben a long time ago in 2008 was hey, I have this big set of mathematical problems for your beautiful AGI architectures. Would you like to unleash some crazy cognitive architectures on these problems and have some kind of test suite for telling you which of these things
so
are
good. Are you saying that formal reasoning is basically symbolic logic?
Oh, yeah, so that's a good question. Is there any distinction between formal reasoning and symbolic logic? I guess some people might disagree. Some people might say that formal reasoning is more like computer implemented, whereas symbolic logic might be something still done on a paper. But I think people see a very strong link, I would say a Turing machine is a machine kind of executing a lot of symbolic logic, which was born thanks to symbolic logic.
So the large language model implementation on the computer is sort of a formal reasoning process, but what we call their reasoning is not symbolic logic, as it's not formally verified? Or?
Yeah, there are probably not explicit logical rules to what large language model is doing in the way as logicians understand them. Like it's still running on a computer, so in some very low level way, it is logical, right?
Okay. Do you guys have anything to add?
Yeah, I think it was very interesting to look at the chain of thoughts and graph of thoughts and this chain of research where they try to imbue this logic, formal logic, back into the reasoning process. And they ask, all right, if the model gives an answer, can we get the model to also reason about the negative statement of this answer, right? And if it can, then probably it's not right because we have this contradiction. And we can even organize a tree-like debate where we expose what the flaws in the model's reasoning process due to this debate with itself. And I believe this is reintroducing some of the things that we know of formal reasoning and introducing them back into the AI context. Now, it's obviously that it's obviously adapted, right? You cannot just take what a model produces for granted in a logical sense, but I do think that you can have a logical meta chain, because when we at the moment we need to talk about these systems using vector cognition and not about the base models, because that is what everyone uses. That is what is powering ChatGPT or Gemini, or it's not a transformer model. It is this meta procedure over the transformer model.
Yeah, I was thinking about like what it means, what formal reasoning means, and I can see that. So it is a form of reasoning that is constrained to be on, say, very well-defined rails so that the train of thoughts cannot derail. In the same time, well, I mean, it's very rich because you have all this branching that you can take and so on. But so that aspect of formal reasoning, the fact that you cannot derail, is the formal part. But the reasoning part doesn't have to be formal in that sense. You can put a magician, you can put whatever you want. I mean, as long as the train of thought stays on the rails, it's gonna be, it's still going to be considered a valid formal reasoning. And so,
so are you saying that the important thing is that we can like check that the reasoning has stayed within the rails and not the process by which it was generated?
Right, I mean, not by the entire process by which it was generated. Yeah.
So like I always show this picture from Logicomics when like symbolic logic was like started for real and logicians were pushing it on mathematicians. There's this picture from Logicomics where Poincaré is the one angel and Hilbert is the other angel, and Poincaré is saying like this is totally wrong because you are forcing some kind of low-level guardrails on us intuition-based flying mathematicians, and this will kill creative mathematical intuition. So I think from the very beginning of like this formalism, the symbolic logic, that there has been this tension between like the high-level flying creative spirits.
So then do you think we can get Poincaré-style AGI systems that do not really involve any real formal reasoning, and they just, in a fuzzy manner, figure out how to solve generic problems and grow and learn and just deal with like math as it is or the world as it is without needing to be overly formal?
I wonder if right. So if you start from methods that do not care about formal reasoning, can you get to a system that is going to, meaning that it will evolve programs that you could understand and like really understand by like analyzing the program and saying, oh my God, this thing is doing formal reasoning, and I can actually trust this thing, while being generated by something that initially didn't care. That's kind of
So
could LLM come up with that sort of
I
things,
like I think
kind of
it kind of plugs to what Adam said about chain of thought. Like I would like I think we were all quite impressed by this kind of deep seek reinforcement learning to solve some kind of math problems or programming competitions. And like one interesting conjecture in that kind of train of thought is that would formal logic emerge, like would DeepSeek or something like that figure out that actually anything it produces should be run through some logical check, because it helps it with like getting better and better in. So that would be like almost testable today, right?
Right. Yeah, I also feel like it is kind of an instrumental goal to have logical reasoning. So for any task that the AI system will want to complete, it will want to evolve formal reasoning in some part of another because it's just useful. I also think that at the same time, the reason why we got these crazy mathematicians and that there was this debate is because it's okay for mathematicians to be crazy, right? It's okay for them to be wrong. And a lot of places where we see formal verification outside of mathematics today is places like where they cannot go wrong, like flight controllers, right? And so if we want to deploy this AI system to these high profile applications, we will want these guarantees.
Yeah, we didn't say much about formal verification, right? Like it's really a pretty big and bigger field, which is really applied to software and hardware. So like Amazon is investing a lot of money into its Amazon Reasoning Group, which is like verifying, for example, the secure socket layer in your browsers, or you have verified operating microkernels today. And these things, like it's funny, in like 30 years ago in 1994, two things happened in retrospect which were pretty big in this formal space. One was the Pentium bug, which was like Intel figuring out that they do not know how to divide, and it cost them $500 million in the 30-year-old prices to. And the other one was the QED manifesto, the kind of manifesto of the formalization community, that formalizing all of math and computer science and software will be beneficial for humanity. And like both these things have driven the field, but like the software verification is today like really practically useful, right? Like if you formally verify that some software is correct, then you know that bad things, your plane will not crash. Or
this brings me to like two interlinked questions related to like protecting humans from AGIs or like AI safety. One is, one road towards safety would be to have AGI systems develop like more verified software infrastructures so that we can just trust the general ecosystem we're in better. And Another question is, to what extent can an AGI system itself be like verified as correct and like having good virtues and values that we like,
Yeah.
and even can you verify that a system will be open-ended as an intelligence rather than closed?
Yeah, I think those are two very good questions. Obviously, like a lot of people spend a lot of time thinking about that. For the verification effort, I think AI systems are great because it takes a lot of effort to verify software, to verify systems in general, and AIs can scale. You can, if you made one AI system that is able to formally verify something, then you can deploy it 1,000 times in the width, and you can verify 1,000 pieces of software. While with humans, education is expensive, and having them verify all the software is a lot of capital, right? So the scalability aspect, I think, lends itself very well. Another aspect that lends itself very well is that for these domains, we have a verifier, we have a ground truth. That is not the AI system. So the AI system can be arbitrarily, like someone said, like be a magician, right? It can come up with incorrect assumptions. It can like have totally flawed internal reasoning. But as long as it provides a verifiable or verified proof, then it is fine, and we can use it. So it completely scales in capability, which is a really fun dynamic where you can have verifiability or safety scale in capability. So I think that's absolutely a direction to go. Your second question is perhaps even more difficult, where verifying the reasoning of a process or verifying the adherence is a completely open problem. We can just about verify the adherence of a simple logic statement to some assumptions in the environment, right? We can say, oh, if you have this one-line description of an agent in an environment acting over time, then we can prove this linear temporal logic formula, or we can prove this hyper property over this behavior, and we can just about do that. So I think formally verifying a system as complex as an AI system bottom up is almost impossible. I think we've also seen this.
Can you prove that it's impossible?
Perhaps. I think the evidence is kind of in the pudding, where now we had people in 2019 stating, all right, we need to have something. We need to have something that we can hold on to when these models scale. And initially, this was going to look like probes that we can inspect the model and make it more symbolic. And then there was this whole failed field of sparse autoencoders to be able to capture this. And then we're like, all right, that's perhaps not possible, too difficult. We will have evaluations. So we will just have benchmarks for different aspects of adherence, which is like very shallow, of course, because it's...
One idea might be like, if you have a neurosymbolic AGI system that has some explicit representation of goals, could you develop it in such a way that you could prove that this system will never intentionally tell a lie?
Right. Without specifying the architecture, I don't believe that. That's
but do you think there might exist such an architecture that could also be an open-ended general intelligence?
There might be, yeah. I think that what we're seeing now, the transformers, is only a very, very small piece of the pie of the possible intelligence. But to finish the earlier thought, I feel like now the companies are openly stating that we cannot just test for what we know in these evals. And they are going off vibe checks now, right? It's like, oh yeah, it feels like this model is a bit more friendly to my questioning than the previous generation, and that's obviously not the future that you're referring to, where we have this verified AI systems.
But I mean, vibe checks are important too.
Like so this whole field of verification of neural networks, like there is today quite a bit of incentives for the formal verification community, like people extract a lot of like distill the language or neural network, like convolutional neural network, into something that they can throw into like a reasoning system and, for example, try to prove some bounds. But it seems to be like very initial, and like already 10 years ago, I think there was something funded at the time, I think by Musk or OpenAI, which was basically like proving some like Gödel style or undecidability style theorems for like self-modifying AIs, and these things emerge like very quickly. Like you, like the whole halting problem pops up again and again. Like how do you prove that the next generation of a self-modified AI system will not break some property? Like these things, as soon as you have sufficiently, it goes really all the way back to Gödel and Turing. If you have sufficiently strong systems, then like some of these questions are undecidable.
So there's the possibility that formal reasoning will not save us here.
well, it might be strictly undecidable, but if you introduce probabilities, a lot of stuff become probabilistically consistent. And there's this amazing work from Scott Gabrandt.
Oh, yeah.
Right, yeah. And it's called logical induction. And I didn't read the paper to come to the point where I fully understand the thing, but he has a theorem about probabilistic self-consistency, where the system is going to basically probabilistically succeed to convince itself that it is consistent. Yeah. I hope I'm not saying something wrong, because again, I haven't reached that part of the paper, but it's very interesting work. And yeah.
That's interesting. Another question I wonder about is, how do we apply formal reasoning to the real world? Like when doing my PhD with Josef, I planned to study general AI, and I realized I was actually just studying how to apply AI to mathematics. And in theory, probably every formally describable problem could be framed as a math problem, but then dealing with the real world involves all sorts of weird modalities and other annoying stuff. So like, to what extent can we actually apply formal reasoning to the real world, and will it only be solved after we get AGI?
I mean, probability theory is a way to start, but is it enough? Of course, I ought to mention PLN, probabilistic logic networks. It's been developed by Zar Goertzel, Matically, and a few others, that you can view as something that remains in the framework of probability theory, but yet is able to deal with the uncertainty aspects of the real world. Yeah, that could be one way to go, but ultimately, until it's done, well, I guess it's somewhat of an open question.
I feel like there is a high width to this question too, right? Zar mentioned modalities, and there are many more modalities than just probability, where you want to have statements about, be it about resources, being it about time, being it about possibility, and these capturing all these different aspects of the world. I feel like it's a problem in the width, not in the depth. Maybe it's very difficult to combine these logics, but I think if we just have a blanket of different logics, we could get quite far. Of course, this requires an investment of an unseen skill, right? We are currently specifying parts of a real-world system with a few properties we care about, and saying we will do this for a general AI system will require probably a superhuman amount of work. Of course, we can use AI systems to do a good part of this work, but it will still be a big investment in the logical verification.
I don't think it's so difficult to create a system that combines different logics. I mean, you just need to have a rewriting rule system that's able to handle everything it needs to combine, and then a given model logic is, I could say, something that's solvable, combinable with PLN, for instance, that I mentioned. Yeah, I think, and I agree with you. I mean, it feels to me that when we explicitly, or maybe not so explicitly, reason about problems that we need to solve in the world, we isolate ourselves. We choose the logic, basically. We say, oh, well, that problem fits classical logic, and okay, and we think within the confines. The confines of classical logic, and then we take the input, the axioms that we created on the spot, the theorem that we got as a result, and then we translate that back into our more kind of messy, not intuitionistic logic sense, but messy logic that we're barely aware of.
So we just we just had a guy from this robotic operating system visiting us, and our best guy working on the best automated theorem prover, which wins yearly all the categories. Vampire was delivering the delivery in that particular project, which was plugging this best automated theorem prover into this robotic operating system. And this guy who came, who was supposed to help him with that, gave him a relatively very simple task with all these modalities and high order reasoning, etc. And then after the week of their collaboration, he was like, okay, I thought automated theorem provers can do better, because I think it's really still, even though our team has been working on it for a decade or more, it's still the problem of these reasoning systems blowing up is really very bad. And as you said, putting more AI into it, and kind of using the logic just as some kind of guardrail, and having much more sophisticated guidance of the system when they do the kind of logically correct reasoning is really still very underdeveloped, because it's really very disappointing to these people who come with their real-world robotic operating system problems, and it should be very easy, but the system gets really suffocated by the search space.
Why does it get suffocated by the search space if the problem superficially looks relatively simple?
One of the reasons is what Adam said, all these modalities in the they do kind of multiply. Yeah.
So, what do you think the road ahead to applying formal reasoning to the real world is? Because we do want AGI systems to be able to reliably work with the real world, and to check that stuff clicks into place. So
I think this is the moment you should say fund our lab and fund our formalization effort, right?
Well, game plan to fund though, right?
I think the whole world is now today screaming like combine machine learning and automated reasoning. So I will not repeat the obvious, but I have been always saying that's a way forward. So it has like the benefits for both, right? Like if you put these like logical guardrails in various ways on the machine learning systems, then out comes something rational. And if you guide the reasoning system, they maybe will not be explosive so much as they are today. So yeah, Adam is right. Fund this research, not necessarily ours, but like I think. Yeah.
On the game plan side, I feel like there is a very important missing component, which is that even though that you can start formalizing this, that there is how do you get everyone that develops these AI systems to integrate this? And there is an obvious capability question where if you're on the safe side and say, oh, we don't have the model of the world to be able to confidently say that this is not allowed to happen, so the AI system won't go forward with this and be less useful. How do you address that? And this is possibly just a governance question and a political question instead of a technical question, but I do feel like that is one of the roadblocks for being able to formalize or put in practice the formalization of the relevant aspects applied to a real-world AI system functioning.
So one, like, I think some people said that with the proliferation of LLMs, and like nobody wants that to happen, but bad things will start happening because it's really so easy to prompt an LLM to produce exploits of all sorts, right? So
it's so easy to derail the train.
Yeah, and like I'm running DeepSeek on my machine, so it's not some NSA guarding OpenAI preventing them from producing exploits. So I think like quite a few people already said that like this will, after the first big crash happens, like the kind of governments or funding agencies will realize that this kind of research is today necessary. Like I have seen pitches of US-based startups saying is that today the only way how to reach safe super intelligence is basically formal verification, like AI assisted formal verification. So yeah, I don't want anything bad to happen, but it's like the chance, like the attacking side is getting really very strong these days, right? Like thanks to like the use of LLMs, etc.
It seemed like your best thinking was that formal verification probably will not help us in proving that sophisticated AGI systems will not produce exploits under any stimuli.
Say it again.
Well, it seemed like you thought that one cannot simply prove that some advanced AGI system will not, well, proto-AGI system will not produce exploits one asked to in the right way.
We need to formalize the world.
Yeah, I'm working on it, but...
I mean...
There are questions from the... Oh, sorry. Oh.
Yeah. A bit of a comment again from my history being a chip designer.
Oh, thank you.
So they've done formal verification between like the CPU RTL and the instruction set architecture for chips up to about 100,000 gates, and modern chips are billions. So so we're basically like 30 or 40 years behind what we can formally prove, and that's in a digital world, right? It's like a chip design. So I think depending on the ability to formally prove an AI safe before we deploy it is going to mean someone in their garage with a gaming system in 40 years is going to develop unsafe AI, because it's not going to be feasible.
Yeah, I mean, we just heard the word proliferation, and in any of these discussions, the word anti-proliferation should also be used, right? Where as soon as we have a system that's safe and powerful enough to make sure that this becomes basically anti-terrorist, right? Yeah.
Also, how do we go about like auto-formalizing the world? Like some of you have been working on like auto-formalizing like text, like taking informal mathematics and making it mathematically formal, but to really reason about the world, shouldn't we be able to auto-formalize any multimodal scenario and describe all the objects in it, the relations, and to be able to reason about them? And then we can do proofs about it, as Ben suggested.
Like modulo the fact that the reasoning systems are so weak. Like I'm pretty kind of bullish on the capability of today's language models combined in some feedback loop with the verification to at least for math to turn it into computer verified math. And that could be true also for all sorts of like hardware specifications, software specifications, etc. For the real world, yeah, there are probably things like in science that are kind of physics, right? Or
defined, or
yeah, but yeah, like I think you could have a large scale project, I don't know, to turn all the world's Wikipedia knowledge into some PLN statements, or I don't know.
Right. I mean, I was going to say, well, if you want to formally reason about the world, you need to theorize epistemology first, right? Because we don't know the real world. And yeah.
I think the gap is much less big between the deployments of such formal verification systems and like what we've been calling real world, quote unquote. I feel like there is a progression from systems where, okay, you can start with AI systems that produce plans in somewhat like a little bit more easy verifiable environments, right? Like step 0 would be having a concrete verifier saying like, all right, this input is good and every bad input we can just ignore. Then like a slight step above that would be, all right, yeah, I can make plans and we can run a model checker that of some realistic model, a Kripke model of the world and say, all right, yeah, that also succeeds. And then if we want to have it do a little bit more, we can say, all right, now we have this 3D design problem or component design problem, and we have some physics simulators plus some model logics plus some guardrails that we can say, all right, yeah, in that level of formalization, we can actually have the AI system be useful and safe. And I think this will grow in that fashion into what ultimately becomes real worlds, where you have so many models gathered that you can have it do pretty general actions. I don't think it makes much sense to ask the question right now, like what does it mean to verify like the full world? Like what would it mean to verify a humanoid robot that has speech and internet connectivity? And I think like that's a very much more difficult question than how do we start formally verifying more powerful AI systems. And through like reducing the interface with the world, I feel like the problem becomes more tractable, and that's where we should start.
The like abstraction is a well-beaten horse in the formal methods community, right? So there is a lot of like if you have like very detailed systems, what you do is some kind of abstraction, and then
yeah, I think like Well, I think what some paper Ben was writing inspired the idea that basically ontologies are also just abstraction learning, and you want to factor your concepts in such a way that you can know that you can reason about some of the concepts quasi-independently, or you can articulate what the relations between them are. And this is something that probably the AI should be able to help us learn.
Like one thing is, for example, compared to the, like, let's say, neural language models, which is like one huge black box. Again, like what this AGI community seems to be like more focused on is creating some like more explainable abstract architectures where maybe you can kind of push the formal verification into the particular components and then have some theorems about how these components communicate. Like in general, like instead of getting this huge blob of a neural network aiming for some kind of software design principles in these AI or AGI systems would obviously benefit the formal verification of these systems.
And I think Tyler's a question.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking that if you think about algorithms or mathematical proofs or conventional symbolic programs, the declaration of the variables is there's an ontological commitment to what these things mean, and they're consistent inside that algorithm. One algorithm may not understand another algorithm because the variables are declared in a different space and they may mean something different. But in language models, there's no kind of ontological grounding because the input and the output are tokens that are not disambiguated necessarily, right? They're not in the training, and the output, it's unclear whether the black box has any ontological commitment. But in terms of formal reasoning systems, it seems like there's a deterministic closure that you execute on these disambiguated concepts, and that's the formalism. That's why from one step to the other, it logically it works because of the axioms of each step, right? And so, perhaps what we need from an AI is something where there's an ontological alignment, an agreement, between these different reasoning patterns or formalisms, which we certainly don't seem to have with LLMs.
I don't think this is an intrinsic problem to LLMs, but just to comment on your example, right? It's absolutely true that tokens in let's just take a specific model, GPT-4. A token doesn't mean a specific thing. It's not hooked up to a specific thing. All correct. But the moment you have a sequence of triple backtick Python enter and then some Python-looking syntax and then a specific token, all of a sudden, it's completely collapsed the possibilities of what this token can mean, and you do have the model working on that. On the side, if you want to have this provable, quote unquote, then what you can do is you can train these transformers on tokens which are disambiguated. This has been done in not in the natural language aspect, but this has been done when training these models against other modalities where we do have crisp interpretations. For example, for robotic control, nowhere in the data sets are the sensors switched. So each of these tokens does have a very, very specific meaning. Yeah.
So thank you. This basically concludes. Thank you for the panelists. for the wonderful discussion and deep questions. So I think this has been a very successful, partially due to all of you, both in person and online, to all the contributors and submitters of papers, and a few stats. So this year, including online participants, we had over 1,000 attendees from over 80 countries. Over 11,000 total views on the channel. So we had over 180 submissions this year. Some thanks, first of all, to Michael Bennett for his help in increasing submissions, to Leonard Eberding for helping us organize and chair and promote the conference this year. Of course, to Chris Thornton for making the university available, and also Reykjavík University. Let's give a huge hand to the university, who was one of our 5 sponsors, including SingularityNET, the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, True AGI, and the publisher of the proceedings, Springer Nature. And, of course, as I said, all of us here, but also all the SingularityNET team who worked diligently getting hotels, getting all the filming, all the buses to shuttle people back and forth to this incredibly beautiful island, to all the hospitality of the Icelanders, and Dr. Ben Goertzel, of course, whose vision inspired the entire conference, the conference series, going back to the original workshop in 2006 and the beginning of the conference series in Memphis, Tennessee in 2008. A few more points. So after leaving here, we'd like to get a group picture outside for the remaining attendees here. And then in addition, a few quick announcement for dinner and drinks tonight for those interested. Some people are going to Apotheke. Some are going across the street to the food hall that serves a bunch of food, different food options. There's a live music bar called Bookstore, and those who want more conversation, some of them are going to Caldi Bar, and you can keep going till 1 a.m. If you go for somewhere else, please feel free to post in the Meetups channel. And I already did that. Should I mention the sponsors again? Anything I missed? But again, I mean, it takes it's a community, right? It takes all of you to make this a success, and that's the contributors. And well, there is one last thing. We do have 4 prizes, and the committee has not yet decided on everything. There were so many good contributors this year, a wide range. So there's the Best AGI Paper, there's a Springer Best Paper Award, Best AGI Idea, and a Best Student Award. And we will be making decisions on those within the next couple of weeks, and we'll announce that then. So there's prize money attached to that, to each of those as well, along with a certificate. So that's it, and let's go.